Okay, I think we can get started. It's tough to recommend films when it comes to King Lear, but I just saw the one with Ian McKellen that's directed by Trevor Nunn, and it's quite good. And overall, the one I'd recommend most. Uh, you get to see Gandalf as King Lear, and he's really quite good. I don't agree with everything he does or everything in the productions directed by Trevor Nunn, but it's lightly cut, but that's the one I would recommend. Okay, so today we come to King Lear, finally, the greatest of Shakespeare's plays, and therefore the greatest single product of the human imagination. One has to go to something like Bach's St. Matthew Passion or Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel even to come close, but King Lear is it. Uh, we want to send something into outer space to represent our planet. We should send out copies of King Lear, although maybe they can just watch Ian McKellen. So let's just back up a bit here, see where we're coming from. We spent an unusual amount of time on comedies for a course on Shakespeare's politics. Did Midsummer Night's Dream, As You Like It, and Twelfth Night. Um, I did think was an interesting way of showing that politics raises interesting questions throughout Shakespeare's works, even in the comedies, and the comedies have something to teach us about politics. They are, in their own way, very interesting explorations of the relation of individuals to the community and to the political community. And they deal with the question of whether people can stand independent of the political community. One of the issues we're going to be dealing with deeply in King Lear uh, is, is the political community and the cosmos, are they coextensive? The political community and the cosmos. That is, political life's very important for Shakespeare. It involves a lot, but does it involve everything? Does it encompass everything? Are there experiences that go beyond the political? And Shakespeare shows that in the comedies when he explores eros, explores love. Now, love is part of the community. It's what brings people together. Eros is a uniting force, but it also sets them apart. We saw that tragically in Romeo and Juliet, that their love gave them a vision very separate from that of the rest of Verona and put them at odds with it. Now, in the comedies, we see that as a source of complication, that the lovers in the comedies start going off into a dream world, into a night world. But that's very confusing for them. And ultimately, as we particularly saw in Midsummer Night's Dream, but in all three of the comedies, the lovers choose to come back into the daylight world of the city. They actually won't take the Romeo and Juliet course. And indeed, in the comedies, Shakespeare's dealing with the ordinary run of humanity. And I think one of the things he shows about the ordinary run of humanity is that most people don't want to go it alone, especially not in that radical sense that Romeo and Juliet do. Uh, a course of going alone that leaves them dead at the end of the play. Most people want the support of the community. They actually feel uncomfortable when they're seeing things differently from everybody else. And that's the force of conventions that we saw in the comedies. Conventions seem at first to be the opponent of love, to threaten to make it sterile and unproductive. But once things get shaken up in the comedies and conventions get revitalized, they actually supply something important to the lovers, a way of stabilizing their emotions. That's what marriage means. It's getting the support of the community to validate your love. And that's what makes for these happy endings in the comedies, that they do bring people together. It's another way of expressing what I think is fundamental to Shakespeare, the idea that the state of nature for human beings is civilization, that they fulfill themselves in community. Now, that requires in the comedies suspending a lot of the tensions and problems that normally drive people apart. So the comedies, to some extent, are artificial. They give us an image of cooperation and of harmony that I think Shakespeare feels will help guide us in our lives, but must be understood ultimately as artificial. Hence, a very interesting moment on page 68 of Twelfth Night. You can look it up. It's Act 3, Scene 4. about line 132, Fabian, in the middle of one of these crazy things going on having to do with Malvolio making a fool of himself, says, "If this were played upon a stage now, I could condemn it as an improbable fiction." Now, that's an extraordinarily postmodern moment in Shakespeare. And there are actually many of them where he's quite self conscious about his drama and reminding us we're just seeing a play. That indeed this is being played upon a stage. And reminding us this comedy is improbable fiction. Life doesn't always work out this way. That's why Shakespeare often introduces what I've been calling tragic relief in his comedies, on the analogy of the comic relief in his tragedies, that he very often reminds us, particularly at the endings, that the comic resolution is not all inclusive. And so even in this forming community where everyone's going to be in harmony, there's always a discordant note. There's a Jacus who runs off. There's a Malvolio who runs off. It is interesting that Shakespeare often associates that with some kind of religious vision which transcends the normal political community. But in the case of Twelfth Night, he ends the play with this quite remarkable song from the Clown. It's on pages 103 to 104. It's really interesting to compare this to Jacus's Seven Ages of Man speech. I don't have time to do that, but briefly, Jacus's Seven Ages of Man speech is bitter. This speech, this song of the Clown is bittersweet. Unlike Jacus, the Clown seems reconciled to the suffering involved in human life. And although he implies that there's some nasty things that happen, he's willing to accept them in the spirit of comedy. And the refrain is, "For the rain it raineth every day." That is Shakespeare reminding us that in this sunny world of comedy that he's created, there are clouds on the horizon, and life isn't going to be all happiness, contentment, and a harmonious community. Now, it's fascinating that a variant of this song appears in King Lear. It's on page 72 of your editions, so that makes it Act 3, Scene 2, about line 73, where the fool sings, "He that has in a little tiny wit, with hey ho, the wind and the rain, must make content with his fortunes fit, though the rain it raineth every day." Shakespeare likes to make these kind of links between his comedies and his tragedies to suggest to us that either pattern is a literary pattern. The world is not a perfect comedy. It's not a perfect tragedy. Somehow it's a mixture of both. I think that's one reason Shakespeare's realizing that was one reason he was such a genius at writing both comedy and tragedy. So we will see many of the same problems that we saw in the comedies now in King Lear, but taking them in a tragic direction. Now, I apologize for my romp through Hobbes and Rousseau last time. It was all too quick, but I am going to try to open up those ideas in going through King Lear, and they do supply an important background. Again, these modern thinkers, Hobbes and Rousseau, don't see society as natural to human beings. They see our natural state as apolitical. I think Shakespeare disagrees with that. And we've seen it in his approach to politics. Now, in King Lear, we're going to be really looking at the relationship between politics and human nature. And in that sense, it's a culmination of everything we've looked at. As I've stressed it many times, Shakespeare sees politics as one of the arenas in human life where human beings fulfill themselves, so that they cannot develop their nature to its fullest without the option of politics. So that Shakespeare would say, if you want to look at what a human being is, you have to look at Henry V. You have to look at Julius Caesar. You have to look at King Lear. These characters, through politics, develop aspects of humanity that would otherwise be undeveloped. So this is that line of thinking that I associate with Aristotle. that to understand the nature of a thing, you can't look at the average example of it. You can't look at its primitive beginnings. You have to look at its full development. Now, it used to be, I could illustrate this easily from popular culture with a film called Crocodile Dundee, 1986. Any of you have even heard of Crocodile Dundee? Uh, all right, well, I won't try to explain the plot, but Paul Hogan plays some guy from the Australian outback, and he shows up in Manhattan, and a mugger approaches him and pulls a knife on him. And it's a regular sort of street, New York street knife, a switchblade. And then Crocodile Dundee pulls out this enormous Bowie knife, this hunting knife. And the dialogue, I just checked it, the actual dialogue in the film is seeing this pitiful New York street knife. The Australian outback guy says, "That's not a knife," and then pulls out this huge Bowie knife and says, "That's a knife." Now, it's very Aristotelian, that to understand knifiness, you can't look at just any old knife. You can't look at something that pares apples. You got to look at a real He-Man's knife that could take apart any street crook in New York. Now, it is very interesting. Looking this up, I misremembered the lines, and evidently everybody does. The way you Google it is, you call that a knife, this is a knife. Not as in the film, that's not a knife, that's a knife. Now, it shows, I'm so glad to see that the whole world has made this mistake, because the common formulation, and evidently there's some heavy metal Australian band that has a song called that, you call that a knife, this is a knife. That's the full Aristotelian approach. You call that a knife? You can't define knives by just any ordinary knife. This is a knife. Now, Shakespeare takes the same view of human beings. This is the very end of Julius Caesar. Some of you guys may remember these lines, very famous lines. Antony's concluding tribute to Brutus. "This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only in a general honest thought and common good to all made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man." There it is. This is a knife. This is a man. And notice nature might stand up. So to understand human nature for Mark Antony, you got to look at the noblest Roman of them all. And that's why I'm saying Shakespeare's Aristotelian in this respect, and why politics is so important to him. Because to understand the perfection of humanity, you have to look at how human nature manifests itself in politics. At the same time, though, and this is where you get the tragedy in Shakespeare, politics is not everything. And not all human possibilities can be revealed in political life and in the communal world. There are things in human nature that go beyond politics. And therefore he explores, for example, the tragic love of Romeo and Juliet. And we'll be now seeing this in King Lear. As I've said many times, his plays are about the politics, but also about the limits of politics. Human nature fulfills itself in political life, but it also is often frustrated in political life. It often feels dammed up, thwarted in its goals, and that's the tragic business that Shakespeare explores in King Lear. So let's plunge right into the middle of King Lear and set up what I think are its fundamental issues. So if you'll turn to page 79, this is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 102. This is after Lear has gone crazy. He's in the middle of the heath, having been driven out by his evil daughters, and he's looking at a figure he thinks is a naked beggar named Tom of Bedlam. And Tom of Bedlam makes quite an impression on King Lear. Thou art better in a grave than to answer with thy uncovered body this extremity of the skies. Is man no more than this? And there's the question. What is the nature of man? And it's at the very center here, Act 3, Scene 4 of King Lear. Consider him well. Though the worm no silk, the beast no hide, the sheep no wool, the cat no perfume. Ha! Here's three of us are sophisticated. Thou art the thing itself. An accommodated man is no more but a poor, bare, forked animal as thou art. Off, you lendings. So there's Rousseau. It's just unbelievable that Shakespeare anticipates Rousseau's second discourse and Rousseau's idea of the natural man. That natural man would be an orangutan. Natural man would be just a beast. The thing itself, unaccommodated man. To get at the nature of man here, King Lear thinks you have to reduce man to his barest essentials. And above all, that means take off his clothes. That's just conventional stuff that comes with civilization, clothing. King Lear is really struck by the nakedness of poor Tom here. And to get at human nature, you would take away all sophistication and end up with this poor, bare, forked animal. It even sounds like Hobbes's characterization of the state of nature: nasty, poor, solitary, brutish, and short. And so Lear starts taking off his clothing. This is the central movement of the play. Get back to nature by rejecting all of civilization as merely conventional. And this is an important movement in the play, and it is echoed elsewhere by Gloucester, for example. Page 96. This is Act 4, Scene 1, about line 33. In the last night's storm, he's also looking at Tom of Bedlam. In the last night's storm, I such a fellow saw, which made me think a man a worm. Same notion, a man a worm. So there is a very strong movement in this play to say, is man no more than this? That we are no more than animals. That a man without a city is a beast. To use Aristotle's terms. And many people have identified this as the message of King Lear. Particularly in the 50s, there were all these readings of King Lear as if it had been written by Samuel Beckett. It was seen in the context of the theater of the absurd. The Peter Brook film of King Lear is based on this reading of the play. Many people have seen this play as deeply nihilistic, as revealing that human beings are no more than beasts. And certainly it opens up that abyss and invites us to peer into it. But we have to look at the whole play. And if you turn to page 144, this is Act 5, Scene 3, about line 307. King Lear, thinking of Cordelia, says, why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? It's at least worth considering that in his dying words, King Lear appears to repudiate what he claimed in Act 3, Scene 4. Here he suggests that man is more than a beast, because his daughter Cordelia, her life was worth much more than that of a dog, a horse, a rat. I ask you from the beginning to think of this as a complicating factor in thinking about the play. And if you'll turn back to page 65, which is Act 2, Scene 4, line 265, King Lear at another moment says, allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life is cheap as beasts. As if at that moment he is rejecting the idea that man is just an animal. And I do want to run, I'll be spending 3 lectures running through the complexity of this issue in Shakespeare. But if we go back to page 79 in Act 3, Scene 4, let me point out something else. King Lear asks of poor Tom of Bedlam, is man no more than this? Well, I've got news for King Lear. Man is more than this, because this is not poor Tom of Bedlam. This is Edgar, future Duke of Gloucester and possible King of England. Lear is actually taken in by a disguise at this moment. When he thinks he's seeing the thing itself, he's actually seeing a disguise that we know Edgar has put on to protect himself now that he's been outlawed. On some simple level, man is more than this. This seeming reductio ad absurdum of human nature is really a very sophisticated figure from the court who's going to emerge as very important towards the end of the play. Shakespeare often does this in this play, offering us a sense that the characters are mistaken. They're saying fabulously fascinating things, and we're so tempted to say, oh yeah, man is no more than this. But Shakespeare is reminding us man is. And then just 2 pages later, so still Act 3, Scene 4, line 157, suddenly Tom of Bedlam undergoes a metamorphosis. As Lear says, first let me talk with this philosopher. What is the cause of thunder? We'll come back to this scene and analyze it in great detail next time, but do understand that this figure of Edgar has split into Tom of Bedlam and this philosopher. And we are seeing, as we do throughout Act 3, the bestial side of humanity once the political order dissolves. But something else opens up too. And it's not something insignificant that Shakespeare associates it with philosophy. Indeed, in this scene, Shakespeare brings about the dream of Plato's Republic, a conversation between a king and a philosopher. Just Plato, as Socrates say in the Republic, human evils will not cease until this happens, that kings can talk to philosophers. And that's what we see here. King Lear talking to a philosopher. In other words, man is more than a beast. We see his higher potentialities in this scene as well, the potentiality for philosophy. And by the next page, page 82, about line 188, Lear is referring to this figure as a good Athenian, an Athenian philosopher, therefore Socrates. So remember I said about Aristotle, if you ask Aristotle what is a man, he's going to want to point you to Socrates, not to an orangutan. But in Aristotle's view, the most highly developed human being, which would be the philosopher. Now, Shakespeare is merciless. We do not hear the dialogue between the king and the philosopher in the scene. Lear and Tom withdraw backstage, and we hear some trivial stuff from Gloucester and Kent. But maybe the whole play is actually the dialogue between a philosopher and a king that Shakespeare only hints at in the scene. In any case, I want to open up the whole play for you from the very beginning here. That at the center of this play is a scene that asks the question, what is man? And first offers the answer that man is no better than a beast, but then offers the possibility that man is a philosopher. And we'll see this repeated in the 4th act as well, these 2 options. And it is the great confrontation between Hobbes, Rousseau on one side and Plato, Aristotle on the other. That is, do you understand human nature from the lowest perspective, from our origins, from our barest beginnings? Would you look at human nature by looking at an orangutan, or do you understand human nature from the highest perspective in terms of our goals, what we can develop into at our highest, what the fullest flowering of human nature might be? The center of this play is an astounding confrontation between ancient and modern philosophy in that sense. And I don't quite know how Shakespeare could have foreseen what was coming in Hobbes and Locke. I think he probably saw enough in Machiavelli to anticipate the direction that was going. So do you understand human nature in terms of its beginnings or its ends? in terms of its lowest common denominator or its perfection. I'm going to say that that argument runs throughout King Lear. So again, I apologize for jumping ahead, but I'm trying to give you a sense of what's most fully at stake in this play. All right, now let's turn to analyzing King Lear in some detail. And here we're going to have to spend a lot of time on the beginning and understanding King Lear's plan. Because it's very important to understand at the beginning that King Lear is not an idiot. He's not a senile old man. Many people within the play, including his nasty, nasty daughters, think he is, and many critics think he is as well. I would like to point out that when Shakespeare wants to portray a senile man, he can do it. Look at page 125. This is Act 4, Scene 7, about line 60. King Lear saying, "I'm a very foolish, fond old man, fourscore and upward, not an hour more nor less, and to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind. Methinks I should know you and know this man, yet I am doubtful, for I'm mainly ignorant what place this is, and all the skill I have remembers not these garments." That is a weak, terribly old man who has been through a lot. But that's not the King Lear we meet at the beginning of this play. Here's the voice of that king. Page 4, Act 1, Scene 1, line 38. "Meantime, we shall express our darker purpose. Give me the map there. Know that we have divided in 3 our kingdom, and 'tis our fast intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths, while we, unburdened, crawl towards death. Our son of Cornwall, and you are no less loving son of Albany, we have this hour a constant will to publish our daughter's several dowers, that future strife may be prevented now." This is not the voice of a senile old man. This is the voice of someone who has been commanding all his life and is still in command. Page 7, line 111. "For by the sacred radiance of the sun, the mysteries of Hecate in the night, by all the operations of the orbs from whom we do exist and cease to be, here I disclaim all my paternal care, propinquity and property of blood, and as a stranger to my heart and me, hold thee from this forever, the barbarous Scythian, or he that makes his generation messes to gorgeous appetite, shall to my bosom be as well neighbored, pitied, and relieved as thou, my sometime daughter." We really need Gandalf here. You gotta have a voice like Ian McKellen. And great King Lears have to have great voices. He is so much in command at the beginning of the play. He's not senile, and his plan is not simply a mistake. The plan he comes up with on the spur of the moment in Act 1, Scene 1 is a mistake. But it's not the original plan. The original plan had problems, but it was not simply a mistake. It's arguable it was a great attempt to solve a very difficult political problem. And so we really, the way many people treat this scene, you would think Lear is pitiful, not a tragic hero. Now here I'm going to turn to Marxist criticism. I've been having a course on Shakespeare and politics. We haven't had any Marxist criticism. Unfortunately for any of you radicals out there, it's going to be Groucho Marx, not Karl Marx. You guys know who Groucho Marx was? Good, all right. Good. If you ever want to understand politics, see the movie Duck Soup. One of the greatest representations of how politics works. Anyway, you won't believe this, but T.S. Eliot was a great, anybody know who T.S. Eliot was? Now, T.S. Eliot was a great fan of the Marx Brothers. And quite improbably, T.S. Eliot and Groucho Marx started corresponding, and eventually T.S. Eliot invited Groucho to have dinner with him. And Groucho felt he had to prepare for this meeting, a meeting almost as titanic as Lear's with Tom of Bedlam's. And so he prepared a speech on King Lear. This is so hilarious. He was going to meet T.S. Eliot, so he had to say something about King Lear. And in a letter to Gummo, the most obscure of the Marx Brothers, Groucho wrote, reporting his conversation with T.S. Eliot, I said the king was an incredibly foolish old man, which God knows he was. And that if he'd been my father, I would have run away from home at the age of 8 instead of waiting until I was 10. I pointed out that King Lear's opening speech was the height of idiocy. Imagine, I said, a father asking his 3 children, which of you kids loves me most? Groucho actually speaks for a lot of literary critics there in saying that Lear's just mistaken in the opening scene. People have said this is just an old fairy tale beginning. We just have to accept it. But all of that misses the fact that Lear had an original plan. And Shakespeare is very careful to distinguish it from the one we see him carrying out in Act 1. Now, we should be prepared for this. We've seen this several times in this course. In Richard II, we began with a grand public scene, pageant-like, ceremonial, and only afterwards did we learn what was going on behind the scenes. And there was a lot of machinations going on, and we understood what the real source of the animosity between Bolingbroke and Mowbray was. Even more to the point, in Henry V, we see before the grand public scene in Act 1, a kind of backroom bargaining scene. We're going to get a grand public presentation of Henry asking the church without bias to tell him whether he has the right to the French throne or not. We learn in a scene prior to it this is all prearranged, that Henry's made a deal with the church. So we should be very careful in King Lear to look at the very opening and what it tells us about the grand public scene that follows. And here's the opening. So this is page 3, Act 1, Scene 1, line 1. This is Kent and Gloucester talking in prose in private. I thought the king had more affected the Duke of Albany than Cornwall. It always seemed so to us, but now in the division of the kingdom, it appears not which of the dukes he values most. For equalities are so weighed that curiosity in neither can make choice of either's moiety. Now what this tells us is the deal is done. It prepares us to understand that what's happening in the second scene is mere show. The whole love test is just a show. It's a diversion. In fact, Lear has divided the kingdom already. He comes in with maps actually prepared to show how the kingdom's divided. And moreover, what we learn, well, first of all, we know that Kent and Gloucester are in agreement with this plan. Because in the next scene, when Kent doesn't like the new plan, he starts berating Lear about it and telling him it's wrong. He does that in public where he gets himself banished. Here he's in private where there's no penalty for his expressing his opinion, and he and Gloucester are not questioning this plan at all. Presumably, they've been on the planning. And what they notice about it is the even-handedness of it. Indeed, they know that Lear prefers the Duke of Albany to the Duke of Cornwall. Lear is no idiot. He knows these dukes. He knows Albany's the good one and Cornwall's the evil one. Maybe he doesn't know yet that Cornwall is pluck out Gloucester's eyes evil. But he knew the difference, and he's ignoring it. The charge against the second plan is that it's done in anger and in haste, and that it's a manifestation of Lear's personal feelings and not what's good for the kingdom. Presumably the first plan was not that way. It seems to have been arrived at in consultation with his counselors, and they've signed off on this thing already. Now, as we'll see, there are so many details of the play that point us to understanding this, and nobody did for centuries. You get a few hints in 19th century criticism that people understand there are two plans. But the first person ever to work out Lear's first plan in detail that I know of is a man named Harry Jaffa. Alas, he just died this past January, but he wasn't 95 at the time. And he wrote an essay called The Limits of Politics, King Lear. I actually checked, you can find it online. It's right there online. Uh, it appears in a book edited by Alan Bloom called Shakespeare's Politics. I should say that my whole approach to Shakespeare grows out of the work of Bloom and Jaffa. So if you're interested in studying this stuff a little more, first place to start would be Alan Bloom's Shakespeare's Politics, which has essays in it on Julius Caesar and Merchant of Venice and Othello, and also has Jaffa's great article on King Lear. So much of what I'm going to say now is going to be developed out of Jaffa's article. Just to point to one more thing that kind of nails this whole thing down and makes you wonder how no one could have seen this before Jaffa. Look at the bottom of page 10. So this is Act 1, Scene 1, line 195. At this moment, Lear is called in, Duke of Burgundy and the King of France, about Cordelia's marriage, and he asked Lear asked Burgundy, what'll it take for you to marry her? And he says, most royal majesty, I crave no more than hath your highness offered, nor will you tender less. So it is a done deal, and Burgundy knows about it. Everyone is in on the deal except literary critics. Burgundy knows what he's going to get ahead of time, and he's evidently the one that's going to marry Cordelia. Page 12, line 244, Royal King, give but that portion which you yourself proposed, and here I take Cordelia by the hand, Duchess of Burgundy. So you see, the illusion in the second scene is that everything's up for grabs. That Lear is going to divide up the kingdom according to the speeches of love offered by his daughters. But no, he's divided up the kingdom already. He knows where everything's going. He's just staging this love test, why we'll get to it in a moment, to in effect ratify it. But ahead of time, Gloucester and Kent know what's going on. Burgundy knows what's going on. So what is going on? Well, you have to start from the fact that Lear has a real problem in the issue of succession. And like Shakespeare, he understands that almost the first thing we learned about kingship from Shakespeare, succession is the problem. It's too much the luck of the draw just to hand it over the kingdom to the first in line succession. Now, Lear's situation is particularly complicated by the fact that he has no sons. But presumably, and we're not accepting the Salic law here, presumably the kingdom should go to Goneril. Goneril is his eldest daughter, and primogeniture is a very basic rule of kingship, as we've seen. So if Lear does nothing, presumably the kingdom goes to Goneril. Lear knows that's not right. And again, this notion that he's somehow blind to what's going on in this first scene is just the opposite. He knows exactly what's going on. And his problem is that Goneril is going to inherit the kingdom if he doesn't do anything about it. So he contrives a very interesting plan. Now, he's been very cagey about all this. One thing he's going to do is supervise the succession. He's not going to wait to die and then just let it happen. By this turning over power but keeping the name of king, he expects to arbitrate for a while longer and see that the solution he's creating really works. Now, again, what he's doing is something, really out of the ordinary here. The conventional, ordinary thing would be just die and let the kingdom go to Goneril. He knows that's not right. So first thing, he will be there to supervise the succession. He's been very cagey. He's not published a dowry yet for his two married daughters, Goneril and Regan, so that the Dukes of Albany and Cornwall don't know quite what they're going to get. Well, what Lear's plan is to give them what they've already got and nothing more. Albany is a territory in the north of Britain, on the borders of Scotland, and and Cornwall is the southwest of England. In effect, now we don't see the maps, but in effect, what Lear is planning on doing is giving Goneril and Albany the lands that they already preside over in their dukedom, and same for Goneril, Regan and Cornwall in the north. And then he's going to give Cordelia the best part of the kingdom, the center of the kingdom. And indeed, when she steps up to the plate, he doesn't mince words. What he says to her is, what can you say to draw a third more opulent than these? This is page 6, Act 1, Scene 1, line 88. What can you say to draw a third more opulent than your sisters? He loves her most. He knows she's the best of the three daughters. Now, again, he may not know what depths of evil lurk in the bosoms of Goneril and Regan, for reasons we'll discuss in a minute. But he knows that Cordelia is the one that he loves the most, and he's the one. This is page 8, line 125. I loved her most and thought to set my rest on her kind nursery. The original plan was effectively give Goneril and Regan and their husbands what they have already, give Cordelia the central part of the kingdom, and live with her. That will give her a real extra power in this relationship. Cornwall and Albany will be on the extremes of the kingdom. Cordelia will be in the middle. And what's more, he plans on giving her a foreign alliance. And that will be with the Duke of Burgundy. And again, Burgundy knows about it. This has already been negotiated. And this will give Cordelia extra power. She will not only have the central best part of the kingdom and her father living with her, but she will also have an important foreign alliance. But she will not marry the King of France. Now, what's the problem of marrying the King of France? Well, we read a whole bunch of history plays to see that you don't want the King of France to have a claim to the English throne. And we had in Henry V, an English king trying to marry a French princess. Here we'd have the reverse of that, a French king marrying an English princess, and which would give France a claim to the English throne. Burgundy was powerful, but not a kingdom. Now, we might also look back to Henry V to give us guidance here. I had never thought of this for many years, and then I realized that scene at the beginning of Act 5 of Henry V is a very important clue to King Lear, because what we see there is Burgundy acting as the negotiator between England and France. And the sense there that Burgundy was very important in the relations between France and Britain. I must say, for years, starting the play, I associate Burgundy only with very, very fine French wine. Quite rightly so. It took me a while to learn that by Shakespeare's lifetime, the Duchy of Burgundy had been absorbed into the French kingdom. But for centuries prior to that, Burgundy had been an independent political unit and one of the most powerful in Europe, because Burgundy was one of the richest communities in Europe. At that time, we're talking 14th and 15th centuries, it encompassed what's now Belgium and the Netherlands, and was the center of the European textile industry. Places like Bruges and Ghent, and it was incredibly wealthy. So much so that the Habsburgs married into the family, and the French king coveted it, and so on. Eventually, Burgundy was absorbed into France, and the Netherlands, the lowlands, what's now Belgium and the Netherlands, went to the Habsburgs. In any case, though, for much of the late Middle Ages, Burgundy was a very powerful force in Europe. And just what Lear would have wanted. France is in between Britain and Burgundy. Burgundy is a little distant. Burgundy is never going to rule England. France might. The Duke of Burgundy can't lay claim to the kingship of England. The King of France can. Again, Jaffa works most of this out in his article. This is a really savvy plan that Lear has. He can't just get up and announce, I'm making Cordelia my heir. Screw you, Goneril Regan, you're out of the picture. He has no right to do that, no basis on which he can do it, and he'd immediately antagonize the Dukes of Albany and Cornwall, who are quite powerful. He figures out the best he can settle for is dividing up the kingdom, giving Cordelia the best part in the middle, allying her with a foreign power that will give her greater strength, but will not allow England to come under the sway of a foreign power. So it's, again, maybe this plan would have failed. We see indeed in Shakespeare's plays the best laid plans of kings gang after clay. Things often go wrong in the king's plan, as you can see in the life of Henry V. Still, it was not the plan of an idiot or a senile old man. It's carefully thought out, and again, well negotiated. The major counselors, Kent and Gloucester, have signed on. Duke of Burgundy has agreed. France is there because there's a lot at stake, and you never know what's going to happen, as does happen in the first scene. So why the love test? Why doesn't Lear just come out and announce, I've consulted with Henry Kissinger, and I've come up with this balance of power plan to preserve the peace in future years? Well, the problem with that is there's no conventional justification for that. What he's trying to do is utterly unconventional. It's an attempt to solve a legitimate political problem, but there's no way of justifying it in conventional political terms. Again, the overwhelmingly conventional thing to do would be Goneril inherits the whole kingdom, or else just leave it up to war. So Lear comes up with really a rather brilliant plan. I'm going to make it seem like a love test. This very political plan will be disguised as a family matter. I will come out here and I will say, I'm going to divide up the kingdom according to how much my daughters love me, and this is their big chance. And the wonderful thing about that is that if he can present it that way, then he's trapped Goneril and Regan, because they will have just professed all this love for him, and they cannot then turn around and say, you didn't give me enough. He gets them to say, oh, you mean everything to me, I would do anything for you. And then what are they going to say when they get these portions? Now, remember, they don't know what's going on, Goneril and Regan. When Goneril steps up to the plate, she doesn't know what's at stake. She has to wonder, well, how much? If I say enough, will I get the whole kingdom? By the way, Trevor Nunn's one of the few directors I know who emphasizes that, shows Goneril shocked when she hears Lear's plan, and indeed eager to go for it all. Now, when Regan steps up, she might be already a little suspicious. Gee, Goneril just got Albany. She had that already. Am I going to just get Cornwall? But she can't know that. She still has to wonder, well, if I just up the rhetoric a little more, maybe I'll get London. Maybe I'll get the center of the kingdom. Only Cordelia comes up to the plate with it crystal clear what's happened. There's only one part of the kingdom left. And Lear says, what can you say to draw a third more opulent than your sisters? He's just set it up for her there. And again, Goneril and Regan could not complain if Cordelia got the best of the kingdom. All she had to say was, whatever my sisters said, I double it. And then Lear can say, aha, you see, she loves me the most. She's in the ideal position. Number 3. She can raise the ante all she wants. Now, Now, it's interesting, there's a source, one of the sources for King Lear is a play called The Chronicle History of King Lear. You have very brief excerpts from in the Signet edition. It's rather interesting to compare it for example, in this source, which, by the way, was a very popular play, though it's terrible, but it was very popular. Shakespeare undoubtedly knew it, and his audience probably knew it. So these comparisons are interesting. In the source, a counselor rats out King Lear and tells Goneril and Regan what's going to happen. In the source, they know what's going on, and they prepare these wonderful speeches because they know it's going to be a love test. But what's really interesting in the source, in this Chronicle History of King Lear, is it explains the trap. It explains why you would want to get these daughters to commit to these big love speeches for Lear's political reasons. Now, in the source, none of the daughters are married yet. They're all going to be married on this occasion. And Lear wants to marry Cordelia to the King of Ireland. And she evidently doesn't want to be married to the Hibernian king, as he's called in the play. And this is what Lear says to his counselors, explaining what he's going to do. Then at the vantage will I take Cordelia, even as she doth protest she loves me best. I'll say then, daughter, grant me one request, to show thou lovest me as thy sisters do. Except a husband whom myself will woo. This said, she cannot deny my suit, although, poor soul, her senses will be mute. Then will I triumph in my policy and match her with the king of Brittany, later called the Hibernian king. So in the source, Lear explains the trap. Get the daughter to say how much she loves you, and then say, okay, if you love me that much, you'll surely do me this little favor of marrying this man you don't want to marry, but I want you to marry. And Goneril says something similar. Once she and Regan have found out what's going to happen, they plan out the whole course, and they know they can back Cordelia into a corner. Goneril says, I smile to think in what a woeful plight Cordelia will be when we answer thus, for she will rather die than give consent to join in marriage with the Irish king. Now, again, I offer this in the source. It's clear what the strategy is. Get a public declaration of love, and then you've got whatever daughter backed into a corner. In the case of Shakespeare's King Lear, Goneril and Regan will have to accept the settlement. They can't. Lear has taken it out of the realm of politics and made it a family matter. It's just between me and my daughters. This has nothing to do with political considerations. Now, in fact, it has everything to do with political considerations. And again, if Jaffe's right, this is a very careful political plan. But it can't work if the politics of it is transparent. We've heard that argument many times, that if you lay on the table the politics of it, then it becomes a matter of political dispute. If you're crafting this plan, then the same thing will happen that happened with Glendower and Hotspur in Henry IV. Oh, I'm not getting enough. Look how that river cuts off my territory. I want this, I want that. It would open the whole thing up to negotiation. Instead, Lear makes the whole thing seem to transcend the world of politics as a matter of love. And therefore, you can't quibble about it. Love is not open for negotiation. Now, again, I can't say for sure that this plan would have worked. But it has some chance of working. And in any case is not the product of someone simply senile or stupid. And what's at stake here is whether King Lear is a tragic hero or not. If he's a senile old man at the beginning of the play, he's pathetic. If he is just blundering, then he's pathetic. There's nothing great about it. I love the Jaffe thesis because it suggests something heroic about King Lear from the beginning. Here's this great king towards the end of a very grand rule, and he's trying to solve a genuine political problem and preserve most of his achievement through a very cagey plan here. It means that the tragedy grows out of some greatness in King Lear and not some failing. And it also grows out of a greatness in Cordelia. And this way we get a tragedy, because what happens, this is page 6, so Act 1, Scene 1, again about line 85, when Lear says, "What can you say to draw a third more open than your sisters speak?" And Cordelia says, "Nothing, my lord." And you have to try to appreciate what an insult that is to Lear on so many different levels. This is the court. Lear is asking her to play along with this scheme of his. By now, she should at least have an inkling of his love for her, that this whole plan is a tribute to his love for her, that he's offering her everything or as much as he can and trying to do the best for her. "Nothing, my lord," she says. "Nothing?" Lear asks. "Nothing. Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again." "Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond, no more nor less." And Lear is patient. He tries to keep making this work, even though this is already an insult to him. "How now, Cordelia, mend your speech a little, lest you may mar your fortunes. Good my lord, you have begot me, bred me, loved me. I return these duties back as are right fit. Obey you, love you, and most honor you. Why have my sisters husbands, if they say they love you all? Haply, when I shall wed, that lord whose hand must take my plight shall carry half my love with him, half my care and duty. Sure, I shall never marry like my sisters, to love my father all. But goes thy heart with this? I, my good lord, so young and so untender, so young, my lord, and true, let it be so. Thy truth then be thy dower." And here we see the central confrontation in the play between power and truth. Lear is making a power play in this first scene. It's all about power. It's all about transferring power to the next generation, and especially to Cordelia. Cordelia has other values in mind, we would say, and to her, truth is the primary value. She would rather have truth on her side than power. There's no question that Lear's plan involves a deception. And indeed, at this point, he would have successfully deceived Goneril and Regan. That's what politics is. I mean, politics involves a lot of deception. As in this case, covering over what is a very political solution with the illusion that it's all a family matter, much as Henry V is doing at the end of his play, where he's presenting the takeover of France as a matter of love. I love this princess so much, I will take over all of France. This is what's involved in politics. Often you have to lie in politics, or perhaps not tell the whole truth. Cordelia is in effect saying you have to tell the whole truth. What upsets her is the hypocrisy of her sisters. She knows they're lying. Indeed, she feels that Lear's whole plan has called upon everyone to lie here and to flatter him. Now, I don't want to belittle the personal aspect of this. I have no doubt that Lear is in hope to enjoy this moment. I believe the love test is a carefully calculated political move, but it doesn't hurt, in Lear's view, that he'll get these wonderful professions of love from his daughters. And above all, that the daughter he loves most will tell him that she loves him most. And it'll be a kind of love fest between Lear and Cordelia. I believe that his emotional investment in the scene is the source of his enormous anger in this scene. That Cordelia thwarts his loving expectations of her, also, though, thwarts his whole plan. she, in effect, exposes the hypocrisy of it. She effectively calls Goneril and Regan liars, which they are, but you've got to accept a lot of lying in politics. It's part of the game if you're going to play it. And of course, you see here, as is so true in the play, she embraces the value of truth. Now, I say this so that Cordelia is a tragic figure, because again, most people like to say she's just a victim, and she's this wonderful, delicate woman, and she is destroyed. And anytime you say that she has a part in the tragedy, you get accused of saying, "Oh, so you think it's right that she was hanged at the end?" I said, "No, I don't think it was right that she was hanged at the end." Nevertheless, I think for us to think of her as a tragic figure, she must have some agency in the play. Things must follow from decisions she makes, and indeed, she is a heroic figure. And indeed, look at what Lear says on page 8, so Act 1, Scene 1, line 131. Let pride, which she calls plainness. Lear is aware that she is her father's daughter. Lear, as we'll be seeing, is so characterized by his pride, by his thumos, by his capacity for what he calls noble anger. But Cordelia has that too. She has great pride in her truthfulness, and she refuses to lie. She refuses to say anything that might be tainted with hypocrisy. And you see, this is this problem we've seen with love. We've seen in romantic love, and here it's familial love. Love can be tainted by mercenary considerations. Why is this scene so annoying to Cordelia? Because it's inviting the daughters to confuse real love with opportunism. You know, how can you judge whether someone really loves you if what's at stake is how much you're going to give them? It, in effect, impeaches the love from the beginning. So you can say that both Lear and Cordelia make a tragic choice in the Hegelian sense in this opening scene. That Lear chooses politics over truth, and Cordelia chooses truth over politics. And in a way, the central conflict, the Hegelian tragic conflict in this play, is between truth and politics. We see in this play, we've been seeing this all along since the history plays, but most tragically realized in this play, the tension between truth and politics. We see that Lear's political plan, as brilliant as it may be, requires deception, not incidentally, but in its very nature. Because his goal is to trap Goneril and Regan. And moreover, we see the whole problem that we have been seeing since Richard II, the king's access to truth. The king is surrounded by flatterers. And he's surrounded by flatterers because so much is at stake. People will not tell him the truth, because if they tell him what he wants to hear, even if it's not the truth, then he will reward them. And we see in the case of Kent, when he does tell Lear the truth, he is banished for it. Lear is, I believe, a great king in Shakespeare's view. We see him as an image of a great king who presides at the end of a long career over a unified Britain and is trying to come up with a way of preserving his political legacy. He is a great king. People like Kent worship him, follow him wherever he goes. And yet Lear is so cut off from truth because of this problem of flattery, which we'll see come up again and again in the play. And he is surrounded, his fool tries to tell him the truth. And look what happens with him. Page 28, this is Act 1, Scene 4. So line 110, the fool says, if I gave them all my living, I'd keep my costumes myself. There's mine, beg another of their daughters. And Lear says, take heed, sirrah, the whip. This all-licensed fool, as we see him called, is made to, he has the license, the freedom to tell the king the truth. Even he, though, is threatened with punishment. And as he says, line 114, truce a dog must to kennel, he must be whipped out when Lady the Bratch may stand by the fire and stink. It's the problem we've been seeing in the courts all along for Shakespeare, that flattery prevails and truth is banished. Page 30, line 182, the fool says, prithee, nuncle, keep a schoolmaster that can teach thy fool to lie. I would fain learn to lie. That's the fool's way of saying, I would fain learn to be political. And Lear says, and you lie, sirrah, we'll have you whipped. And the fool answers, I marvel what kin thou and thy daughters are. They'll have me whipped for speaking truth. Thou'lt have me whipped for lying, and sometimes I'm whipped for holding my peace. That is the problem of truth tellers in the world of politics. They're punished if they lie, they're punished if they tell the truth, and they're punished if they don't speak at all, because not to speak is to speak in political circumstances. We saw this with Prince Hal, how he felt that he had to flee the court to get away from the liars and the flatterers here. But in the case of Lear, he has never been out of the court. He lives in the court. And if you turn to page 114, again, to jump ahead, you will see that one of his great lessons, this is Act 4, Scene 6. We will be looking over the next two lectures at all the things Lear learns from his experience. But this is one of them. This is Act 4, Scene 6, about line 96. They flattered me like a dog, that is to say, the way dogs do, and told me I had white hairs in my beard ere the black ones were there, telling me I was wise when I really wasn't. To say aye and no to everything that I said, aye and no, too, was no good divinity. When the rain came to wet me once, and the wind to make me chatter, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, there I found them, there I smelt them out. Go to. They are not men of their words. They told me I was everything. 'Tis a lie. I am not ague-proof. This is the realization that Henry V came to. In a way, Richard II as well. What has taught these kings who they are in Shakespeare is their bodies. They have had to learn that they are not these great gods, that they're puffed up to be as kings, that they are just human beings, and they realize that when they realize that they just have ordinary human bodies and they suffer pain and they suffer illness the way other people do. Remember when Richard II says that in Act 5, and when Henry V comes to this realization in Act 4, I pointed out that what's unusual about Henry V is that he can understand this without being kicked out of power. Lear, like Richard II, has to be kicked out of power for him to come to understand his limitations as a human being, that the king is but a man, as Henry V puts it. And again, we'll talk about this reduction to the level of the body next time. But what I'm trying to show you how fundamental to the play this whole issue of flattery is, which we've been seeing ever since Richard II's court. Lear, in anger, in shock at Cordelia not going along with what he thought was his greatest expression of love for her, as well as the proper political plan for the future of Britain and the future of Cordelia. In shock, he comes up on the spur of the moment with a really, really bad plan. Again, the original plan might have failed, but it has a kind of Bismarckian, Kissingerian balance of power type thinking to it. But the second plan is a formula for disaster. Split up the kingdom into two halves. The three-part plan is a plan for balance of power. The two-part plan, almost inevitably wars between Albany and Cornwall, and indeed very early in the play, we hear about potential wars between Albany and Cornwall, as if they're just chomping at a bit to go at each other and to vie for having the whole kingdom. And moreover, Lear places himself at the mercy of his daughters, Goneril and Regan. Now, why does he do this? It's interesting to examine what his thinking must be, so that we see what the nature of his mistake is and what it tells us about kingship. Lear's assumption is that the power of a father is more fundamental than the power of a king. That his family position will maintain the political equilibrium. That yes, even though he's kept only the name of a king, and essentially the armies are now in the hands of Cornwall and Albany, that Lear will still be able to rule by ruling through his daughters. Because he is their father, he can control them, and through them, he can control Cornwall and Albany. And now, Lear has every reason to think that the power of a father outweighs political power or outweighs any power, because Lear has been unchallenged in his power as a father, because he is, in fact, at the same time king. Every decision Lear ever made as father was automatically backed up by his power as king, because he was the king. Now, every other father in the kingdom knows this is not true, that their power ultimately must be backed up by political authority. What does Gloucester do when he begins to believe that his son Edgar is plotting against him? He says, I'll use the authority of the Duke of Cornwall to outlaw my son. Normally, fathers have to appeal to political authorities to uphold their authority. That's what politics is there for, to arbitrate problems in the family, and in these kinds of regimes to stand up for the power of the fathers. Lear never had to appeal to political authority because he embodied it. You can imagine what an imposing figure this guy was to his children. He's pretty imposing to everybody. And he is their father. But beyond that, he's king, and everything he ever said as father was automatically backed up by his authority as king. And indeed, his children had no one to appeal to. There's not even Mrs. Lear in the play. They can't even play off mommy against daddy in the family. So you can say, as king, Lear was uniquely poised to think that his authority as father was overwhelming and incontrovertible. This is, if you will, the occupational hazard of kingship here, where Shakespeare is showing the tragic situation the king is in. It's not just that now and then kings make mistakes, or now and then kings are misinformed. It's something in the nature of kingship which cuts them off from the very truth they need to rule as kings. That the one person in the kingdom who's not in a position to tell the distinction between paternal and kingly authority is the king himself. And moreover, always this problem of the king being surrounded by flatterers and not having access to truth. And also we see here, Lear is so prone to anger. This is our ultimate man of thumos here. He's 80 years old. He must still be taking testosterone pills, because this guy, needs anger management. And it's everything that makes him a king. It's why people respond to him. Notice how alert he is to, far from being senile, he's alert to everything going on around him. Why is my man in the stocks? Where's my dinner? Where are my nights? Why isn't this happening? He's constantly obsessed with his dignity. Rightly so, as a great king. But all of this makes him precipitate. And again, in this key opening scene with Cordelia, he doesn't sit down and think things through. He lets his anger rule his judgment and comes up with this really lousy second plan after the first plan was so carefully thought out and vetted with his counselors. So what we see here happening in the the first and second acts, is Lear gradually coming to understand the difference between being a king and a father, something he did not initially understand. So that on page 27, for example, when this is Act 1, Scene 4, line 81, when he's offended by this servant of Goneril's, Oswald, come you hither, sir. Who am I, sir? My lady's father. No longer the king, he's my lady's father. And the notion is Goneril's got all the political power now, and he's just her father. Or if you look at page 58, again, his anger. Well, let's start at the bottom of 57, so Act 2, Scene 4, about line 93. Vengeance, here's the thumos. He's just been told that Gloucester's making excuses for Cornwall while he's not showing him, my dear lord, you know the fiery quality of the Duke, how unremovable and fixed he is in his own course. Vengeance, plague, death, confusion. Fiery? What quality? Why, Gloucester. I'd speak with the Duke of Cornwall and his wife. Well, my good lord, I have informed them so. Inform them? Dost thou understand me, man? I, my good lord. The king would speak with Cornwall. The dear father would with his daughter speak. Commands, tends, service. It's beginning to open up in his mind. There's a gap here between being king and being father. And being king is more important than being a father. Having the command of the troops is more important than having any kind of family loyalty here. And so what we see happening in the first two acts is this Lear beginning to learn his limitations here as a king and as a father. The start of the play, he's in control of everything. And rightly so. The whole implication is that he's been a good ruler and people are loyal to him. But once he turns over, especially the military power, to Cornwall and Albany, he's in trouble and starts to lose control. And that starts to break him down. What we see in him is this division between king and father being played out in emotional terms. In the play. Now, this is a little more schematic than it should be, but I'll make it anyway for the sake of argument. That is, Lear is torn between two emotions in the first two acts, grief and anger. And he grieves as a parent, and he's angry as a king. Now, he's also angry as a parent. I don't want to deny that, but it's as a father that he feels tempted to weep. His response as a king is all in terms of his dignity and lack of regard for it from people around. And this is what starts to tear him apart, and this is what eventually drives him mad. This is something that Shakespeare added to the play. There was no madness in the original King Lear play or in any of Shakespeare's sources. I think we'll talk next time about why Shakespeare makes Lear mad, but he also suggests why it happens. And it is this inner division. Look, for example, at page 35. This is Act 1, Scene 4, about line 300. What's the matter, sir? I'll tell thee, life and death. I'm ashamed that thou hast power to shake my manhood thus, that these hot tears which break from me before should make me worth them. Blast and fogs upon thee. The untented woundings of a father's curse pierce every sense about the old fond eyes. Beweep this cause again, I'll pluck you out. He is ashamed that his daughters are making him weep. As a father, he is weeping. He is grief-stricken about how his daughters are treating him. And again, although he preferred Cordelia to Goneril and Regan, there's every sign he did not know and had no reason to know how evil Goneril and Regan are. His regime was holding them in. He was preventing them and Cornwall from expressing their evil. Now that he sees it, it breaks his heart, but he's also ashamed that they can shake his manhood. And his hope is to regain his power. Line 315, thou shalt find that I'll resume the shape which thou dost think I have cast off forever. Some man who's used to power and certainly can't get used to being impotent here. And he keeps making threats about it. But it is what gradually drives him mad. It's very interesting. He knows he's going mad. It's part of his problem. Page 39, Act 1, Scene 5, about line 46. Oh, let me not be mad. Not mad, sweet heaven. Keep me in temper. I would not be mad. He understands what is driving him mad. And then it happens gradually. Page 65. This is Act 2, Scene 4, about line 267. But for true need, you heavens, give me that patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. This is a very difficult recognition for this man of such great regal dignity. A poor old man as full of grief as age, wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much to bear it tamely. Touch me with noble anger. And there it is, thumos, noble anger. His anger is connected with his nobility, with his kingship. And let not women's weapons, water drops, stain my man's cheeks. No, you unnatural hags, I will have such revenges on you both, that all the world shall. I will do such things, what they are yet I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. I have full cores of weeping, but this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws, or ere I'll weep, fool, I shall go mad. And that stage direction there, storm and tempest. This is the first time we hear the storm, and the storm in Lear's soul gets this corresponding storm in the heavens here, and the center of his madness will be the center of the storm in Act 3 here. But you see the whole process play out here in this speech. Lear torn in these directions, too conscious of his dignity as a king to let people see him weep in public, and yet feeling so overwhelmed with the need to weep. And again, just to finish up today on page 75 to 6, he explains this when he is going mad. This is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 12. The tempest in my mind, from my senses take all feeling else, save what beats there. Filial ingratitude. Is it not as this mouth should tear this hand for lifting food to it? But I will punish home. See, again, part of him wants revenge, wants to punish, wants to continue his role as king, powerful king who punishes wrongdoing. But he's impotent now. No, I will weep no more. But in such a night to shut me out, pour on, I will endure. In such a night as this, O Regan Goneril, your old kind father, whose frank heart gave all, oh, that way madness lies. Let me shun that, no more of that. Shakespeare really makes us watch this division open up in Lear between the grieving father and the king who still has such a deep sense of his dignity. The grieving father wants to weep in public. The indignant king is ashamed to weep in public, has never wept in public in his life, and wants to punish home and get his revenge on his daughters. This is what tears Lear's mind apart. The thumos working against his grief as a parent, and it produces his madness. And it turns out to be a kind of Platonic madness. Plato's Republic, when the philosopher goes up out of the cave and sees the idea of the good, that bright, shining idea of the good, when he comes back to the cave, he's blinded, and people think he's mad in the cave. His philosophical wisdom appears as madness to people who never left the cave. Well, it's that philosophical wisdom that Shakespeare explores in the third and fourth acts, and that's what we'll turn to on Thursday. Again, the way we're scheduled, you got my email, I hope next day, 2 more lectures on Lear, 2 lectures on The Tempest, and then on April 30th, we'll have that voluntary review session for those who want to come. But looks like we're going to finish up despite the efforts of the winter and the storms. Okay. So I spent a lot of time last time talking about the Harry Jaffa thesis about King Lear, what Lear's original plan was. I do think the best evidence for it is those two remarks by the Duke of Burgundy that he's already had dealings with King Lear, and if he'll just stick to the plan, he's fine with marrying Cordelia. The fact that we saw the Duke of Burgundy be the mediator between France and England, and Henry V supports that. I just noticed that in Shakespeare's Henry VI, Part 1, the Duke of Burgundy begins allied with England, and then Joan of Arc persuades him to go over to France, and that again suggests the significance of the Duke of Burgundy to Shakespeare and why he may have included him here. In any case, the real importance of seeing the cogency of Lear's original plan is that it does make this a tragedy in a way that it wouldn't if Lear was just a foolish, fond old man, senile at the opening of the play, and if he was just blundering into this situation. On the contrary, it's really the expression of his political cunning that he's come up with a plan that might not have worked, but sure as hell had a better chance of working than the one he comes up with on the spur of the moment. And what I tried to show is that both Cordelia and King Lear contribute to the tragedy. And in a very Hegelian sense, because they both are standing for principles. King Lear for the principle of politics, Cordelia for the principle of love and truth. That is, Lear's plan hinges on the notion that politics is what's important, to pass the kingdom on to Cordelia in the best way possible is what he has to do. But that's going to require a little bit of neglect of truth. That he's going to have to stage things so that what is in fact a political deal will appear as a domestic matter of filial obedience. That's the only way he can sell it, especially to Goneril and Regan. So he's going to require a little bit of untruth, a little bit of hypocrisy, but he's willing to make that sacrifice for the political result. He's not just going to wait around and die and then let the succession go what way it will. He actually, in a way, tries to cheat death in the play by being alive to supervise and manage the succession. It's really a quite extraordinary thing he does politically. But Cordelia won't allow it. She's more concerned about truth. She doesn't like the fact that her sisters are lying in public. As part of this, she is upset by the hypocrisy of it all. In effect, she feels her genuine love for Lear is compromised by its being confused in public with these false professions of love from her two nasty sisters. Now, a lot of people don't like me to criticize Cordelia. I am not saying she deserved to be hanged. When I say this, I am saying she had a role in the tragedy, and that makes her a heroic figure and not just a pitiful poor victim. And tragedies, genuine tragedies, are not about pitiful poor victims. They are about heroic people who try to do something extraordinary and run into deep trouble as a result of doing it. Cordelia shows her deep devotion to truth in this scene, in her unwillingness to go along with a plan that in fact was mostly to her advantage. I mean, what Lear says to her is, I'm doing this for you. This is my expression of love for you. And remember, when she gets up to speak, the plan's out on the table. It's clear what's going to happen, and that everything is in her favor overall. Lear can't just give everything to her. He has to make allowances for Goneril and Regan, but he does it in such a way that Cordelia will be in the best situation. And she just won't say anything. later in the play, she learns the lesson. We'll look at this, but when in Act 4, Scene 7, Lear says, your other sisters have cause to hate me, have no cause to hate me, but you have some cause. And she says, no cause, no cause. And that's a lie. She has a lot of causes to blame King Lear for what's happened. But at that point, she realized there are some things you say in public. You don't say at that point, well, I really do have reasons for hating you, but at this point, given the way things have worked out, I'm willing to forgive you. No, you just say no cause, no cause. And there's so little she had to say at this point in Act 1 that would have satisfied Lear, and she won't say anything. She basically humiliates him with this answer of nothing. Now, again, she doesn't deserve to die for that, but I do think it shows something about her, the reason we most admire her, that she stands for truth and genuine love. But this is the world of Shakespearean tragedy where things are difficult, where there are difficult choices in life, tragic choices, and we can't always have everything we want. And so from the very first scene, Shakespeare exposes this tension between the values of politics and the values of truth. And this runs throughout the whole play, and it's what I really want to explore in talking about it. And above all, this play, which, as we saw last time, offers a dialogue at its center between a philosopher and a king, really suggests how deeply difficult it is ever to have a philosopher king, because it shows a tragic disjunction between wisdom and power. That those who are in power are not accidentally cut off from the wisdom they need to rule, but in fact, they are, by the very occupation they hold, barred from just the knowledge they would need, especially to rule justly. And we've seen several aspects of that already. Frankly, we saw it already in the history plays, above all, this problem of flattery, that great men in power like King Lear are surrounded by yes men. We'll talk more about this, but his very temperament, all this thumos that he's brimming over with, makes him disposed to get angry at people who tell him that what he doesn't want to hear. Now, the thumos is what makes people obey him. He's just a remarkably commanding figure. You see this on page 25. So Act 1, Scene 4, when Kent, in disguise as Caius, is explaining why he will follow Lear, again, line 25, Lear asks, who wouldst thou serve? You. Dost thou know me, fellow? No, sir, but you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master. What's that? Authority. Lear has authority written all over him. He is a commanding presence. This is someone who can give commands, and when his commands aren't obeyed, he loses his temper and makes sure they are obeyed. And he's been doing this for 6 decades or more at this point in the play. He's a commanding presence, but that very spirited temperament that he has, this proneness to anger, means people tend to tell him what he wants to hear. That temptation to anger stands in the way of his appreciating truths. And we talked about this also, the fact that as the king, he's the only father in the realm who doesn't know that the father's authority has to be backed up by a political authority, because in his case, always his commands as father were automatically commands as king. So something has to happen to give Lear access to truth. He has to be stripped of that thumos, for example. It has to be stripped of his dignity, and that's the painful process we watch. And the play is structured around this very process of stripping down. And indeed, it has the structure we've seen in the history plays and in the comedies. It's an inevitable dramatic structure, but here it is again. Uh, we begin this play in an ordered realm, the kingdom of King Lear, where he is ruling securely. In the middle of the play, everything goes to hell. That order breaks down. We're left with chaos. Uh, uh, it's similar to what we saw in Midsummer Night's Dream in many ways. Nature is wrenched out of its frame. We get a great storm, much more threatening storm than the kinds of disruptions of nature that Titania and Oberon talk about, but it's a similar point. This play takes us out of the court into the realm of nature. It's structured very similarly to As You Like It. If you turn to page 10, so this is Act 1, Scene 1, line 182, Kent, when he's banished, says, freedom lives hence and banishment is here. That's exactly the paradox we saw at the beginning of As You Like It. That the Celia and Rosalind saw it as a liberation to be banished from this corrupt court. It was very clear that Midsummer Night's Dream and Romeo and Juliet are a comic and tragic version of the same story. It's less clear here, but I will say As You Like It and King Lear are comic and tragic versions of the same story and have the same movement from the court to nature, the same issues of flattery, of strife within families, how they're related to politics, and so on. Again, Shakespeare's incredible ability to handle a subject comically or tragically. And again, as in the comedies, in King Lear, the final movement is back to the court. It's back to civilization. Shakespeare does not think that our true home is the forest or the natural world. In this case, of course, it's not a forest, but it's a heath. It's a kind of barren plain. And indeed, it's a sign that this play is tragic and not comic, that it doesn't offer us the kind of green world that Shakespeare places at the center of his comedies, the Forest of Arden, the Forest of Athens. There, nature is seen largely as a place of renewal, and therefore a comic outcome is possible. Here, it's a barren heath, and indeed the process here is one of stripping people down to their barest essentials. And then we have to return to civilization. Again, Shakespeare's sense that our nature is to live in a civilized state. And so we do return to civilization, to the political world at the end of this play. And a society is reconstituted at the end of King Lear. It is not with the kind of happy spirit that we see in the comedies. There's again, the comedies stress how much can be included in the reformation of society at the end, though with some elements excluded, like Jacques and Malvolio. In tragedy, the emphasis is on the exclusion, that society can only be refounded when so much of it has been expelled, or in this case, killed off. And as we'll see, what happens in this play is when you strip away civilization, what comes out is the best and the worst in humanity. The center of this play is the best illustration I can think of Aristotle's idea that a man without a city is either a god or a beast. We see the godlike potentiality of Tom of Bedlam as philosopher, and the love that's refounded with King Lear and Cordelia, but we also see the utter bestiality of Edmund and Goneril and Regan and the Duke of Cornwall. So politics is a kind of middle in Shakespeare. It's the world of people together, and therefore largely the world of the average. The political world doesn't have room for what's basest in human nature and what's highest in human nature. And indeed, that's the problem we see in effect at the opening of this play. The problem is Lear's success. He has ruled for decades successfully. His rule presumably unchallenged. And the result is to cover over a lot of problems because he appears to have solved them. And chiefly by that I mean that it's not evident how evil Goneril, Regan, and Cornwall are, or Edmund for that matter. They're living in a civilized society where their basis impulses are held in check out of fear. But nevertheless, as I said before, I don't think Lear senses the depth of evil in Goneril and Regan. There's something he doesn't like something about them, and he prefers Cordelia. And indeed, he's right to prefer Cordelia. But in the settled state of society, a lot of differences get obscured. That's the sense at the beginning of this play, that the differences in human nature are obscured. The very opening lines of the play say, I thought the king had more affected the Duke of Albany than Cornwall. In other words, Lear saw the difference between the Duke of Albany and Cornwall, and he was right to prefer the Duke of Albany than the Duke of Cornwall. And Gloucester says, it did always seem so to us, but now in the division of the kingdom, it appears not which of the dukes he values most. So this is what happens in politics. Politics is a realm of compromise. You can't always acknowledge the true differences among human beings in political situations. You may know that the Duke of Cornwall is not as nice as the Duke of Albany, but for political reasons, you may have to treat them equally at times. And in general, what the differences are obscured at the beginning of this play. The difference between Cordelia on the one hand and Goneril and Regan is not fully understood. These differences are suppressed precisely by the success of King Lear's regime. If things are running well, if he is in charge, if people are obeying him, then a lot of aspects of their character will not come out. Indeed, you see this in this very issue of the bond at the beginning of the play. What Cordelia says to Lear in response to his request, this is page 6, so Act 1, Scene 1, line 94. I love your majesty according to my bond, no more nor less. And indeed, in the beginning of this play, we're in the world of conventional bonds. The bond between parent and child, the bond between brother and brother, the bond between king and subject. And all these bonds are quite conventional. They're a matter of custom. Some ways they're a matter of law. And they tend to cover over a wide range of phenomena under that bond. So that, for example, Cordelia's point ultimately would be that, in fact, she doesn't love Lear just because of a convention. She really genuinely loves him. And of course, what's going to happen in the play is they're going to be able to achieve that sense of love after these disasters. But there are so many different reasons why people will obey a bond. What we learn in the course of the play is people like Goneril and Regan and Cornwall and Edmund, they only obey bonds out of self-interest. Goneril and Regan are obedient to Lear because they're looking to get something for him. That's the problem with this bond of father and daughter here. It covers over several possibilities. One is the case of Cordelia, who genuinely loves her father. One is the case of Goneril and Regan, who are only in it for what they can get out of it. And another case would be what's covered over here through the notion of a bond, just the simple customary fact, you might even say the habitual fact, that daughters love their fathers. So in this, here's the way in which at the opening of the play, nature and convention are being confused. And again, Shakespeare doesn't see that as an accident. Here's the one kingdom in the world in which nature and convention are confused. In fact, he's always, as always, he's suggesting this isn't the nature of politics. In the political world, there's a tendency to present the conventional as the natural. That if you're going to give people rules to obey, customs to follow, it helps if they think this is natural. if this is the only way to do things. And indeed, it's a very strong point about Lear at the beginning of the play that he confuses nature and convention because he believes that nature obeys his edicts. We see this at several points, and I do want to show you how important the pattern is. You go to page 7. We've looked at this before, but Act 1, Scene 1, his banishment of Cordelia. This is Act 1, Scene 1, line 111. Notice how he swears. For by the sacred radiance of the sun, the mysteries of Hecate and the night, by all the operations of the orbs from whom we do exist and cease to be, here I disclaim all my paternal care, propinquity, and property of blood. That's an amazing claim. Not just I'm your father, you just annoyed me, to hell with you. Lear presents this as being grounded in the very order of nature. By all the operations of the orbs from whom we do exist and cease to be. This is quite characteristic of him. If you turn to page 34. Now he's angry with Goneril. This is Act 1, Scene 4, about line 282. Here, nature, here. Invokes nature to support his command as a father, his command as a king. Dear goddess, here, suspend thy purpose. If thou didst intend to make this creature fruitful, into her womb convey sterility, dry up in her the organs of increase. And again, this isn't the arbitrary whim of a father. This isn't the arbitrary rule of a king. This is something which he sees as rooted in the very order of nature. Again, page 60, Act 2, Scene 4, about line 164, when he's cursing Regan now. You nimble lightnings dart your blinding flames into her scornful eyes. He thinks he can command the lightning. This comes up again, page 63. So this is Act 2, Scene 4, line 226. He's trying to express his patience here, rather futile in his case. I do not bid the thunder bearer shoot, nor tell tales of thee to high judging Jove. But in fact, that's what he has in mind. He believes he can command the thunder. And this is what he learns he can't do. By the way, just to show you how it works out and reinforce the point, if you turn back to page 114, passage we'll look at several times, this is Act 4, Scene 6. This is Lear in his madness showing what he's learned. Line 102, when the rain came to wet me once, and the wind to make me chatter, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, there I found him, there I smelt him out. Go to, they are not men of their words. They told me I was everything. 'Tis a lie, I am not ague-proof. This is that recognition that he's a mere human being and that he cannot command the thunder. But it shows that that's what he once thought he could. That's why in Act 3, Scene 4, his first question of the philosopher is, what is the cause of thunder? Thunder is that primeval manifestation of godhood. So why all people have a Zeus or a Thor or some kind of god of thunder. The sense that nature manifests its power in the lightning and the thunder, and that power should be used to strike down evil people in the act of crimes. So again, this is in some ways the deepest level of Lear's mistake, that he confuses nature and convention, that he thinks that nature backs up his conventions as king. And therefore nature will support him as father. It's not as if a political regime has to support his rights as a father. His rights as a father as are rooted in nature, and the thunder will punish the ingratitude of his daughters. That is a big mistake. And by being stripped of his power, he learns that nature, in fact, does not underwrite his kingship. And but again, this is not an accidental mistake of this one man, King Lear. Shakespeare is suggesting this is built into politics and is the fundamental tragic fact about politics. Lear must believe that nature supports his conventions. It's what gives him that authority. Why do people look at this guy and want to follow him? Or why are people terrified of him? Well, check out those curses. When he invokes the thunder bearer and when he invokes nature, that's pretty frightening stuff. And for most of his political life, he's actually been able to back up those threats. What frustrates him in the course of the play we see is he loses the power to back up the threats. But the confusion between nature and convention is understandable in politics and in some ways basic to it. That is that people tend to assume that their way of life is natural. Americans think football is natural. Europeans think soccer is natural. Americans look at soccer, they think it's unnatural. Europeans look at football and they think it's unnatural, with some exceptions, understandably. But we tend to get naturalized to our conventions. And indeed, it was the great discovery of the Greeks to make this distinction between nature and convention. We know of no people in recorded history who made this distinction between nomos and physis before the Greeks, this discovery that there's an order of nature that's independent of convention. And as I like to put it, paraphrasing Aristotle, fire burns the same way in Athens and Persia, but the penalties for arson are different. That our political responses to things are not rooted in nature the way certain natural phenomena are. So again, fire burns the same way in Persia and Athens, but how we respond to it politically varies in these statutes we as human beings create. So this play, like the comedies, begins with a confusion between nature and convention. The chaos at the center of the play becomes a way of separating out nature and convention, but in a way that will allow us to return to a conventional order at the end that we hope will be more natural. Part of the problem is just age. Again, Shakespeare shows a regime that has grown old. Lear is 80 years and upward. And in a way, this whole play is about the tension between youth and age. Lear, in his original statement of his intentions, says, this is bottom of page 4, so Act 1, Scene 1, about line 40, 'tis our fast intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths. The problem he faces is the transition from age to youth, from one generation to another. He wants, as I said, to manage it in a way to cheat death and be there to assure this succession works well. It turns out it's not as easy as he thought. In a way, the hope of Lear at the beginning is some kind of smooth transition from one generation to another. This play suggests it can be catastrophic, the violence involved. And in a way, we see the problem here. It's not that easy to get from one regime to another. And there's that moment when one regime dissolves, and it's a terrifying moment. In a way, it's liberating. In a way, it's clarifying, as we'll see. But it's a very dangerous moment when one order is suspended. As I say, the best can come out in human beings, but also the worst. And we see that in the character of Edmund, who does understand the distinction between nature and convention. This is page 15. So Act 1, Scene 2. This play contains the most references to nature. The word nature in all of Shakespeare's plays. I think it's 44 times or something like that. But here we see another address to nature. So Act 1, Scene 2, line 1. Thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services are bound. There are the key terms of the play right there: nature, law, and bond or bound. The suggestion here is that he too worships nature, and that will provide his law, and that will provide his bond. But it's going to turn out this is a very different kind of bond. It's the pure bond of self-interest. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom? Right there, nature versus custom, nature versus convention. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me, for that I am some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother? Why, bastard? Wherefore base? When my dimensions are as well compact, my mind is generous, and my shape is true as honest madam's issue. Why brand they us with base, with baseness? Bastardy, base, who in the lusty stealth of nature take more composition and fierce quality than doth within a dull, stale, tired bed go to the creating a whole tribe of fops, got tween the sleep and wake. Well then, legitimate Edgar, I must have your land. Our father's love is to the bastard Edmund as to the legitimate. Fine word, legitimate. Well, my legitimate, if this letter speed and my invention thrive, Edmund the base shall top the legitimate. I grow, I prosper, now God stand up for bastards. This is an incredible speech. Notice his self-consciousness about words. He plays with words like bastard, base, legitimate. They're just words. They're just conventions. There's no reality to bastards. It's just a term that society introduces, arbitrarily distinguishing children born within wedlock from those born without wedlock. And I think it's significant that this complete challenge to convention in the name of nature is given to one of the villains in the play. And again, it shows how problematic this breakdown is. This play will require the gap between nature and convention to open up. Lear's regime has grown too complacent. He is assuming too much that everything he commands has the backing of nature. That's no good. And we're going to have to challenge that. But if we do, it's a very dangerous moment because it opens up a can of worms here. It opens up the world to the Edmonds of the world who don't feel any compunction about pursuing their own self-interest, as we see here. And he makes a pretty good argument here for bastards. It's a bit similar to Machiavelli's argument in favor of illegitimate princes, or princes who come to power not by inheriting the position, but through winning it through their own arms. And the whole notion here is of nature as something on the level of beast, the lusty stealth of nature. Nature's pure sexuality here. Much of his focus is on the body. How can he be base when his body looks as good as Edgar's? My dimensions are as well compact. Now he does say my mind is generous, but also my shape is true as honest madam's issue. Edgar looks at the animal side of human nature, at the body, and he says all our laws are just irrelevant to this. It's just introducing arbitrary distinctions. This view is what sets in motion all the villainy in the play, all the challenges to the existing order, and shows the threat that we've seen already in Jacques of if you think everything is just conventional in society, you'll reject society completely and end up in a kind of pure anarchy, which is what happens in this play. So the opening of the play really does set up this conflict between nature and convention, and it plays out in Lear's mind, as we've seen, and we see this very torturous process by which he is stripped of all his dignity by his daughters, the way they bid down his retainer knights from 100 to 50 to 25 to 10 to 5, down to 1. And we see him struggle against this. with every ounce of his dignity, and he is every inch a king. But he is gradually stripped of his dignity, as I was suggesting last time. It's what does drive him mad, that he's torn internally. As a father, he's grieving and wants to weep in public. As a king, he has this sense of his dignity and is ashamed that anyone could shake his dignity this way. And eventually his mind snaps, I think, under these counter pressures. But it does open him up to a new world. When he was in power, he was cut off from truth for all these reasons we've seen. Even just the mere fact that to rule successfully, he has to have an exaggerated opinion of his own greatness and his importance. The narcissism of political leaders, something we see all the time in our world. To face the incredible challenges that they do, they really do have to have high opinions of themselves, as we see in all our politicians today. They think they can solve everything, and Lear does too. And then he has to face the fact that he merely is a man. And it comes under this threat of nature. Nature, in effect, erupts in this storm. Again, a more powerful example of the disruption of nature than what we saw in Midsummer Night's Dream, because this is a tragedy. And this is what transforms Lear, beginning Act 3, Scene 2, page 69. Blow winds and crack your cheeks, rage, blow, you cataracts and hurricanes, spout till you've drenched our steeples, drowned the cocks, you sulphurous and thought-executing fires, vaunt couriers of oak-cleaving thunderbolts, singe my white head, and thou, all-shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity of the world, crack nature's molds, all Germans spill at once, that make in grateful man. And so it is a total disruption of nature and of the natural order that he sees. It is these phenomena like thunder that he thought were under his control, and now they're there, bringing destruction all over, and indeed destroying the very order of nature, crack nature's molds. And again, this is a very dangerous moment. It is not just the social and political order that's broken down. The natural order itself breaks down in the middle of this play. Everything that has sustained us is taken away from us. And yet, what is the advantage of this moment? Page 71, so Act 3, Scene 2, line 49. Let the great gods that keep this dreadful putter o'er our heads find out their enemies now. This, if you will, is the epistemological gain of the political catastrophe. We're going to find out who's who now. This has been covered over. And again, the very security of his reign obscured the differences between good and evil in his own family. But now the great gods will find out their enemies. And in this, take away the political order, and you gain a new insight in human nature, You will see who's good and who's evil. The play begins by a kind of confusion between Cordelia and Goneril and Regan. At the center of the play, the gap opens up. We see for real what the difference is. And again, something we could not imagine in the safety of an ordered society. We could not imagine how evil certain people could become. In a certain sense, we also couldn't imagine how good some people would become. Characters like Cordelia and Kent and the Fool, who are loyal to Lear in disaster. Everyone seemed loyal to Lear at the beginning of the play, but it was to the advantage of everyone to seem loyal to him. So many benefits flowed from seeming loyal to him. In a way, you have to take away his power to see who is genuinely loyal to him and not just doing it for their advantage. Goneril, Regan, Edmund, Cornwall, they will do things in their self-interest and cover it over as if they're obeying the customs of society, when in fact they're only obeying their own perception of their self-interest. You have to take away Lear's power for him to find out who really loves him. And you do see that in the loyalty of Kent, the fool, and Cordelia. And so he does begin to discover the truth here, continuing on page 71, Act 3, Scene 2, line 51. Tremble, thou wretch, that hast within thee undivulged crimes, unwhipped of justice. Hide thee, thou bloody hand, thou perjured, and thou simular virtue that are incestuous. Caitiff to pieces shake, that under covert and convenient seeming has practiced on man's life. Close pent-up guilts rive your concealing countenance, and cry these gentle summoners grace. So in this chaos that results in the lack of political order, Lear is, and the rest of us are able to discover what the truth is about the world. And indeed, he begins to discover all sorts of things about himself. One thing he discovers is that he's been a failure in terms of bringing justice to his people. That's on the same page 72, Act 3, Scene 2, about line 66. My wits begin to turn. And again, as long as he senses that, he's not yet mad. But he does understand that he is veering off towards madness. And he thinks of the fool here. Come on, my boy. How dost, my boy? Art cold? I am cold myself. Where is this straw, my fellow? The art of our necessities is strange, that can make vile things precious. Come, your hovel, poor fool and knave, I have one part in my heart that's sorry yet for thee. And this is a change in Lear. We've seen him be very commanding, even his relationships to the fool. And notice, art cold, I am cold myself. The sense of fellow feeling grows out of this sense. We both have bodies. We both are human beings because we both have human bodies and therefore are both subject to the cold. It's Lear's recognition that he is not a god. Art cold, I am cold myself. And it makes him sympathetic, which culminates then in the magnificent speech on page 76, in Act 3, Scene 4, about line 28, Lear's central recognition of his political failure. Poor naked wretches, wheresoe'er you are, that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm, how shall your houseless heads and unfed sides, your looped and windowed raggedness, defend you from seasons such as these? Oh, I've ta'en too little care of this. Take physic, pomp. Expose thyself to feel what wretches feel, that thou mayst shake the superflux of them and show the heavens more just. I wonder if Shakespeare knew that the root of the word physic is Greek physis, meaning nature. It's interesting to think that, and of course our word physician, our word physics, these come from the Greek word for nature, and I don't know if Shakespeare knew that, but it's interesting. Take physic, pomp. It's a kind of turn to nature there. And here again, the political lesson, expose thyself to feel what wretches feel. That as a king, he was too isolated from his people. He was above their ordinary needs. He didn't appreciate their ordinary needs. And he has had to go through a horrifying process to strip him of everything that made him king, all the power he had, all the trappings that went along with being a king. And now he understands something about nakedness and what it is to be exposed to the elements here. And his hope is to show the heavens more just. It's an interesting perception. He had thought that what the heavens did was to back up everything he did and support his rule. Now he's begun to sense that the heavens may be unjust, that it's not for a king to assume that everything he does has heavenly support or is right because it has heavenly support. He now conceives of his kingly mission to make up for the defects of the natural world and somehow make life better for his subjects. Now, this is an example of the kind of truth that Lear learns only when he loses power. He could not perceive this when he was in power. He was too wrapped up in his own sense of his own greatness. Now, again, Henry V is different, and I suggested what was so remarkable in Shakespeare's portrayal of Henry V was that he could learn something about the limitations of kingship while Henry V was still king. And Henry did not, for example, have to go through the painful process Richard II did of also being stripped of all his power in order to understand the limitations of the king. Richard II was a kind of trial run for King Lear. This play treats more profoundly the process that Shakespeare portrayed there. But again, Henry V is so rare in Shakespeare for coming to these recognitions while he is still in power. What makes this play so tragic is Lear must give up power in order to finally get to the truths he needed in order to be a just king. And in general, what we see in Act 3 is an opening up of the world. Suddenly we see the heights and the depths. Things that were obscured in the normal regime at the beginning of the play. Now we're going to see the depths of evil in Edmund, in Cornwall, in Regan, in Goneril. But we're also going to see Tom of Bedlam as philosopher in the play. And Lear's quest for philosophy in the center of the play. As I say, both the lowest and the highest impulses come out here, according to Aristotle's formula that a man without a city is either a beast or a god. Now, we've already looked briefly at Act 3, Scene 4 last time, but let's come back to it, and I think it'll mean a little more now in the context I've created here. Again, if you'll turn to page 79, so Act 3, Scene 4, about line 103, this is the moment when Lear asks, is man no more than this? And sees humanity reduced to its animal origins, its animal beginnings. And significantly, Tom of Bedlam is naked here. At the center of this play, and this is the literal center of the play, Act 3, Scene 4, we have human beings as naked. Tom is appearing as naked, and remember, it's Edgar in disguise. Lear will strip off his lendings here. He will take off his clothing. It's a real challenge to the old actors who have to play the part of King Lear, but it goes with the territory. But off your lendings, come unbutton here. The center of the act, we see this image of human beings as naked. And Lear is tempted to take this as the truth about humanity. As I pointed out last time, it's not the truth. Man is more than this. This is not Tom of Bedlam. It's in fact Edgar. It's in fact a nobleman who will presumably be king by the end of the play. So on a simple factual level, Lear is wrong here. And more philosophically, we see here that man is more than this because barely 2 pages later, King Lear is speaking to this character as a philosopher. So this is page 81, Act 3, Scene 4, about line 157. Lear says, first let me talk with this philosopher. And so we've seen the lowest state of humanity in Tom of Bedlam. Now we're seeing perhaps the highest state, the human being as philosopher. Lear's vision is characteristically split here. We'll see the same thing in Act 4. The nature of his madness is that his image of humanity divides up. He sees at one moment the lowest aspects of humanity, at another moment he sees the highest potential. And the nature of his madness is that he cannot integrate this into a comprehensive vision of humanity. I will argue that Shakespeare does what King Lear cannot do. Lear sees Tom of Bedlam at one moment as unaccommodated man, and another moment as a philosopher. Shakespeare understands both sides of humanity and gives them to us in the play. Now, what Lear asks the philosopher at line 157 is, what is the cause of thunder? That's so perfect for what we've been seeing in the play. As I said, thunder in all pagan religions we know of is one of the chief manifestations of divinity, and it's what's thought of when we think of the gods punishing human beings. It's what's so a kind of primitive fear of being struck by lightning. And in a way, this is a question about the gods. What is the cause of thunder? The religious answer would be the gods. And remember, Lear associates thunder with the gods punishing wrongdoing. And the reason he's asking this question here, it's like he's got his big moment here. This is that great Platonic moment. The king meets the philosopher. The conversation between the king and the philosopher. And what does Lear ask? What is the cause of thunder? It really is an inquiry into the justice of the natural order. Does the thunder underwrite human morality? Are evildoers struck down by thunder and lightning? Because if they're not, then the natural order doesn't seem to support human senses of good and evil. That's why this question weighs so much upon Lear's mind here. Now, Kent and Gloucester are trying to get Lear into safety out of the storm, but he knows what's good for him, and he says, I'll talk a word with the same learned Theban. Now, there's a lot of speculation about why he's called a learned Theban here. From the very first, I assumed it was a reference to Oedipus. And there are a lot of people who agree with me on that. It's a little hard to pin it down. It does seem that Shakespeare would have known the Oedipus legend not through Sophocles' version, but Seneca wrote an Oedipus, and Shakespeare did know Seneca's Latin plays. He probably did not know Greek drama. But again, what's odd is before Lear starts a private conversation with this philosopher, he calls him a learned Theban. Afterwards, he calls him a good Athenian. This is on page 82, about line 183, come good Athenian. And I always felt that was Socrates, and that somehow by going into private, the truth that Lear learns is somehow the difference between pre-Socratic and Socratic philosophy. I don't know how I can prove that, but that's my sense here, that he begins by asking a question about nature, about physical nature, which was the great concern of the pre-Socratic philosophers. And then he talks to him in private, and the next thing he'll do in the two scenes later is start an inquiry into justice, a trial of Gower and Regan, as if he somehow learned that. But that's my feeling about it. Other people have pointed out that Oedipus goes from being a learned Theban to a good Athenian. That is, in Socrates' Oedipus at Colonus, the aging, dying Oedipus seeks sanctuary in Athens and is accepted into the city and buried there to bring good luck to Athens. So in some sense, Oedipus himself goes from being a learned Theban to being a good Athenian. Again, I honestly don't I'm not sure why we've got this reference to learned Theban and good Athenian. It's worth pondering. I wish I've tried for years to try to nail this down, but I've never been able to. But in any case, it is interesting that what Shakespeare has Lear turn to is ancient philosophy here. A learned Athenian, a learned Theban and a good Athenian. And I think in many ways the suggestion here is the whole moment here of the king talking to the philosopher is Platonic in conception, goes to Plato's Republic in the sense of the need for philosopher kings. Again, Shakespeare, it's very frustrating what he does here. He offers up this conversation between a philosopher and king and then denies it to us. Let me ask you one word in private, Lear says, and we're Edgar as Tom Bedlam and Lear withdraw to the rear of the stage, and we listen to a rather uninteresting exchange between Kent and Gloucester. I've seen the best production I ever saw of King Lear. Backstage, they had Lear and Tom really going at it, like really just gesturing and like they were having this long conversation, and it was marvelous and reminding us of what we're denied in the play. But again, my suggestion is that the play as a whole presents the dialogue between philosophy and kingship that we are denied at the center here. Now, what if King Lear is related to Plato's Republic? Fundamental reason is that they're both about justice. Justice is the subject of the Republic, and justice is fundamentally the subject of King Lear. And Act 3 is about natural justice. It's about what justice would be like in the state of nature. And in many ways, it's most frightening for that reason. And there are two trials in Act 3. Gloucester is put on trial by Cornwall, Goneril, and Regan, and Edmund, in effect. And then Goneril and Regan are put on trial by King Lear. Really, Shakespeare juxtaposes this. The whole of Act 3 alternates, you check it scene by scene, between what's happening in Lear's group, which consists of the fool, Edgar dressed up as Tom of Bedlam, the philosopher, and Kent, and Gloucester is the figure that moves in between the other set of scenes, or with Edmund, Cornwall, Regan, Goneril, and Gloucester. And we see two trials in Act 3, and they're very far from conventional justice. And that makes them both better and worse. In Hamlet's famous "To be or not to be" speech, he talks about the law's delay. Among the many, many things that upset Hamlet with the law are its delay. And we just have to look at recent trials, just see how long it takes to get a criminal to trial, how long the trial takes, how long the jury stays out. We have this elaborate justice system in this country, and it should be one of our great prides in that justice system, but it sure isn't quick. It has a lot of things to be said for it, our justice system, but its speed is not one of them. Why wait for the law? Let's string them up now. That was the great spirit of the vigilantes in the American West. And this Act 3 of King Lear is vigilante justice. Why wait for the law? Let's pluck out his eyes now. In a way, Shakespeare is pointing out to us the defects of our conventional justice, but at the same time pointing out to us the defects of a more natural justice. Let's look first at the trial of Gloucester. Now, what I'm getting at here is the political order is dissolved at the center of this play. The conventional order is dissolved. We can now see what justice in nature would be like. This almost Hobbesian state of nature that Shakespeare reveals here. We can see for once what justice would be like outside all our conventions, all our rules. Now, it turns out even this justice can't be that natural. If you turn to page 90, this is Act 3, 7. Act 3, Scene 7, about line 24. Cornwall says, "Go seek the traitor Gloucester. Pinion him like a thief, bring him before us." I have a feeling that the judge in this case is a little biased. against the defendant. I want to appeal to a higher court because, he seems to think he's guilty. Even before the trial, he's a traitor and pinning him like a thief. But even Cornwall has to say, line 25, though well we may not pass upon his life without the form of justice, yet our power shall do a courtesy to a wrath which men may blame but not control. Even Cornwall has a minimal regard for the form of justice here. Again, I think in Shakespeare's sense, in the most tyrannical mode, in a moment outside all law and convention, even this Cornwall would have some regard for the form of justice. So in fact, they give him a trial. That already is a concession to convention. They could just pull him in and tear out his eyes, which is in effect what they do. But they want to give it some degree of the appearance of justice here. And so they treat him as if this is an inquiry, they're going to produce evidence above him, about him. Now, it's terrible what they do to him, but do remember, in a technical legal sense, they're correct. He is a traitor. He has been dealing with the French. You could argue about his dealing with King Lear's party, but he's actually been dealing with a invading foreign army. And that's not treated as insignificant in this play. Albany, who's a decent moral man, is willing to go to war with France. Insofar as this invading army is French, even Albany is willing to go to war with it. So Shakespeare does not dismiss the political aspect of this. So again, it's horrible what they do to him, but in a certain sense, we see here a kind of rough justice. Page 91, so Act 3, Scene 7, line 143. Regan says, "Be simple answered, for we know the truth." Now again, so much of a conventional legal system dances around this point. Where you know the truth, but you still go through the trial. And the trial can take months, and the jury deliberations can take weeks, and so on. This shows us the alternative to the law's delay. It's a form of legal justice that in fact disregards all the legal safeguards that we think are an important part of any kind of criminal justice system. Again, it's very swift, and it does get at the truth, but of course you see the defects of it. Cornwall and Regan are interested parties in this. They cannot be impartial judges. Gloucester's not being tried in front of a jury of his peers or given a lawyer to defend him, and so on. And these were very serious questions in Shakespeare's day, when many of the legal safeguards that we think of today were just being involved in the English system. We often, in the midst of our hyper-sophisticated civilization, with all its rules and regulations of the justice system, get the impulse, why wait for the law? Let's string them up now. We often want to see swift justice. This play reminds us why we don't want that. And indeed, we see another form of justice in the same scene, Act 3, Scene 7, when the first servant stands up to Cornwall. So this is about page 92, about line 73. "Hold your hand, my lord. I have served you ever since I was a child, but better service have I never done you than now to bid you hold." Now, it's very interesting that this servant presents it as a service. That he doesn't say, "My God, if you're doing this, you're totally indecent and evil. I'm no longer loyal to you. I'm going to stop you." No, he still He's still locked into that role of servant, and yet he's trying to do service to him by preventing Cornwall from doing this horrible thing. Regan's answer is, "How now, you dog?" And they draw and fight, and it's quite an extraordinary moment. Look at line 81. "A peasant stand up thus." It is a kind of peasant revolt. I find it amazing that Shakespeare put this on the stage, of showing a commoner kill a duke. Now, this is a really, really evil duke, and we all want him dead at this point, but it's still a pretty extraordinary thing for Shakespeare to put up on the stage. You can see, in a certain sense, how radical his mind was, how willing he was to disregard conventional distinctions. That's what happened in this act, that to show a mere commoner end up killing a duke, and of course to Cornwall, the servant deserves complete contempt. Bottom of page 93, line 97, "Throw this slave upon the dunghill hill, but we know he will die of this." Cornwall will die of this, and justly so. What we see in this kind of scene, and the way throughout Act 3, is the law of the jungle, the law of thieves. Even the most criminal human beings will want to give the appearance of justice to what they do, but he who lives by the sword here dies by the sword. And Cornwall, who disregards all the niceties of society, all the civil procedure of law as we see it, he has in effect dissolved society. So it is not so surprising that a peasant rises up against him and kills him. And the dialogue here at the end of Act 3 is fascinating. Again, this is a terrifying act in what it shows about the human condition and what it shows us about life outside society and what life would be without civilization. And yet, and again, we see people at their vilest, Cornwall and Regan here. It's business of plucking out one eye and then plucking out the other eye. I mean, it's about the vilest act ever portrayed on a stage up to this point in human history. But yet we see so much of human decency in this scene, especially at the end. Many people in their evaluation of King Lear leave out this moment entirely. Line 100 on page 94. The second and third servants talking, "I'll never care what wickedness I do if this man," meaning Cornwall, "come to good." And then of Regan, "If she live long and in the end meet the old course of death, women will all turn monsters. Let's follow the old Earl and get the bedlam to lead him where he would. His roguish madness allows itself to anything. Go thee, I'll fetch some flax and whites of egg to apply to his bleeding face. Now heaven help him." They're doing what's been outlawed. It's been outlawed to help Gloucester here. But these are ordinary people, and they come off very favorably in this scene compared to this so-called aristocracy, the Duke of Cornwall and his wife Regan. They really want to do good, even at a risk to themselves. They don't have to get involved here, but they're willing to. And especially this line, "If she live long and in the end meet the old course of death, women will all turn monsters." I mean, these simple people understand, if this is going to be the rule of law now, if this is what human life is going to be like, this law of the jungle, we're finished. We're all monsters here. And this line is echoed on page 101, Act 4, Scene 2, when Albany, the milk-livered Albany, turns on Goneril and expresses everything we've been wanting to say about her. This is Act 4, Scene 2, line 45. "If that the heavens do not their visible spirits send quickly down to tame these vile offenses, it will come. Humanity must perforce prey on itself like monsters of the deep." And this is, if you will, Shakespeare's answer to Hobbes ahead of time. Hobbes was to offer an image of the state of nature maybe a little more than 40 years after this play, 44 years, I guess. And Hobbes offers this image of the state of nature as one of the war of all against all. And I think Shakespeare, somehow he anticipates that. And his answer is, if that's the state of nature, we're never getting out of it. Humanity must perforce prey on itself like monsters of the deep. If that's the natural condition of humanity, a war of all against all, how are you going to get out of it? How are you going to make a social contract? It is Rousseau's criticism of Hobbes, that if this is what the state of nature is like, how are people going to peacefully get together the way you argue and plan out this Leviathan state to end the problem of the state of nature? And Rousseau adds to that the idea that he thinks people in the state of nature lack speech and reason. So how they reason themselves to this Hobbesian solution, and how do they discuss it? As Rousseau points out, Hobbes's figures in the state of nature are already the benefits of civilization in that they can reason and speak their way out of the state of nature. And here's Shakespeare's sense that if this is what humanity is really like, if we are just animals, if we are just pursuing our self-interest, we're dead. I mean, we're going to prey on ourselves like monsters of the deep. And it is very characteristic of the evil characters in this play that they are self-destructive. And we'll talk about that more next time when we get to the end of the play. Now, juxtaposed with this trial is another trial of Goneril and Regan carried out by Lear in the preceding scene, Act 3, Scene 6. And again, there's a way in which this is a great relief to us, to see Goneril and Regan brought to justice. They seem to be getting away with everything. They're very evil. And so Lear constitutes a court here. And it's it's a marvelous court. It consists of a philosopher, a fool, and Kent. And in a way, this is a very high-level court here. It's got Edgar Tom of Bedlam, the philosopher, on it. It's got the fool, who has this kind of foolish wisdom in it, and Kent, this very good man whose loyalty has been proven at this point. And, this is much better than the average jury, the average randomly chosen jury, the average bench of justices. Again, this play has such a strong sense of how far ordinary regimes stray from justice and how corrupt the courts can be. And so page 86, Act 3, Scene 6, line 46, Lear says, "Arraign her first. 'Tis Goneril. I here take my oath before this honorable assembly. She kicked the poor king, her father." There's a great truth to this, but there's something procedurally wrong here. It is tyrannical in the way that the trial of Gloucester, conducted by Cornwall and Regan, was. Lear has appointed the court. He comes as his own witness here. And he administers the whole court. Line 54, arms, sword, fire, corruption in the place, false justicer, why hast thou let her escape? He's judge, he's jury, he's prosecutor, he's witness, he's victim, he's all things rolled into one. And there is a profound truth to that. And again, you can sense a sort of longing for perfect justice that would say this is what should happen in a court. That the victim should be the witness and the prosecutor and should have all these roles. And yet we know that that's not a good way to run a justice system here. And poor Goneril and Regan are being tried in absentia. Now, again, I have no love for Goneril and Regan, but if I were their lawyer, I would appeal this court decision. Your Honor, my clients weren't even in court at the time. At least Gloucester was present at his own trial. In some ways, Lear's trial even more procedurally irregular than Goneril Regan's, than Gloucester's is. Uh, uh, but still, Lear gets to the heart of it. Page 87, line 75 in Act 3, Scene 6. Then let them anatomize Regan, see what breathes about her heart. Is there any cause in nature that makes these hard hearts? Uh, and then, the true question of justice Lear gets at here, it's the question of human nature. And then let them anatomize Regan. He really does understand what the court should be about, and that the court normally dances around and never confronts. But here, let them anatomize Regan and see what breeds about her heart. Is there any cause in nature that make these hearts? That's like the question, what is the cause of thunder? And the whole question of justice here is a question of what's the relation of justice to nature and what's the relation of justice to human nature. What Lear has to find out is what is in people's hearts. It's what he missed at the beginning of the play. And again, it's precisely because his regime was so secure that he couldn't see into people's hearts. He had so much power that everybody was telling him what he wanted to hear. Everybody was able to conceal the truth about themselves. This play is all about let the great gods find out their enemies now. And again, you see a horrible thing has to happen. The whole political order must dissolve, which in this play is accompanied by a dissolution of the order of nature itself. And this chaos results, and we're suddenly back in the jungle, what Hobbes was soon to call the state of nature, where people are pursuing their self-interest and are at war with each other. The one compensation for all this is that Lear can finally see the truth about his daughters. In that sense, this trial is just. He is right that his daughters have kicked him, and they ought to be punished. But on the other hand, again, this is not the way to run a trial. Having an insane judge, jury, prosecutor, witness, victim, it's just not the way to conduct a trial properly. Now, that's my sense here about this third act. Shakespeare strips away the whole of the justice system that we live with, and then asks us to see what the results would be. And in some ways, we would get a deeper insight into human nature that comes with Lear's madness. On the other hand, this is no way to build a society. And there's an interesting reversal here, right at that same point, page 87. So Act 3, Scene 6, about line 77. He now turns to Tom and says, "You, sir, I entertain for one of my 100, only I do not like the fashion of your garments. You will say they are Persian, but let them be changed." And this is a very important reversal in the play, right here at its center. Up to now, we have been watching the stripping away of garments, culminating in the moment when Lear confronts the naked Tom of Bedlam and takes off his own clothes. And garments stand for convention in the play. This has been the attitude that nature and convention are utterly at odds, that our conventions are like our garments. They're just things we put on. And they differ from people to people. Some garments are Persian, some garments are Athenian, and it's just conventional. And you can see that. I mean, it's very interesting to think about this in the terms we've been talking about. What is the relation of clothing to human nature? Do we have a human being only when he or she is naked? I mean, there's a certain attitude which you could say, the clothing that's arbitrary. That's just something you add on to human beings. The real human being should be naked. And yet somehow when we picture human beings, at least I do, we see them as clothed. We somehow think that being clothed is part of human nature. I was considering walking into this lecture naked today to try to make this point, and then we could ask, a man without clothing, is he a god or a beast? Smart money was on beast in this case, but I decided, no, that might be a bit too much, and I might get in trouble. But think about it. We think of human beings as clothed. And this is interesting because this comes up earlier with Lear and his daughters. This is page 64, Act 2, Scene 4, about line 263. Oh, reason not the need. This is when they've bargained him down to no knights, what need one. Reason not need. Our basest beggars are the poorest thing superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life is cheap as beast. Thou art a lady. If only to go warm or gorgeous, why nature needs not what thou gorgeous wears, which scarcely keeps thee warm. This needs a little bit of unpacking here, but what he's saying here is you're rich women here. You wear all this clothing. You don't need that clothing for any natural function. It doesn't keep you warm. In fact, the clothing you wear doesn't even keep you warm. So why do you wear it? Well, it's part of an expression of who you are, we would say. The clothing makes you into a queen, or in this case, makes you into a duchess or whatever. Thou art a lady, if only to go warm or gorgeous, why nature needs not what thou gorgeous wears. There's our notion of clothing. It's not purely utilitarian. So much of our clothing is for something else, to make us distinctive here. So, in fact, in this play, Lear strips away his clothing, but from this moment in Act 3, he starts getting reclothed. I do not like the fashion of garments. You will say they are Persian, but let them be changed. And you can watch this pattern. They put more clothing on poor Tom. They put more clothing on Lear. When he wakes up in Act 4, he doesn't even recognize the garments. The movement of this play is encapsulated in the treatment of clothing. We begin in a world where everybody's wearing clothes. By the center of the play, all the clothing's off. The fool's probably in tatters, Lear's naked, Tom's naked. By the end of the play, we're back in clothing. Thank God, back in clothing. But it says something about human beings. Our clothing is not natural. It doesn't grow. Shoes don't grow on trees. We don't come out of the womb clothed. We're naked, as Lear says at one point. And yet somehow we think that clothing is natural to human beings. When we picture human beings, we picture them clothed. We feel it's part of what it is to be civilized, to wear clothing. If you think through the issue of clothing, and maybe we'll come back to it, it's an interesting way of thinking through this issue of nature versus convention. Again, human beings, that we wear clothing seems to be natural to us. All people we know wear clothing. What clothing they wear is a matter of convention and varies incredibly from place to place. We have a hard time thinking of human beings apart from their clothing. It's almost the distinction we make between animals and human beings. Animals look funny when they have clothing on, witness the circus. Human beings look funny when they have clothing off. Maybe it's one of the ways we draw the distinction that Lear loses sight of in the middle of Act 3, but he understood when he spoke to Goneril and Regan in Act 2, where he didn't want the conclusion, man's life is cheap as beast, and don't you women know that because you like your clothing? Okay, with that, I'll stop here, and we will finish up on Lear next time. So, first of all, one thing I'd like to clarify, the tragic conflict in Lear is not between King Lear on the one hand and Goneril and Regan on the other. That's a clear-cut conflict between good and evil. It would produce melodrama, and indeed there's something quite melodramatic about the conflict between Lear and his two evil daughters. The tragic conflict in Lear is between Lear and Cordelia. That is a conflict in which there is good on both sides. Lear standing up for the principle of political life, Cordelia standing up for the principles of truth and genuine love. That's why it's important to see that Lear does have a feasible plan for dividing the kingdom at the beginning of the play. He's not just indulging himself in professions of love from his daughters. He's in fact trying to do something genuinely good to pass the kingdom on in the best possible fashion to Cordelia. So the play really does fit Hegel's theory of tragedy as the conflict of two goods. I'll remind you of our old friend McMorris from Henry V. I would have blowed up the town, so Christ save me. McMorris is no philosopher. He's never thought much about his life. He's never thought that there might be a conflict between his pagan fierceness as an Irishman and his Christian faith. What Shakespeare does for us is expose those contradictions in our inner beliefs and our values. We don't think them through. We would like everything to fit neatly together. We'd like to have it all. We'd like to think that political excellence and other forms of human excellence are simply compatible. But Shakespeare shows there can often be a tension and a tragic tension between them. Another point that someone brought up after class last time, Lear says, let them anatomize Regan. Not good medical procedure in Elizabethan times. If you consider the conditions in an Elizabethan hospital, anatomizing was a sentence of death. And it's an interesting thing to think about. Yes, Lear would like to anatomize Regan to see what breeds about these hard hearts. It is the question that troubles him the most. But he would have to take her apart to find out what makes her tick. And that's a problem. In effect, he's thinking of her as a machine. Machine can be taken apart and put back together, and that's fine. But she's an organism, and if you take her apart, even if you're Dr. Frankenstein, you may not be able to put her back together in a functioning way. Now, the reason I bring that up is because Shakespeare goes further. In King Lear, he anatomizes society. To see what makes it tick. He takes it apart. You could say that he atomizes society. He reduces it to its barest essentials, to its constituent parts. This is remarkable because in this, Shakespeare anticipates Thomas Hobbes and the foundations of modern liberalism. The idea that to understand society, you reduce it to its constituent parts, and that means the individuals. No longer do we have the idea of Plato and Aristotle that the city forms the basic unit of political analysis. No, from Hobbes on and modern political theory, the basic unit of analysis is society reduced to its component individuals. And then you try to reconstruct society from that. Get down to those basic units and then reform society. In Hobbes, it's done by a social contract. That means by something artificial. You take society apart and then you put it back together, supposedly in a better form, or in Hobbes's case, one that has a more solid foundation. Now, Shakespeare raises some doubts about that. If you ever deny human sociability, are you ever going to get a society back? Are you going to ever be able to put it back together once you take it apart? Again, Hobbes claims he can. He can have a war of all against all and then put things back together with a social contract. Shakespeare seems to deny that in King Lear. The sense here seems to be once you unleash this human egotism, once you unleash the individual and his desires, you're never going to get a social order back. What you will get is humanity must perforce prey upon itself like monsters of the deep. What you get is the egoism of Goneril, Regan, Edmund, and Cornwall. And it's very interesting that they cannot form a society. It's in a way fortunate that they cannot form a society. They are too egoistical. It's not just an accident that they don't triumph at the end of this play. Goneril and Regan are in this intense competition over Edmund, which leads Goneril to try to poison Regan. In fact, to poison Regan. Cornwall and Albany were almost at war by the second act in the play. If Albany, if Cornwall had survived, he would have ended up fighting Albany. He would have ended up fighting Edmund if Goneril had killed Albany. As it is, Albany and Edmund are odds. In a way, it's the saving grace of this world that Shakespeare presents in King Lear, that the world rebels against this kind of evil. It is not natural. Now, Shakespeare does not present a world in which the good triumphs. This is not an optimistic play. Doesn't have a happy ending. It's not a simplistic view of the world in which good triumphs over evil. But it isn't the exact opposite either. It isn't a world in which evil triumphs. And that's very important, that by the end of the play, the best characters in this world are dead. King Lear, Cordelia, the fool. But the worst characters, the most evil characters in the world are dead too. Cornwall, Regan, Goneril, and Edmund. And Albany expresses it best on it's page 100. So Act 4, Scene 2, about line 30, in this marvelous outburst against Goneril. Oh, Goneril, you are not worth the dust which the rude wind blows in your face. I fear disposition. That nature which contemns its origin cannot be boarded certain in itself. She that herself will sliver and disbranch from her material sap, perforce must wither and come to deadly use. There's something about evil that is self-destructive and self-consuming, and it cannot reproduce. It is infertile. And notice there's no children in Goneril's family. Regan's family, Lear condemns. Goneril's organs have increased to infertility. It's almost a sociobiology point here, that the reason evil doesn't prevail in the world is it can't reproduce itself. It's so self-consuming and self-destructive, it destroys the family itself. It cannot produce issue. And that's very important in this world. So Shakespeare shows that once you reduce human beings to this kind of basic level, the level of the beast, you can't reconstitute society. Immanuel Kant, in his essay Perpetual Peace, made this famous statement: the problem of organizing a state, however hard it may seem, can be solved even for a race of devils if only they are intelligent. That's, in a way, one of the great statements of modern liberalism and its theory. And I think Shakespeare denies that here, that a race of Gonerils, Edmunds, Regans, and Cornwalls could not reproduce itself and therefore could not form a community. So again, this anatomy of society is very interesting. If you break down the social order, you release all these forces, and some of them are good. You allow love and philosophy, the search for truth, to flourish in ways that had hitherto been impossible. But you also release what's worst in humanity, and that's uncontrollable now, and must be purged. And the one hopeful sign in this play is that evil is purged in that way. Now, an interesting way of viewing this and understanding it, we've talked about the movement of clothing in the play, and if I have time, I'm going to return to it. But basically, we saw that we begin with people clothed, they're stripped to nakedness, the middle of the play, and then they must return to clothing at the end of the play to reform society. Now, one of our most important pieces of clothing in society is the gods. The gods clothe us from the wretchedness of our existence. And one thing we see in this play is the way people are stripped of their belief in the gods, and the way that belief must be reconstituted for the play to resolve in a new community. We see this in Lear. He begins the play thinking the gods are his best friends. He's on perfectly normal terms with them and can order them around to do what he wants. And as things fall apart going into Act 3, he says, let the great gods find out their enemies now. That turns out to be the last mention of the gods by Lear until Act 5, Scene 3. Throughout Acts 3 and 4, after that moment, Act 3, Scene 2, he does not mention the gods. And indeed, the shattering aspect of his experience is that it's made him lose his faith in the gods. He thought they were just. And when he sees injustice in the world, fundamental injustice, he ceases to believe in the gods by Act 3, Scene 4. Indeed, it is interesting. He remains terribly concerned with justice, as we saw. He puts Goneril and Regan on trial for the sake of justice, but he no longer invokes the gods in that scene, Act 3, Scene 4. I was checking for this. He constitutes a court, but no one takes an oath in the court. Another aspect of conventional courtroom procedure that's conspicuously absent in Lear's Act of Natural Justice in Act 3, Scene 4. No one has to say, do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Lear invokes justice in Act 3, Scene 4, but he does not invoke the gods anymore. And it's interesting that he's come to question the gods. When he asks his philosopher, what is the cause of thunder? He's asking that because the answer is no longer the gods. The traditional answer was, what's the cause of thunder? Zeus, the thunder bearer. And the thunder is there and the lightning is there to punish malefactors. Lear has to ask that question because he no longer believes in the gods. And as is typical in the play, this becomes general in the play. Lear's the central character, but the subordinate characters also begin to question the gods. These are very conventional people at the beginning of the play. They all believe in the gods and the justice of the gods, and that the gods underwrite justice. But look what happens to Gloucester. Page 96, so Act 4, Scene 1, about line 36. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. Wow. Now, again, that's one of the most famous passages in the play. Many people cite it as if this is somehow Shakespeare's view because it is expressed so powerfully. The problem is, though, you cannot have a society among people who believe this. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. Gloucester has good reason to express this at this point. But it's truly problematic for society if you believe that the gods are not just indifferent to justice, but are in fact unjust and utterly malevolent. By the way, this is the view that Tom of Bedlam presents to Lear in Act 3. All that talk about the fiends. In the absence of speech about the gods in Act 3, Scene 4 and Act 3, Scene 6, we hear all this talk about fiends, as if the world was governed by devils. Something similar happens to Kent as a result of his experience. This is page 105 in the Signet, so Act 4, Scene 3, about line 32, having heard how badly Lear's been treated, Kent says, again, Act 4, Scene 3, about line 33, it is the stars above us govern our conditions, else oneself made and make could not beget such different issues. He's saying Cordelia and Goneril and Regan could not be so different. After all, they come from the same parents, but they were born on different dates, so if you believe in astrology, they could be different. to say it is the stars that govern our conditions is to deny that it's the gods. It's to deny that in any sense the traditional gods govern us. It's something much more mechanical. And astrology comes up earlier in the play in the exchange between Gloucester and Edmund. And Gloucester, too, believes in astrology there. So one aspect of this dissolution of society that occurs in the middle of the play is a dissolution of religious belief. And especially the belief in the justice of the gods. So it is no accident that the counter movement in the play has to involve a reconstitution of religious belief. Just as people have to put their clothing back on, they have to put the gods back on. And Edgar is particularly aware of this. That's why he stages that almost comic business with Gloucester in Act 4, Scene 6. He realizes his father is in despair and has become suicidal, so he stages this miracle. He stages the resurrection of Gloucester. Gloucester thinks he's jumped off a cliff. Of course, he hasn't, so he is alive, and this is Act 4, Scene 6, about line 55. Edgar, still in disguise, says to him, "Thy life's a miracle." And then over on the next page, 113, line 73 in this scene, he tells Gloucester, "Think that the clearest gods who make them honors of men's impossibilities have preserved thee." His father not only wants to commit suicide, but actually has just attempted it. And the only way to get him back into society is to restore his faith in the gods. And Edgar will go to the point of staging miracles, staging resurrections, just to bring this apart. And in general, one thing we see in the play is how much the characters, the good characters, like Edgar, like Albany, clutch at any sign that there are gods and they support justice. Look at page 103. This is Act 4, Scene 2, about line 78. The minute Albany hears of how Cornwall's been killed by a servant, he says, "This shows you are above, you justicers, that these are nether crimes so speedily convenge." So, he takes this as evidence of belief in the gods and their willingness to avenge injustice. And this is quite an important pattern in the play. If you turn to page 139, this is Act 5, Scene 3, the act where the political community has to be reconstituted, as we'll see. So Act 5, Scene 3, line 171, when Edgar is explaining what's happened with his father, and says, again, this is line 172, "The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to plague us. The dark and vicious place where thee he got cost him his eyes." He's saying to the bastard Edmund, that's an ugly statement. Many people have been repelled about it. Edgar appears to be saying, this was just. The gods are just, and our pleasant vices make us the dark and vicious place where he got cost him his eyes. As if it was as if Gloucester's blinding was a manifestation of divine justice. I find that thought repellent, and as I say, many people have, and yet you see Edgar, like Albany, grasping at straws here. This has been a shattering experience, this play. It has raised all sorts of questions about the gods' justice. And so they're now grasping at any sign, any interpretation that can make this seem just. So that page 141, still Act 5, Scene 3, about line 234, 233, when the bodies of Gower and Regan are ordered, Albany says, "This judgment of the heavens that makes us tremble touches us not with pity." Now Now, again, he insists on calling this the judgment of the heavens. And finally, on page 144, Albany tries to bring a edifying conclusion to it all. So that's Act 5, Scene 3, about line 304. All friends shall taste the wages of their virtue, and all foes the cup of their deservings. As if we've got a morally perfect ending here, where the evil will be punished and the good will be rewarded. And I think Shakespeare's showing us something here, because this is a rather forced pattern here. These people are overstating their case, if I may say so. But he's showing if society is to be reconstituted, people do need some kind of faith like this in the justice of the world. Now, unless we start to think that Shakespeare himself views the world this way, go to page 142. So Act 5, Scene 3, about line 258, this is when, in all the excitement, they've forgotten about Cordelia, and Albany says, line 258, the gods' defender, bear him hence a while. And then in one of the most savage stage directions in all of literature, Shakespeare writes, enter Lear with Cordelia in his arms. The gods' defender, enter Lear with Cordelia dead in his arms. It shows that Shakespeare does not share this view of a simple moral calculus in the world, that the gods simply defend human beings and justice if Cordelia shows up dead at that moment of Albany invoking the gods. Still, would like to call your attention to the theology of this play, much as I did with A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I think it's very similar. That is, Shakespeare presents us in this world in this play with a world that is not simply just and not simply unjust. There's this sort of rough order that we saw in A Midsummer Night's Dream in the cosmos. The world is not perfectly ordered. Cordelia dies, the fool dies, Lear dies, good people die, Gloucester loses his eyes, not morally, not justly, as Edgar implies. There's awful things happen in the world. The gods do not appear to provide us with a perfectly providential world in which good prospers and evil suffers. On the other hand, we're not in the world of the foul fiend flibbertigibbet, as Tom of Bedlam keeps insisting. Again, the world is not perfectly ordered, as we saw in a world governed by Oberon and Titania, but the world is not perfectly disordered either. A world of perfect injustice would be a world in which Regan, Cornwall, Edmund, and Goneril were alive at the end of the play and rewarded. It's as if the world vomits them up. It can't swallow them. The great British critic A.C. Bradley wrote a book called Shakespearean Tragedies, still one of the best books on Shakespeare, made this point about the play, that whatever else you say about this world, evil cannot sustain itself in it. So again, I would offer a kind of rough pagan theology in the work, a kind of Homeric theology, so similar to what happens in Homer. Just when you think the gods are on our side and everything's going well, a young, handsome hero is struck down for no reason. And you start to question the justice of the gods. But just when you're about to give up on them, just when you're going to doubt there's anywhere, something works out morally or justly in the world. Cornwall goes too far and a peasant stands up and kills him. Again, this is a world in which disorder is the product of a storm at the center of the play. The idea isn't that human life is perennially stormy. The storm is still a kind of interlude. It's very powerful in this play and very disruptive and very disordering, but still the sense is nature is basically ordered, so much so that it ultimately rejects evil in its purest and most naked forms. I think that's important in understanding the whole of the play. Again, so many people focus on parts of this play and don't try to understand the whole. They focus on, as flies are we to the gods, flies to wanton boys are we to the gods, they kill us for their sport. That's a moment in the thinking in this play, but it's ultimately viewed as something people have to get over, even though there's a certain deep truth in it. Okay, let me return now to the story of King Lear. We've in effect been looking at the problem of the philosopher king in this play, and it's certainly what we will return to on Thursday in The Tempest. Let me read the famous passage about philosopher kings, or philosophy and kingship, from Plato's Republic. This is Socrates speaking. Unless, I said, the philosophers rule as kings, or those now called kings and chiefs, genuinely and adequately philosophize, and political power and philosophy coincide in the same place, while the many natures now making their way to either apart from the other are by necessity excluded, there is no rest from ills for the cities, my dear Glaucon, nor, I think, for humankind, nor will the regime we have described in speech ever come forth from nature insofar as possible and see the light of the sun. So this is the great problem as Socrates presents it in the Republic, Plato's dialogue about justice, that philosophy and kingship do not coincide. And somehow we might have to hope that they will be brought together. And that's what I've been showing you in King Lear, this disjunction between wisdom and power. That's the great tragic fact in King Lear. When Lear is in power, he's cut off from the very kind of knowledge that he needs in order to rule. But now in the second half of the play, we're going to see something even more disturbing. And that is that once Lear achieves these truths, once he has glimpses into the problem of justice, all these things he didn't do while he was king, it's going to unfit him for the kingship. And in two senses, the way he views these truths will make him disinclined to rule. It makes him indifferent to justice. Going into Act 3, he is still obsessed with justice. So much so that he abandons the gods because they don't seem to support justice. He stops speaking about them after they fail to support him and support what he sees as the just order. In Act 3, Scene 6, he is still questing for justice. He holds this trial of Goneril and Regan, but no oaths in court, no invocation of the gods, precisely because they don't seem to be concerned about justice. But in Act 3, Lear is still concerned with justice. In Act 4, he will cease to be concerned with justice because he doesn't believe in it anymore. So there's a cognitive aspect to this. What he learns makes him disinclined to rule, but it goes even deeper than that. We saw that his nature stood in his way of philosophy, that this anger in him, this noble anger, made him unresponsive to people who try to tell him the truth. And his soul has to be stripped down before he's open to truth. But once he is, he loses his commanding nature. That the Lear we see in Act 4 is no longer capable of ruling because he no longer has that noble anger that made him such an impressive figure. So let's look at Act 4. Two scenes that are key here are Acts 4, Scene 6, and Scene 7. Again, we get this kind of juxtaposition and double vision in Lear. In Scene 6, he again sees human beings as animals, and he reduces them to the lowest possible level, the level of their bodies. And that leads him to believe that a just order is impossible. He acts as if that's the universal truth about humanity. And yet in Scene 7, he's going to be reunited with Cordelia, and she's going to be his spirit. And he's going to look up to her as this beautiful example of humanity. In Scene 6, he forgets Cordelia. In Scene 7, he forgets Goneril and Regan. He cannot hold it together. Remember in Act 3, Scene 4, at first he saw Tom o' Bedlam as the bare-forked animal, but then he saw him as the philosopher. But he couldn't see them as both at once. What opens up in this chaos of Act 3 is what's best and worst in humanity, what's highest and lowest, the philosopher versus the bare-forked animal. Lear cannot come up with an account that takes into account both what's highest and lowest in human nature. Let me say that Shakespeare does. Shakespeare offers us King Lear, which shows us the two visions, which shows us the two sides. What Lear is incapable of, Shakespeare, the playwright, is capable of, and the same thing happens in Act 4 with the juxtaposition of Scene 6 and 7. In Scene 6, Lear sees man as all body, as all animal. In Scene 7, he sees man, and in this case Cordelia, detached from the body as a kind of spirit. What he cannot do is come up with an account of human being that takes into account our composite nature, that we are part spirit and part body, that we are animal, but something that transcends animal. Remember, this is what we saw about love in the comedies. That people tended to err on one extreme side or the other. For Sylvius and Phoebe, love was all poetry and spirit. For Touchstone and Audrey, love was all body and prose. What Orlando and Rosalind had to do was somehow find a way of uniting body and spirit in love, realizing that love has this spiritual component and also this physical component, that love is something we share with the animals. It involves a rutting season. It involves something you do in the fields and in the forest. But on the other hand, we're human beings. We have language. We have poetry. We can make something higher out of love. That lesson in the comedies that we are composite beings, that we're body and spirit, I think carries over into King Lear as one of the reasons for its depth. Let's turn now to Scene 6 and see what happens to Lear in his full madness here. And this would be page, let's start page 114, so Act 4, Scene 6, about line 110. When I do stare, see how the subject quakes. I pardon that man's life. What was thy cause? Adultery? Thou shalt not die. Die for adultery? No. The wren goes to it, and the small gilded fly does lecher in my sight. Lear invokes the standard of animals here. And animals have no adultery. How can you speak of adultery among animals? If you see love as pure sex, as rutting, then there's no reason to punish someone for adultery because the wren does it, the small gilded fly does it. Let copulation thrive. It's the sort of thing that Touchstone says, as you like it. For Gloucester's bastard son was kinder to his father than my daughters got twixt the lawful sheets. Now, once again, I point to the obvious error here. Lear sounded so profound in Act 3, Scene 4 with his man no more than this speech. But in fact, the obvious answer was man is more than this. Edgar's nakedness, which Lear takes as the essence of humanity there, was in fact a disguise. Edgar took off clothing to produce Tom of Bedlam, and Lear was wrong about that figure. And this is particularly wrong here to say that Gloucester's bastard son was kinder to his father than my daughters got. And he's saying this in front of Gloucester and Edgar, as it turns out. If you want to bring it home here, how wrong this is. Lear is mistaken about it. Lear is standing up for bastards, just the way Edmund did. And what we, and again, there's certain truth to this. There's a lot of sexual malfeasance going on in the world, even in this world. But Lear is missing something here, as shown by this simple mistake. And indeed, it's the same mistake that Edmund makes. If you don't have a definition of adultery, you don't have a definition of marriage. If you don't have a definition of bastardry, of illegitimacy, you don't have a definition of marriage and of the family. We are not animals in that sense. This is another one of those examples where human beings produce conventions and they are not simply unnatural. You can make arguments for why it is functional for human beings to form into families and why marriage is an important entity to define, and how the family is a basic unit of social organization, and how the distinction between illegitimate and legitimate is key to the functioning of a human society and in that sense natural. So Lear's mistakes here, I mean, you can see them in the way he's now identifying with Edmund's position. And when we see what that position has led to, the absolute dissolution of society at the middle of the play, when a bastard son proves to be a bastard by turning against his father. More of Lear's vision and its limited character here, line 20. Behold yon simpering dame, whose faith between her forks presages snow, that minces virtue and does shake the head to hear a pleasure's name. Thou fit you, nor the soiled horse goes to it with a more riotous appetite. Down from the waist they are centaurs, though women all above, but to the girdle do the gods inherit. Beneath is all the fiends. Now this is to reduce women to their sexual organs. And it is not the complete picture of humans and especially of women in this play. Lear is forgetting Cordelia here. There is a woman who transcends this. I'm just trying to show you, not that this is presented as simply untrue, but Shakespeare does present it as just one side of the picture of human nature. Again, this is the truth that Shakespeare touches upon in his plays about love. We are animals. We do have these sexual impulses that we share with the animals, and we can't neglect that. But we cannot be obsessed with that either. We cannot focus only on that when there are Cordelias in the world as well. Lear cannot come up with an integrated image of humanity that it would account for both Goneril and Regan on one hand and Cordelia on the other. The political consequences of this continue, page 116, Act 4, Scene 6, about line 155. And here we see how Lear has now totally abandoned justice. Line 153, look with thine eyes, see how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark, in thy ear change places and handy-dandy, which is the dust justice, which is the thief. Now, again, there's a lot of truth to that, and Shakespeare was very aware of it. How many crooks end up as justices? But if you pursue this to a universal principle, you will have undermined all principles of human justice. Thou hast seen a farmer, as thou hast seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar, aye, sir, and the creature run from the cur. There thou mightst behold the great image of authority, a dog's obeyed in office. Thou rascal beetle, hold thy bloody hand. Why dost thou lash that whore? Strip thine own back, thou hotly lust's user in that kind for which thou whips her. Again, this is so powerful. And you can see Shakespeare's indignation at the injustices in the world and how many people who exercise authority are worse than the people they attempt to punish. But the consequences of it would be to undermine all political life. As Lear goes on, top of page 117, line 165, the usurer hangs the cozener, through tattered clothes small vices do appear, robes and furrowed gowns hide all. There it is again, the clothing imagery. Lear sees it as totally artificial. It's just covering over the sins of people in authority. They're dressed up to look good, but they're evil on the inside. Played sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Armored in rags, a pygmy's straw does pierce it. And again, this is one of the profound truths that Lear has learned, the injustice of his own regime. That's why he came to question the gods, why he says he will show the heavens more just. But the consequence is, line 170, none does offend, none. I say none. And is that really true? Does Cornwall offend? Does Goneril offend? Does Regan offend? Does Edmund offend? Lear was deeply offended by these people earlier in the play, and he was right to be offended by them. They were deeply unjust and evil, and someone like Lear has to stand up to them. If he concludes that nobody offends, then who's going to be there to protect us from the Gonerils and Regans and Cornwalls and Edmonds in the world? So we see here, if you will, the cognitive defect of his madness. And this is indeed madness. These are the ramblings of a madman in this scene. As in Plato's Republic, when the philosopher who has seen the idea of the good comes back into the cave, he seems mad to the ordinary people in the cave, in the city, and indeed Lear does to here. There's deep philosophical truths in this madness. Lear has come to question convention, but at a terrible price in political terms. He has disqualified himself to rule because he no longer thinks there's any difference between justice and injustice in the world. Now, when you turn to the next scene, there's a total transformation, scene 7, turn to page 125. Here, Lear has entered a spiritual world, and it's one of the most beautiful scenes Shakespeare ever wrote. The poetry is truly transcendent here, and we see Lear rise above all the anguish of his world and all the tragedy of his world to achieve this one beautiful moment of communion with Cordelia. Act 4, scene 7, line 45. You do me wrong to take me out of the grave. Thou art a soul in bliss, but I am bound upon a wheel of fire that mine own tears do scald like molten lead. If Shakespeare had written nothing but those 4 lines, he would be the greatest poet who ever lived. It don't get no better than that. Sir, do you know me? You are a spirit, I know. Where did you die? And this is our indication that he's moved beyond this world into the spirit. Still far wide, scarce awake, let him alone. Where have I been? Where am I? Fair daylight, I am mightily abused. I should e'en die with pity to see another thus. I know not what to say. I will not swear these are my hands. Let's see, I feel this pinprick. So there it is. He has to remind himself he has a body here. He has to see that his body still can feel a pinprick. He feels his past beyond it. Oh, look upon me, sir, and hold your hand in benediction over me. You must not kneel. You have to realize here that Lear has kneeled down to Cordelia. And here we have a total reversal. In the opening of the play, Lear expected everyone to kneel down to him, and he wanted his daughters, above all, to kneel down to him and verbally kiss his feet. And now he's reversed that, and we see here that this reversal is necessary to bring these 2 human beings together. What has stood in their way up to now has been this political barrier that he is the king and she is a princess, much like the tension we saw between Prince Hal and King Henry, that they never could speak, even as father and son, because they were king and prince. That added so much of an extra problem to their communication. Here, even the relationship between father and daughter is surpassed. It's an attempt to achieve a spiritual equality here. Lear will kneel to his daughter. The king will kneel to the princess. The father will kneel to the daughter. Lines 58. Pray do not mock me. I am a very foolish, fond old man. 80 and upward, not an hour more nor less. And to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind. Methinks I should know you, and know this man, yet I am doubtful. For I'm mainly ignorant what place this is, and all the skill I have remembers not these garments. There it is, the garments again. So much of this play can be incorporated in just the images of Lear. He appears in his royal robes at the beginning. He's reduced to rags and nakedness at the middle. Now, this is traditionally actors, they put a white gown on him, almost like a hospital gown, and it shows the march back into civilization here. Do not laugh at me, for as I'm a man, I think this lady to be my child Cordelia. And so I am. Be your tears wet, yet faith, I pray, weep not. If you have poison for me, I will drink it. I know you do not love me, for your sisters have, as I do remember, done me wrong. You have some cause, they have not. And then Cordelia lies. No cause. She has plenty of cause, but she too has learned a lesson here of when it's time to be diplomatically untruthful. Am I in France? Lear intelligently asks, knowing some background here, and Kent says, in your own kingdom, sir. It's a very powerful moment. Kent, who is so loyal to Lear, who sees him having authority in his face, he wants his old king back. But he can't have him. Do not abuse me. The doctor says, be comforted, good madam. The great rage you see is killed in him. And that's fine. It's a great relief that the great rage is killed in him. But the great rage is what made him king. That's his noble anger. That's what made people obey him. They were scared of this guy because of the great rage. This guy invokes the gods on you to make you sterile. This guy invokes lightnings to pierce your skin. You listen to this guy. You jump when he says it. Nobody's going to jump anymore at this figure. Line 85, I'm old and foolish. No king can get up in front of a court and say I'm old and foolish and expect people to obey him. Now, this is in some ways the heart of Shakespeare's tragic vision of politics here, that this is a tremendous scene for Lear. It's the culmination of so many truths he's learned about his own limitations, about the mistakes he made, but it does unfit him for kingship. For one thing, he cannot integrate his vision. Again, as I said, he can't have an idea of humanity that encompasses both Goneril Regan and Cordelia. He's got that all or nothing attitude that Shakespeare always calls into question. Scene 6, we're beasts. Scene 7, we're spirits. But also, the thumos is gone. The thumos stood in the way of his learning the truth about himself. He was too proud, too indignant to accept the truths about himself. In some ways, that pride had to be stripped of him. He had to be humiliated so he'd be open to those truths. But the result is a great loss in grandeur. Got in trouble on my Harvard senior thesis because I said something about how Lear had to trade grandeur for truth, and comments, oh no, this is his grandest moment. It's only grand in a kind of modern redefinition of grandeur. This is a moment of weakness on Lear's part. I am old and foolish. In political terms, this disqualifies him from rule. There's a nice note in your edition on Laurence Olivier's King Lear. This is on page 260 if you got the signet. I didn't recommend this Olivier's film of Lear for just this reason. It's the second paragraph on 260. What of Olivier's depiction of Lear? Perhaps one could say fairly that this television performance is touching rather than harrowing. Olivier had undergone a decade of severe illness, gout, cancer of the prostate, thrombosis of the leg, and a deteriorating muscular disease, and apparently lacked the strength that the role requires. There is much in the performance that is admirable, but on the whole, this Lear lacks tragic stature. To use Aristotle's terms, Olivier evokes pity, but not terror. Now, Olivier is fabulous in just this scene, Act 4, Scene 7, where his physical weakness as an actor is his great strength in playing the scene. I invoke this guy's criticism of Lear just because I think it tells us something about Lear, that we can speak of how at this moment, Act 4, Scene 7, Lear now evokes pity, but not terror, and therefore lacks tragic stature. Again, we have such a hard time coming to terms with what Shakespearean tragedy tries to tell us. We would like to think you can be a great ruler and a magnificent king and also be a sweet old man who loves his daughter and knows the truth about his weakness. It would be a nice world if that's the way things worked out. But I think what Shakespeare is showing us here is no, it's a much tougher world than that. That Lear is paying a terrible price for everything he's learned, and above all, for the reduction of his soul that made this possible. And I think that's reinforced the next time we see Lear and Cordelia together, which is at the beginning of Act 5, Scene 3, so page 131. This is another beautiful speech here. Just astounding how Shakespeare keeps coming up with this. He wrote this play at the height of his powers. So bottom of page 131, Act 5, Scene 3, about line 8, when Cordelia says, let's face her sisters, no, 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 no. Come, let's away to prison. We two alone will sing like birds in the cage. Where thou dost ask me blessing, I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. So we'll live and pray and sing and tell old tales and laugh at gilded butterflies and hear poor rogues talk of court news. And we'll talk with them too, who loses and who wins, who's in, who's out, and take upon us the mystery of things as if we were God's spies, and we'll wear out in a walled prison packs and sects of great ones that ebb and flow by the moon. Again, you couldn't have a more beautiful speech, and it's a moment we wish for, that Lear and Cordelia, having discovered their true love, could now have some time together to experience it and enjoy it. Again, as we see in the first scene, as king and princess, as father and daughter, they could not express their emotions directly. There was too much pressure on them, too many political considerations. Now, when they've lost everything, they can speak the truth about their love. But look at the consequences. Come, let's away to prison. The great King Lear, with his great rage, would not abide that his servant was put in the stocks, as happened with Kent in Act 2. To Lear, that was an indignity to him as a king, to see one of his servants placed in the stocks. Now he willingly embraces prison. He's allowing himself to be in prison. We two alone will sing like birds in the cage. It's a beautiful image, but he's reduced to a pet animal here, to a domesticated animal, a bird in a cage, and it ain't even gilded. When thou dost ask me blessing, I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. And again, this beautiful transcending of their conventional roles that actually inhibited their expressions of love for each other. So we'll live and pray and sing and tell tales and laugh at gilded butterflies. And hear poor rogues talk of court news, and we'll talk with them too, who loses and who wins, who's in, who's out. That's what politics is reduced to at this point for Lear. Mere gossip, who loses and who wins, who's in, who's out. Now, it makes a lot of difference who's in, who's out. It makes a lot of difference whether Goneril and Regan and Cornwall and Edmund are in, and Albany and Edgar and Kent are out. But Lear here is indifferent to it. Now, again, there's something to be said about his transcending the limits of politics here, and no longer caring about all those petty things like justice and who runs the kingdom. And notice the detachment here. It's a kind of philosophical detachment. We'll take upon us the mystery of things if we're God's spies. But his hope is we'll wear out in a walled prison packs and sects of the great ones. And when he finishes his speech, Edmund says, "Take them away." And you realize who's in charge here now. It's not King Lear in charge, it's Edmund in charge. And when people like Edmund are in charge, we're in trouble. And indeed, Lear and Cordelia will die because of that order. And again, I don't want to minimize, indeed, I want to maximize the beauty of this moment between Lear and Cordelia, only so you will see how fragile it is. That contrary to what Lear claims, this isn't going to go on forever. It's virtually over by the time he finishes the speech because of who's in. And it's Edmund, and Edmund's in charge. And indeed, as we see in Act 5, for a resolution of this play, Edmund's got to be out and Edgar's got to be in. You have to get rid of these people, and it's not going to be done by sweet speeches between an old man and his daughter. It's going to be done on the battlefield. Edgar must champion justice on the battlefield to restore the right order to the kingdom. And indeed, in the grand shape of this play, as we've been seeing from the beginning, it begins in order. The center of the play is disorder. There's a restoration of order in the fifth act. And that restoration of order requires arms. And in particular, a ritual combat. And it is interesting that we're back to where we started this course, the very first scene of Richard II. If you turn to page 136, so Act 5, Scene 3, about 111, a trumpet sounds. Herald reads, if any man of quality or degree within the list of the army will maintain upon Edmund, supposed Earl of Gloucester, that he is a manifold traitor, let him appear by the third sound of the trumpet. He is bold in his defense. And then we get the trumpet sounding. And remember this from Richard II with Mowbray and Bolingbroke. Very interesting that Shakespeare creates this scene. He could have had Edmund just killed. He could defeat his army and then just hack off his head. We could have had a kind of Hotspur Prince Hal scene on the battlefield. Edgar fighting it out with Edmund. But Shakespeare wants this ritual combat because I think he wants ritual here. He wants to show that the restoration of order requires the restoration of ritual. The first scene of the play, the very opening, is very ritualistic in this court, and it has all the trappings of the court. All that disappears by the middle of the play. It must recur in the last act. Part of the reestablishing of the political community is a reestablishing of ritual. And even page 138, you'll see Act 5, Scene 3, line 147. I might well delay by rule of knighthood. And suddenly rule of knighthood comes back into the play. And remember the theory behind ritual combat. It was that in Richard II, that God would not support a traitor in battle. And it's somewhat similar here as part of the restoration of faith in the gods and in their justice, as part of the restoration of the faith in political order, things must happen by a ritual combat here. In a way, it reflects people's restored faith that the gods will support a just outcome here when Edgar meets Edmund. But above all, it's a reminder of the military foundation of any regime. It took a battle to recapture justice in this play. You can say that Lear's fundamental mistake at the beginning was to forget about the importance of the military, that he could turn his armies over to Albany and Cornwall and still be king. Now you can see why he might think that at age 80. For all we know, his kingdom has been at peace for 60 years. And everybody scared to death of this guy and his noble anger. And they haven't dared to stand up to him. But the minute he gives the sword away, then everything gets reversed in the play, as the fool keeps trying to point out to him. And so similarly here, it's very important that this battle be fought to reestablish the regime, and it should come down to this moment of ritual combat to remind us that whatever else you say about a political regime, it needs a foundation in force, because it's going to deal with evil that must be suppressed. Now, this is not an assertion that might makes right, because that principle has actually failed in the play. It's the principle represented by Cornwall and Regan in their trial of Gloucester, for example. And there's a peasant revolt. The people stand up against it. It's not that might makes right, but it is that right needs might to establish itself. That right without might isn't much in the political realm. So it's very important that Shakespeare stages this impressive scene between Edgar and Edmund as a ritual combat. And then we get the ending of the play on page 143, where Lear does enter with the dead Cordelia. And this, too, is an important reminder of the principle of might in politics. Lear, at the center of the play, as we've seen, has rejected politics. He's questioned justice. He's even questioned the difference between human beings and animals. But now he's reminded of Cordelia. I began this whole analysis of Lear on page 144, Act 5, Scene 3, again, line 306, where Lear says, "And my poor fool is hanged. No, no, no life. Why should a dog or horse or rat have life, and thou no breath at all?" Lear recaptures a sense of the difference between human beings and animals at the end of the play. He now sees the difference between Cordelia and some mere animal. This is the difference that he denies in Act 4, Scene 6, when he's forgetting about Cordelia and is obsessively dwelling on Goneril and Regan. Is very important, again, for those people who think that Act 3, Scene 4 is man no more than this, that's the truth of King Lear as a whole. They are forgetting about this last moment. And as a response to that perception, Lear returns to the kingship for one grand moment at the end of the play. This is on page 143, line 276. A plague upon you murderers, traitors, all. Line 276. I killed the slave that was a hanging thee. And he did it. 'Tis true, my lords, he did. This feeble, 80-year-old, fond and foolish old man still had it in him to kill the man that killed Cordelia. And he sees him as a slave. And then in a marvelous Shakespearean moment, "Did I not, fellow? I have seen the day with my good biting falchion. I would have made them skip. I am old now, and these same crosses spoil me." Lear goes back to his youth. It is such a brilliant moment, psychological moment on Shakespeare's part. Here, at the very verge of his life, Lear says, "I have seen the day with my good biting falchion. I have made them skip." And we get this brief glimpse of what made Lear king in the beginning, that he made them skip with his sword. And again, the sword is not enough. Does not make a complete human being, but without it, the Cordelias of the world are, alas, all too liable to be killed. So Lear remembers his youth here. He dies committing an act of justice, and specifically an act of punishment, what he renounced in effect in Act 4, Scene 6, when he was going to let people go for adultery, and he wasn't going to punish anybody anymore. Kill Cordelia, and he realizes why there's a need for the King Lears of this world. So we see this very powerful moment in Shakespeare reminding us of the need for politics. So much of this play shows us the limits of politics, the defects of politics, and yet what makes life tragic is we still need it. For all its problematic aspects, the only thing standing between us and the Gonerils and Regans and Edmonds and Cornwalls of the world are people like King Lear, who are willing to stand up and make people skip with their falchion. And so a tremendous ending to the play, and we're left really in a pool of tears at the end of this play. I can barely read it, let alone sit through a production of it. And we do see a reconstitution of order here at the end of the play. We see who will rule, but it's tough because people don't want to rule anymore. Very interesting development. Albany, who's the highest ranking person left standing, says on page 144, line 300, "For us, we will resign during the life of this old majesty to him our absolute power." So imagine what an Edmund or a Cornwall would do at this point, just exult in taking over. Albany's first move is a move of resignation. We're going to let Lear rule. And then when he dies, this is now page 145, so line 320, Albany says, "Our present business is general woe. Friends of my soul, you twain rule in this realm, and the gored state sustain." Much of this play has been a scramble for power. People fighting to get the throne. And above all, the villainous characters. The ending is just the reverse. People trying to renounce the throne. I resign. I resign. No, you resign. And this is an important lesson here that these people have learned, that power isn't what it's cracked up to be. And indeed, in Plato's Republic, and even more so in Sir Thomas More's Utopia, the best qualification for ruling is a disinclination to rule. Thomas More has in that Utopia said something, the best way you know who you want to rule you is the people who don't want to do it. That would be a nice qualification for American politics, I might add. And we see it here. This is a very sobered group of rulers left at the end, who really now have developed a distaste for politics and presumably will be better rulers for it. They will not be grabbing for everything the way the villains in the play do. And then the last lines of the play, spoken by Edgar, the weight of this sad time we must obey. "Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest hath borne most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long." And we see here a reversal of everything the play began with. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The whole problem in the court, as we've been seeing all along since the history plays, and including As You Like It, is that in the court we speak what we ought to say, not what we feel. And people can't express their feelings, and that's the problem in the opening scene. It's what Cordelia's complaining about, that people in court speak what they ought to say, not what they feel. And the oldest hath borne much, most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long. Here's the sense that who's ever left is diminished. You get a real feel for the Shakespearean tragic ending here, that order has been reconstituted, but on a much lower level. Fortunately, we can say that it is both what's best and what's worst in humanity that has been purged by the end of the play. Yes, Goneril, Regan, Cornwall, and Edmund are gone, but Lear is gone, Cordelia is gone, Fool is gone, Kent is more or less saying he's going to kill himself. This is a good example of what reconstitution of order at the end of a tragedy as opposed to a comedy is. That is, in Shakespearean comedy, there's something very positive about the restoration of order at the end of the play. We feel it is inclusive, and it brings everybody together, and it brings them together in marriages that look to the future and promise fertility and generation, and in that sense, the continuation of the political community. Yes, we may lose a Jacques here and a Malvolio there, but good riddance to them. They're killjoys anyway. But Shakespeare does that even in the comedies to remind us that inclusive, even in comedy, isn't all inclusive. But here in the tragedy, the sense of loss is tremendous at the end. Much as we saw in Romeo and Juliet, that yes, Verona comes together, but we've lost Romeo and Juliet and Mercutio and Tybalt, lost almost all the youth of the city, all the promise of the future there. Here, these remaining characters, they are shell-shocked. It's almost post-traumatic stress syndrome here, and legitimately after what they've been through. So this is what it means in a tragedy. You reconstitute order, but on a much lower level. The greatest figures have been purged from the community. And it's a good reminder, in some ways, the political community for Shakespeare is the middle. It's where people meet at the middle. It's where they compromise. It's where, in some ways, they have to give up their greatest hopes and aspirations, but in which they can avoid their greatest fears and nightmares. And again, you lose the evil characters, the monsters of the deep, but you also lose King Lear and Cordelia as well, and that's why it's tragic. Okay, I've left myself enough time to say something to sum this all up in terms of clothing. I've been wanting to, I'm an English professor. I should say more about imagery in this course. And it is amazing how Shakespeare organizes this play around the imagery of clothing. And let me run through that to sum up what I've been saying about nature and convention in the play. So I've been saying clothing is a marvelous example of all this complexity of nature and convention as Shakespeare presents it. Again, we start off with this simple notion that there's nature and there's convention and they're complete opposites. And we can see that, we look at animals in nature. They grow their own clothing. It's their skin, it's their feathers, it's their fur. A polar bear doesn't go into a store and say, show me something in a white. And a porcupine doesn't go into a store and say, what's the latest you got in quills? No, they just grow these things. And it's natural to them. Now, notice that means that they're kind of restricted, that you don't see too many polar bears in Miami Beach because they can't just take off the coat. And so human beings are these strange creatures that make their clothing. Our clothing doesn't just grow on us. At first, we want to say about clothing that it's unnatural. It's so artificial, and so much of it is ridiculous and artificial. And Lear makes that point. I keep coming back to this speech on page 65 about clothing, Act 2, Scene 4, line 266, when he says to Goneril and Regan, thou art a lady, if only to go warm or gorgeous, why nature needs not what thou gorgeous wears, which scarcely keeps thee warm. It's so packed there. But what he's saying, this strange thing about clothing, that you would think we wear clothing to keep us warm. That's the function of clothing. We would like to say that's when clothing is natural, when it performs its function of keeping us warm. But in fact, people wear clothing that makes them look gorgeous, even though it scarcely keeps them warm. Clothing often doesn't seem to follow its sheer functional purpose. It's a way of expressing ourselves, of showing how good we are by wearing this beautiful clothing. And so in northern England, you'd wear a silk instead of heavy furs, just to show how gorgeous you are. And Lear understands that there's something crazy about that, and even artificial about it. And yet, it's our way of showing man's life is not as cheap as beasts, as he says in that speech. That clothing is a way in which we fulfill ourselves, and people have whole careers in the area. And it's the incredible thing about human beings, this strange thing. We're these beings whose nature it is to create conventions. This comes up later in the play with on page 113, when Lear clothes himself in flowers. This is page 113, Act 4, Scene 6, about line 80. When he enter Lear fantastically dressed with wild flowers. He's not now accepting his nakedness. He's dressed himself up in flowers. And then, this is a little hard to follow maybe, and I think some producers miss it as well. This is line 84. No, Lear says, no, they cannot touch me for coining. I am the king himself. Oh, thou side piercing spite. Nature's above art in that respect. There's your press money. Uh, Lear starts handing out the flowers as money. There's your press money, the money for serving in my army. And his point about this is he's the king. They cannot touch me for coining. I'm the king himself. He's like a Renaissance head of the Federal Reserve. Helicopter Lear, a 16th century Ben Bernanke. He can just create money out of nothing here because he's the king. And if he says it's money, it's money. And nature's above art in that respect. It's really a fascinating moment where, again, this strange thing about human nature that we can just create things by our will. Now, I'm going to read you a passage from a later work of Shakespeare's, The Winter's Tale, which is also about nature and art and helps to make the point I've been trying to make here. This is a scene, a pastoral scene among shepherds and shepherdesses, and they're talking about horticulture, and specifically about grafting, how you can make a better plant by grafting. And one of the characters says, "Yet nature is made better by no mean, but nature makes that mean. So over that art which you say adds to nature is an art that nature makes. This is an art which does mend nature, change it rather, but the art itself is nature." This is maybe the most philosophical passage in all of Shakespeare there, and I offered, so you see, he really does think about these issues. What he's saying there is we human beings are part of nature. And so what we do is natural. Now, bees make honey and create hives and have societies, and we think that's all natural because it's what bees do, but because they do it by instinct. We human beings are strange because we do things. We create hives, we create cities, we create things like honey, and we make clothing and so on. But we are part of nature. So why isn't that natural? This is an art which does mend nature, but the art itself is nature. I want you to see that when he reflects on this, Shakespeare does offer the idea that there isn't a simple opposition between nature and convention, that in fact our conventions are natural in the sense we're that peculiar animal that is not given everything by instinct. And it's part of our natures that we create things here, and it may be creating new plants that have never been seen in nature before, or it may be creating our cities or creating our clothing. That's why in this play, so much of the counteraction once society has been dissolved is the act of restoring clothing. So that as we see civilization dissolving as we watch clothing coming off. So page 77, when this is Act 3, Scene 4, about line 65, when Tom appears naked on the stage, quite a moment, and Lear thinks it's his daughters that brought him to this pass. He says, "Wouldst thou give them all?" And the fool, this is Act 3, Scene 4, line 65, says, "Nay, he reserved a blanket, else we had been all shaved." So presumably Tom at least still has a blanket covering his loins. Now this is a marvelous moment when you think about it, because a theatrical convention runs up against this larger political convention here. There was no, to my knowledge, full frontal nudity on the Elizabethan stage. So they couldn't have Tom come out totally naked. So as the fool points out, they had to put a blanket on him. Today, of course, they have full frontal nudity everywhere. And so you see this stuff all the time. Now, as we've seen, Lear then begins to undress in Act 3, Scene 4. But this is the turning point comes in Act 3, Scene 6, when Lear starts to recover the need for clothing. Act 3, Scene 6. He's constituting a court here. No oaths, but robes. This is Act 3, Scene 6, about line 35. It's on page 85. Bring in their evidence, and to Edgar he says, "Thou robed man of justice, take thy place." even in his madness, he realizes, you know, if we're going to have a society, we need clothing. And so, as I pointed out last time, page 87, the reversal of the movement occurs in Act 3, Scene 6 here, line 79. He takes Tom for his 100 Nights. Only I do not like the fashion of your garments. You will say they are Persian, but let them be changed. And from then on, we see a lot of changes of garments in this play as the world is reconstituted in social terms. Page 97, Act 4, Scene 1, about line 44. Gloucester, thinking of his walk to Dover, says, and bring some covering for this naked soul. Indeed, as we start to move back into society, out of the depths of the center of this play, we need some covering for the naked soul. Page 110. Gloucester notices the difference in Edgar's voice. This is Act 4, Scene 6, line 8. You are much deceived. In nothing I might change, but in my garments. Again, I'm trying to show you how thematic this is in the play, the change of garments. Page 123. This is Act 4, Scene 7. Cordelia says this to Kent, 4, Scene 7, line 6. Be better suited. These weeds are memories of those worse are ours. He wants me to dress better. It's marvelous that be better suited. If you don't put a new suit on, you won't be suited, fit for this new society. 124 at the top, Act 4, Scene 7, about line 20. I, madam, in the heaviness of sleep, we put fresh garments on him, said of Lear. And then we saw he couldn't recognize the garments there. So again, the whole sweep of the play is encapsulated in the fact that we begin with everyone dressed up in the ritual, ceremonial aspect of the court, everybody looking the part. It's in the nature of the play that everyone gets stripped of that clothing. We end up with naked wretches at the center of the play. And that is the sense of recognizing how artificial conventions can be. But the play does not leave us naked, and it doesn't leave the characters naked. The counter movement in the play is a reconstitution of society, and that takes the form of a reconstitution of clothing. People have to put the garments back on. But they're fresh garments. That's the hope. We may never attain to the state of the regal state that Lear begins with, but by the end of the play, Edgar, for example, who's ended up naked in the middle of the play, is back looking like a knight and dressed to kill, as we say, and ready to assume authority here. So again, this play is a great investigation of the tension between nature and convention. It does recognize Shakespeare's understanding of how false and artificial conventions can be, but he does see that it's in human nature to live in a world of conventions, that the community itself is a kind of convention created by human beings. And to think that we can simply dispense with conventions, that's the view of men like Edmund, that there's no difference between legitimate and illegitimate. It's the view of Lear in his madness in Act 4, Scene 6. I don't think it's the wisdom of the play as a whole and its real profundity. And what I think groups Shakespeare in this regard with Plato and Aristotle against modern thinkers like Hobbes and Rousseau, that he thinks of human beings as fulfilled in the community and therefore fulfilled in their building of conventions. His hope is that we won't let our conventions get totally out of touch with nature, as he feels happens in, say, Petrarchan love poetry, but that we will learn to reconstitute our conventions in some way so that brings them closer to nature. Okay, we finished King Lear. We'll move on to The Tempest and see how many of these same ideas play out there. These dark glasses are not a desperate attempt to look cool. Last night at 8 p.m., I tripped on the curb at Washington Street. I busted my left hand, and I got a black eye like I just went 12 rounds with Vladimir Klitschko, and I don't want to put you guys seeing that. So I didn't get back from Mass General
to sit till 7 a.m. this morning. I haven't slept since the day before. At 7 a.m., I never thought I'd be lecturing here at 2 p.m., but I'm doing it for Shakespeare. And what you're seeing here is pure thumos. I have been running on adrenaline since 8 p.m. last night, and it works. We'll see if I last an hour and a half. Okay, so we're bringing everything to a conclusion here. And I've been trying to show the Platonic elements in The Tempest. It's not an accident that we started this course with Machiavelli, and we're ending with a play that I'm arguing is Shakespeare's version of Plato's Republic. In an ideal world, I would have had you read Plato's Republic along with this. That would have made the reading list a bit too much. I'm hoping that if you've never read it, maybe this will inspire you to go on and read it. Both Plato's Republic and Shakespeare's The Tempest consider the problem of the philosopher king, and indeed raise in the most radical way possible the issue of what entitles people to rule, and both answer it's wisdom. The Tempest and the Republic suggest that the wise man should rule, the philosopher should rule. Now, it's very difficult to identify the wise man, I'll grant you that, and it's also difficult to get him in power. But it's not impossible, and so Shakespeare and Plato, Shakespeare and the Republic, Plato and the Tempest, suggest, okay, well, let's see what would happen if a wise man ruled. And so the Tempest keeps emphasizing, as we saw, the distinction between wise men and fools. And indeed, it's almost a tautology that the wise should rule. The people who know how to rule should be the ones doing it. If we didn't have such a problem identifying who the wise are, we'd accept that principle. But because it is so problematic, quite frankly, we balk at that notion and would consider it today elitist. But Shakespeare and Plato take it very seriously. Now, they're doing it in a utopian fashion. And by that, I don't mean the kind of modern utopia that you see, say, in Francis Bacon's New Atlantis or works we've seen since the 20th century. Those tend to be scientific utopias, ones that think that our conquest of nature can create the perfect world for us, a world in which we can all enjoy living. The ancient sense of utopia is quite different. In fact, both Plato in the Republic and Shakespeare here in The Tempest present their utopias as, at the very least, improbable. Not impossible, because it's not impossible that someday a philosopher should become a king or a king should become a philosopher. But if we look at The Tempest, the combination of good fortune required to bring Prospero back to power, it's pretty extraordinary. So neither Plato in the Republic nor Shakespeare here is offering us a blueprint. Follow this plan and you'll have the perfect regime. Rather, they're both offering a kind of standard. Let's see what it would be like for the wise man to rule. And then we can at least see what the best regime would be like. We may not be able to achieve it. It may be most improbable that we can achieve it. Prospero, after all, depends on such good luck in being restored to power. But at least for once we get to see what it would be like for the wise to rule. And then we can judge our existing regimes by that standard. So that, for example, Shakespeare can hold Henry V up to the standard of the philosopher king, as we saw in the second tetralogy of history plays. We can start asking of different regimes, well, how well do they deliver on bringing wise people into rule? So that's why I think Shakespeare does fundamentally differ from Machiavelli, who's much more interested in practical politics and in what works. And famously in chapter 15 of The Prince, he rejects the imaginary republics of the ancient philosophers. I do want to make one last reference to Machiavelli, though, which is very suggestive. The Tempest concentrates on Naples and Milan, or as Shakespeare calls it, Milan. And it's very interesting that Prospero's plan, among other things, is an attempt to unify Naples and Milan. Now, that would be very important. It would be a major step on the way to unifying Italy. And as we know from the concluding chapter of The Prince, Machiavelli is interested in the unification of Italy. And indeed, Milan is a very important principality in the north of Italy, still is. And Naples is in the south, and was then the Kingdom of Naples in Shakespeare's lifetime, also called the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. It was much more extensive than what's now just Naples. It included Sicily. So Naples was a kingdom and a major power. The other interesting thing about Naples and Milan is they are north and south. And in between are the papal states. In Machiavelli's day and Shakespeare's day, the territory controlled by the Pope, by the Catholic Church in Italy. And if you want, Machiavelli surely saw the papal states as the greatest obstacle to the unification of Italy. And if you did want to unify Italy, you'd have a kind of pincer movement going. If you united Naples and Milan, they'd have Rome and the papal states in between. Now, Machiavelli mentions Naples and Milan a lot in The Prince. One example is chapter 24. You can look it up. It's on page 96 of your edition, the second paragraph. And if one considers those lords in Italy who have lost their states in our times, like the King of Naples, the Duke of Milan, and others, one will find them first a common defect as to arms, and so on. And then later in that same chapter, Machiavelli is talking about the problem with these princes. Therefore, those princes of ours who have been in their principalities for many years may not accuse fortune when they have lost them afterwards, but their own indolence for never having thought that quiet times could change, which is a common defect of men, not to take account of the storm during the calm, when later the times become adverse, they thought of fleeing and not of defending themselves. So, very characteristic comment of Machiavelli's, a common defect of men, not to take account of the storm during the calm. Machiavelli orients himself towards the storm, towards the crisis. You derive your rules from normal politics, from unusual politics, the politics of crisis. Now, I looked it up, and it's really interesting that the word for the storm there is la tempesta. The Tempest. And again, it's one of those little signs that maybe Shakespeare did know Machiavelli. And I would say that the great difference between Shakespeare and Machiavelli is that Machiavelli takes his orientation from the exceptional circumstances, from war, whereas as we saw, for example, with Burgundy and Henry V, Shakespeare takes his orientation from peace, and he rejects what was to become the Hobbesian view that the state of nature is a war of all against all. I think Shakespeare saw that as a dangerous attitude on which to base politics. So instead, he's much closer to the ancients, to Plato and Aristotle, in this regard. And in particular, the deepest way in which the Tempest imitates the Republic is they both are works that relate the order of the soul to the order of the city or the order of the community. That is, what we see in The Tempest, as in the Republic, is a philosopher king, a situation in which the wise man rules over a lot of fools, in the case of The Tempest. But the premise of that is the preeminence of reason in Prospero's own soul. If Prospero doesn't have his own soul together, then he can't rule the kingdom. And that's why it's very important that in his case, logos prevails over the passions. And a good example of that is we see on page 75. So that would be Act 5, Scene 1. This is when Ariel kind of pleads for mercy for the evil villains, and Prospero reveals that he's not going to take vengeance on them. This is, again, Act 5, Scene 1, line 25. Though with their high wrongs I'm struck to the quick, yet with my nobler reason 'gainst my fury do I take part. The rarer action is in virtue than in vengeance. And there it is. He's characterized by his nobler reason. Remember that King Lear was characterized by his noble anger. And indeed, Lear wanted so passionately to take vengeance on Goneril and Regan. Vengeance is such a powerful motive in Renaissance drama. There was a whole genre called revenge play, of which Hamlet is the most famous example. But in this play, vengeance is subordinate to the dictates of reason. And indeed, we see that's what characterizes Prospero. He's very unusual as a hero in that his reason is more powerful than his passions. Usually heroes are passionate, powerfully passionate characters. So for Prospero, freedom occurs when reason is in control of the passions. That's the true form of human freedom. Otherwise, you're enslaved to your passions, and that's what we saw in Caliban last time. To go back to page 47, Caliban's debased idea of freedom. It's page 47, Act 2, Scene 2, about line 191. Ban, Caliban, has a new master, get a new man. Freedom, high day, freedom, high day, freedom. For Caliban, freedom is the liberation of his desires. He wants to set his desires free. But that, in fact, as Shakespeare presents it, is a form of slavery. It's being enslaved to your desires and not being a rational human being. In effect, betraying your, now it's some question in Caliban's case whether he is a human being, but you betray your human heritage of reason just to satisfy your desires. And it's so characteristic of Caliban that he follows Stefano, some guy who brings him good liquor. So the point about Prospero and the reason he can rule this community is that reason rules within his own soul. There's a marvelous Greek word that reflects this parallel between the soul and the city. It's the word politeia. Plato's Republic, that's a translation. The name of that dialogue is politeia. So it's a Greek word for republic, but it's also the Greek word for constitution, the fundamental laws and structure of a political community, but it's also a word for way of life. Perhaps the best word in English for translating politeia is regime, because regime, we talk about a political regime. It's a very common word in political thinking, but we can also talk about a regime as a regimen, a way of life. I'm starting a new regime. I'm going to start eating less, drinking less. That'll be my new regime. So regime has that sense of meaning both way of life and a political form. And politeia has that same sense. And in The Tempest, we see a correlation between Prospero's way of life and the kind of regime he sets up. Now, that's what I was trying to explain last time. And I'll put up the last of my diagrams here to illustrate it. I haven't been on. Oh, boy. Were you following that?
Oh, well. All right, we'll just go ahead. I hope you got it. I had so much else on my mind today. Anyway, so you can see there, the Platonic theory of the soul is logos, thumos, and eros, the three parts of the soul. And we map that in the Henry IV plays with Henry IV standing more or less for reason, Hotspur for thumos, and Falstaff for eros. And I was suggesting that we see something very similar in The Tempest with Prospero, Ariel, and Caliban. Again, Caliban and Ariel offer Prospero the prospect of what makes people recalcitrant to political rule. In Caliban, it is that he is the so concerned with his desires, he doesn't want to be restrained. In Ariel, it's a kind of pure recalcitrance to rule. He just wants to be independent. He has that spiritedness that wants him to be independent. And Prospero has to learn how to control that by getting Ariel attached to him, getting him to admire him as his noble master. Now, as I tried to show last time, this then works out the logic of Prospero's plot, in that having studied in a kind of distilled form or pure form the two aspects of the human soul, Prospero observes them mixed in the other characters, and that's how he's able to control them and guide them. In the case of Ferdinand, he's faced with a spirited young man, a lot of thumos, who would object to Prospero's return to power in Milan, and as the new king of Naples would challenge him. But Prospero tames Ferdinand's thumos with his eros. He gets him so in love with Miranda that he's willing to do things he normally regarded as base and submit to Prospero's rule. Now, in the case of Caliban and the other conspirators, Prospero in effect does the opposite. They represent desire. Now, there's some element of ambition in them, but they do mainly want things they desire. You see it in Stefano and Trinculo and Caliban. They want drink. They're really interested in all the liquor they get. And Stefano wants Miranda. Caliban wanted Miranda. We see here Eros in its most debased form of pure appetite and sexual desire. And in effect, Prospero has to shame them, bring out some lingering sense of dignity or thumos in them. If you look at page 72, this is Act 4, Scene 1, about line 209. This is what their experience produces in them. Stefano says, Trinculo says, but to lose our bottles in the pool. And Stefano says, there is not only disgrace and dishonor in that monster, but an infinite loss. Now, it is a loss of their desires, but it's also disgrace and dishonor. In effect, Prospero teaches them they're fools. It's that fantasy island principle I was talking about when we were looking at Midsummer Night's Dream. You let these fools have their way. Let them think they could be rulers. And indeed, when Prospero dissolves the order of society, it becomes possible for them to think they could be rulers. And then they realize they can't handle it. They're easily diverted by this cheap clothing that Prospero leaves out for them. And eventually they're ashamed, and even Caliban develops some sense of shame. Exactly what he was lacking when he laughed at the idea that he would have raped Miranda. Look at page 86. This is Act 5, Scene 1. About line 295, Caliban says, and I'll be wise hereafter. See, he's been taught that he's a fool, and seek for grace. What a thrice double ass was I to take this drunkard for a god and worship this dull fool. He's actually finally and for once ashamed of his behavior. And if you go back to page 84, so Act 5, Scene 1, about line 261, when Caliban suddenly sees all these human beings, and Prospero in his old robes from Milan, O Setebos, these be brave spirits indeed, how fine my master is. Suddenly he's a bit like Ariel. Ariel, who always admires his master and looks up to him and has a kind of thumonic attachment to his master. So that's one way I would prove that Eros and Thumos are fundamental to the play. That in the Ferdinand subplot we see Thumos moderated by Eros. In the Caliban, Stefano, Trinculo subplot, we in effect see Eros moderated by Thumos. That you get these fools to be ashamed of their foolishness. You appeal to that one shred of dignity in them. Now, that also applies to the court party who are key to Prospero's plans of returning to power, Alonso and Antonio and Sebastian. We did not read Macbeth, so I won't go through in detail how that plot actually echoes Shakespeare's Macbeth. Antonio plays a kind of Lady Macbeth to Sebastian. He tempts him into striving for the crown. There's even a moment when they seem to be sleepwalking, as famously happens with Lady Macbeth in Macbeth. They are Antonio and Sebastian are would-be tyrants, and Shakespeare shows Prospero thwarting them with giving them a guilty conscience, and indeed evoking a whole body of supernatural machinery to make them feel the whole cosmos is arrayed against them. And it's as if it seems that Prospero must appeal to the power of religion and conscience in order to bring those villains into line. In any case, that is then how he accomplishes his plot of again, dispersing the society, dividing it into its constituent elements, and then reconstituting at the end under his supervision, where everyone will admire him, and where he can reverse that original principle of egoism, none that I love more than myself, with the Stephanos' drunken conclusion, let every man shift for all the rest. You have to overcome that egoism that divides society in order to reconstitute it. So Shakespeare really shows here at work this philosophical figure, this philosopher king. And it's very important that he manages to do that in this play. It is his great achievement. In what amounts to his final play, Shakespeare brings himself into the play. He tries to find an image of his own activity in the play, so that Prospero is a kind of playwright. He creates the plot before our very eyes. He sets up the action. And it is Shakespeare's genius here to create a play in which the major figure is the playwright of the play. Ultimately, I believe Shakespeare felt he had to take into account himself in his account of human nature. If you go back to King Lear for a minute, as we saw, King Lear gives a very bleak view of the universe. The god's defender, enter Lear with Cordelia in his arms. But as I tried to show, it's not utterly and unrelievedly bleak. And the universe that produces Goneril and Regan, and also, by the way, expels them, also produces Cordelia. But you can also say the universe also produces the play King Lear. That if one wanted to take into account what that play tells us about human nature, among other things, it tells us that a human being was capable of writing King Lear. And that ought to tell us something about human nature, something that maybe mitigates the horror of looking at the Cornwalls and the Regans and Gonerils of the world. And it was in some ways the limitation of Shakespeare's medium that he could not dramatize himself as either philosopher or dramatist. It's not easy. It's not easy to portray a dramatist within the drama. It's also not easy to portray a philosopher within a drama, because philosophers are unexciting on the stage. You can't have a character come out and simply think for an hour and a half, especially if it just sits there and doesn't say anything and just poses like Rodin's The Thinker. But generally speaking, we like our characters on the stage to be active. And it was Shakespeare's challenge, I think, in The Tempest, as to how he could produce a drama in which the central figure would now be philosophical, would now be a philosopher king, would now have Shakespeare's own skills as a dramatist. Prospero is an old man. Normally, he'd have a subordinate role in the play. Let's say he'd be Polonius in Hamlet. He would be the counselor of the king. He wouldn't be the king himself. Generally speaking, kings are like Lear. They're very passionate, and their passions are the basis of their rule. Shakespeare wanted a character who could come out and say, my noble reason prevails against my fury. How boring that would be if that's all we ever saw in a drama was the noble reason prevail. But Shakespeare structures things in this play so that Prospero is the center of our interest. And in effect, we see the story through his eyes. We have that opening scene in The Tempest, we don't know what's going on, but immediately after it, Prospero appears as a kind of narrator, and from then on, everything is done from his perspective, and everything is part of his plan. And the result is to moderate the normal dramatic effectiveness of passionate characters. Now again, we just think back to Nick Bottom. What is Pyramus, a lover or a tyrant? Bottom understands who people go to see on the stage, and you can see in this play we got lovers and tyrants once again, but they're very much contained in the plot. Ferdinand and Miranda are a good example of that. They want to play at being Romeo and Juliet. And indeed, Prospero lets them play at being Romeo and Juliet, but he has it totally under control from the beginning. And again, that's that lesson we saw that, in effect, Prospero learns from Lear, that if you're going to incorporate your daughter in your plot to pass power onto her, you better not tell her who to marry, but preferably make her think she's marrying someone you don't want her to. And Prospero shares this wisdom with us. If you go to page 24, this is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 451. They are both in either's powers, but this swift business I must uneasy make, lest too light winning make the prize light. He knows he's got to interpose some sort of opposition to this developing young love, in part because it will encourage the lovers to fall passionately in love with each other, but also because, as he says, lest too light winning make the prize light. He doesn't want an unopposed love. Let the lovers prove something by dealing with some kind of obstacle and triumphing over it. And this is, you see this again on page 51. This is Act 3, Scene 2. Act 3, Scene 1, end of that scene, about line 90. As he stares at, Prospero stares at Ferdinand Miranda, and things are working out they wants. He says, so glad of this as they I cannot be, who are surprised with all, but my rejoicing at nothing can be more. And there you see his perspective above the action of the play. Ferdinand and Miranda are wrapped up in the action. It's very dramatic for them. They're surprised by what's happening. It's new to them. And Prospero understands, so glad of this as they I cannot be. This is the kind of detachment that characterizes him as a philosophical figure. And this is that perspective we saw in Midsummer Night's Dream with Puck and Oberon and Titania, that one way Shakespeare creates comedy is to give us the feeling we're looking down on the characters, to give us a perspective that's outside their perspective. With Romeo and Juliet, in a tragedy, Shakespeare does everything he can to make us feel the love the way Romeo and Juliet feel it. He gives them great poetry, great lyrical passages. We're absorbed into the action. We see their passions flourish. But here, although there's passion between Ferdinand and Miranda, in fact, we see it from Prospero's perspective, and in that perspective, this is part of a plan to unite Naples and Milan. And so what we've got here, in a way, we're more impressed by the wisdom of the match than we are by the depth of the passion. Ferdinand and Miranda wish they were Romeo and Juliet, and they try to generate that kind of excitement. But Prospero is doing this with a purpose, and indeed, he's trying to get them to fit into a long-term plan. As we saw in looking at Romeo and Juliet, one of the problems with a truly passionate love, a love in which the lovers are totally self-absorbed, is that it's like the lightning. It doesn't last. It burns itself out fast, and it burns itself out fast in passion, in passionate embraces. Now, that makes for great drama. That's why Romeo and Juliet is so popular to this day. But Prospero does everything he can to make Ferdinand Miranda take the long-term view. We saw tragedy takes the short-term view, comedy takes the long-term view. And so if you turn to page 63, this is Act 4, Scene 1, about line 15, Prospero gives advice which is very undramatic to Ferdinand Miranda. So again, Act 4, Scene 1, about line 15. If thou dost break her virgin knot before all sanctimonious ceremonies may with full and holy rite be ministered, no sweet aspersion shall the heavens let fall to make this contract grow. But barren hate, sour-eyed disdain, and discord shall bestrew the union of your bed with weeds so loathly that you shall hate it both. Therefore take heed as Hymen's lamps shall light you. Now Romeo and Juliet, is true, are married, but not married with the consent of their parents or the community, but by this kind of underground marriage that Friar Lawrence brings about, that really jumpstarts their passion and has them in bed together in the middle of the play. Here, all the emphasis is on growing, to make this contract grow. And the contrast is with barren. Remember, that's what we saw in Midsummer Night's Dream. That the danger for Hermia is she'd end up a barren nun. And the lovers must find a form of love that leads to fruitfulness. And Ferdinand embraces that here. So still on page 64, Act 4, Scene 1, about line 23. As I hope for quiet days, fair issue, and long life. There it is, the opposite of Romeo and Juliet's choice, the opposite of Achilles' choice. As we saw, the tragic figures opt for a brief but glorious fate, whereas the comic figures will do something less glorious, less spectacular, because it will have a longer-term impact. Quiet days, fair issue, and long life. That's the world of comedy as opposed to the world of tragedy. With such love as 'tis now, the murkiest den, the most opportune place, the strongest suggestion our works of genius can, shall never melt mine honor into lust, to take away the edge of that day's celebration, where I shall think of Phoebus' seeds, or Phoebus' seeds are founded, or night kept chained below. So again, this is not the kind of passion we see in tragedy, which leads the lovers to a brief but glorious moment. And quite frankly, he rejects the most dramatic opportunities here, the murkiest den, the most opportune place, and so on. But all the emphasis is on on marriage, on ceremony, on integrating this couple into a community, because after all, it's going to be the foundation of Prospero's plan for uniting Milan and Naples. So if you look on page 65, look thou be true. This is, so what is this? Act 4, scene 1, about line 51. Look thou be true. Do not give dalliance too much the rein. The strongest owes a straw to the fire and the blood. Be more abstemious, or else good night your vow. And then Ferdinand says something so spectacularly undramatic and un-Romeo-like. I warrant you, sir, the white cold virgin snow upon my heart abates the ardor of my liver. That's not the way a lover is supposed to sound. The ardor of his liver is supposed to be the big deal for a lover. And then we learn on page 67, about line 90 in the scene, Venus and Cupid have been banned from the ceremony. Indeed, that's a good sign that we're not in the world of great passions. Venus, the goddess of love, is banished there. And in her place, we get Ceres, Ceres, the goddess of the harvest, and all the emphasis is on harvest. Page 67, right after we learn that Venus has been banned. So this is Act 4, Scene 1, about line 103. How does my bounteous sister, Juno says to Ceres, go with me to bless this twain, that they may prosperous be and honored in their issue? All the emphasis is on the fruitfulness and the bounty that will come from this wedding. And as Juno sings, line 106, honors, riches, marriage blessing, long continuance and increasing, hourly joys be still upon you. And again, this is, we've seen again and again, the key to comedy in Shakespeare is taking the long-term perspective, what will work out over and across the generations, not just one intense couple burning themselves out in the passion of their desire. And Prospero is there to supply this overarching perspective on the events here, and to take Ferdinand Miranda out of the realm of tragedy, which, like all young lovers, they crave, into the realm of comedy. Again, Shakespeare is quite aware of how much ordinary people would like to be tragic figures. Now forced to make the actual tragic choice, many of them balk. But there's something very attractive about the glory, even at the expense of transitoriness, that the tragic figure occurs. So what happens here, we see on page 81. Everyone's wondering where Miranda and Ferdinand are, and this is Act 5, Scene 1, about line 171. Here Prospero discovers Ferdinand and Miranda playing at chess. So they have learned what Prospero tried to teach him. He doesn't discover them in bed together. They've in a way accepted this lesson. They're playing chess, a relatively intellectual game here. But look at how they talk. This is Act 5, Scene 1, about line 175. Sweet Lord, you play me false. No, my dearest love, I would not for the world. Yes, for a score of kingdoms you should wrangle, and I would call it fair play. They are getting to play at being Romeo and Juliet. If you know some of Shakespeare's other plays, they're also getting to play at being Antony and Cleopatra, wrangling for these kingdoms. That is, the language is the language of tragedy. You play me false. That's the great theme of tragedy. It's the theme of Othello, for example, in Shakespeare, the great theme of betrayal in love. But of course, they're talking about a game here, just this game of chess. And so, in a way, this is Prospero's solution here for Ferdinand and Miranda, that they will
get to play at being Romeo and Juliet, but therefore to survive and not be taken in to this tragic world where, yes, the passion will flame gloriously for a few moments, but then they will die. So the result is to mute the dramatic appeal of the Ferdinand Miranda story. One can easily imagine Shakespeare writing a whole play about a Ferdinand and Miranda. In effect, it's what he did in Romeo and Juliet. But what he does here is to suggest this is just part of a larger picture, and Prospero is always in control of it. Again, therefore, we focus on the wisdom of the match, how suited they are to each other, how they are appropriate to the plot. This is, in fact, a dynastic marriage. Exactly what lovers have resisted, exactly what, in a way, Cordelia resisted, being married off to Burgundy. But here, because the story is told from Prospero's perspective, the passion of the lovers is muted, and the grandeur of Prospero's plot is emphasized. Now, something similar happens with the court party, especially with Antonio and Sebastian. Now, normally, again, these figures would be tyrants. Normally, and again, always remember Nick Bottom, lover or tyrant. That's what we see in this play, in a way, the two dramatic options for the most dramatic characters on stage. And normally the tyrant gets to show his stuff, to strut his stuff. Is often an evil man. We're often shudder at what tyrants are willing to do. And here we see, for example, that Sebastian and Antonio are plotting the murder of Alonso. It should remind you a bit with Sebastian and Alonso, of Hamlet and Claudius. In Hamlet, where a brother kills a brother to gain a throne. It's one of the great tragic themes in Shakespeare. But a funny thing happens on the way to the tragedy, namely nothing. It gets stopped. Just when the tyrannical plot is hatching, Ariel intervenes to make sure it doesn't happen. That's characteristic of the dramatic pattern of The Tempest. The Tempest is very strange in the abstract. If you just describe what's going on, a young man and a woman think they're rebelling against her angry father, but in fact, they're not. He wants them to get married, and they lived happily ever after. What kind of a plot is that? Or a brother plots with another man to overthrow his brother, the King of Naples, and nothing happens. Or even you can say a bunch of drunken fools, Caliban, Stefano, Trinculo, plot to kill Prospero, and nothing happens. There's a lot of thwarted action in this play, but that's all part of Shakespeare's strategy here, to try to transfer our interest from where it normally lies into drama to a new concern here, to this concern with the wise man as hero. Again, characters like Prospero generally show up in the subordinate cast elsewhere in Shakespeare. They are not the heroes. They stand on the sidelines and give advice. And it's very hard to make Prospero a hero. For one thing, he's an old man, though in the case of King Lear, Shakespeare showed it was possible to make an old man very passionate. But Prospero is always talking about, been there, done that. He already knows how the youngsters feel, for example. And that, again, that's his wisdom. It's the wisdom of age. It's the wisdom of accumulated experience. And so Shakespeare works to take away the normal hero's normal claim to our attention, namely the power of his deeds. What the normal tyrant, for example, does is prove that at least he's up to tyranny.
He may be very villainous in his goals and very evil in the way he treats other people, but at least he has the courage of his convictions and is willing to risk his life in order to become king or to become tyrant. And really, it's the test of the deed that gives him credit in our view. What Shakespeare does throughout this play is to remove the test of the deed uh, from the characters, and that diminishes them relative to Prospero. In the case of the lovers, Romeo and Juliet prove something by their willingness to die for each other. It showed that they are genuinely heroic, and they're different from Hermia and Lysander and Demetrius and Helena, who aren't willing to die for each other. Well, in a sense, we'll never know if Ferdinand and Miranda were willing to die for each other, because in fact, they get the option of living for each other. That's the way Prospero has set it up. So they'll never appear as heroic as Romeo and Juliet. And the same with Antonio and Sebastian. They're never going to be an Edmund or a Richard III, if you know that play. They're not going to get to show us the toughness of a tyrant because they're not going to get to really be tyrants. They can only imagine they're tyrants. And when it's only a matter of imagination, then they're no better than the fools. They're no better than Caliban and Stephano and Trinculo. And indeed, the Tempest culminates something we saw from the start in Henry IV, Part 1. And I've talked about this many times, the way Shakespeare sets up parallels and contrasts between aristocrats and common people. As I've said in Henry IV, the parallels and contrasts between Glendower and Hotspur on the one hand, and Falstaff and Poins and on the other, it does point to a real difference. Because, for example, Falstaff's a coward and Hotspur is not. But I also suggested there was an inclination on Shakespeare's part to suggest an equivalence there. That in fact we see, both these nobles and these relatively common people, they're just highwaymen. They're just stealing as much as they can get. Now that tendency in Henry IV is really carried to its fruition here in The Tempest. That is, here Shakespeare does very little to differentiate the aristocrats from the commoners. There's an essay in the back of your book by Harvard's own Stephen Greenblatt, which is very good, and it pointed out something I hadn't noticed before, at least in its fullness, on page 5. So this goes back to Act 1, Scene 1, about line 43. This is still in the middle of that confusion created by the Tempest. And the boatswain says, "Work you then." And remember, we've set up this opposition between the commoners, the mariners, the working people, and the aristocrats. And in a way, what the boatswain is saying here is, you want to save the ship, get to work. Help us trim the sails or whatever. And Antonio's reaction is so aristocratic, such contempt for work. "Hang, cur, hang you whoreson, insolent noisemaker. We are less afraid to be drowned than thou art." And that's the great claim of the aristocrat. I'm willing to die for what I stand for. The claim of Hegel's master, for example. I will fight to the death. And in a sense, this is the basis on which aristocrats have distinguished themselves, and we could say correspondingly tragic figures. Now, of course, what Shakespeare's Tempest does is deny Antonio his ability to die for his principles, and therefore to undermine the distinction he tries to draw between the common people and himself. That's the genius of tragicomedy here. That the tragic possibilities, the heroic possibilities, the characters willing to die for the principles, that's evacuated in the course of the play. And we normally, in drama, especially in tragedy, we focus on the difference between people according to their deeds. whether they're really able to do something or not. And that's how we distinguish the heroic and the unheroic. We say heroic people are the people who will do the deed, who will die for what they believe in. But this play tends to undermine that distinction between the heroic and the unheroic. It is mock heroic, in that sense of the term mock epic or mock heroic poem. The presence of the Stefano Trinculo Caliban underplot works to show us that the court party is no better than that. Because if we just focus on goals, they really are no better. They're just interested in what they can get out of life. So it's interesting that the Stefano Trinculo Caliban party is given this little image of clothing, this trumpery that Prospero conjures up for them, and they're shown to be reaching for clothing that is worthless and disappears. The court party are given a similar vision in which this banquet appears and they're reaching for food that turns out to be worthless and just disappears. Now, again, I presume on the battlefield, Antonio could defeat Stefano. But this play doesn't make you sure of that. We don't see in this play the kind of aristocrats that we see in, Hotspur, other heroic figures in Shakespeare, where we really have the sense these people are heroic. They represent a higher order of human being there, and Shakespeare is aware of that. Again, he couldn't have written tragedy if he didn't have this sense of genuine heroism among human beings and admired people for their willingness to die for what they believe in. Nevertheless, he did understand the limitations of that. He also understood that it was a very seductive view that could indeed lead people to pursue very dangerous courses of life. So his comedies often debunk that kind of heroism. And here in this tragic comedy, he's subjecting that kind of aristocratic pretension to a true critique. Now again, I want to emphasize that I do not believe that Shakespeare was some simple democrat in the modern sense. I think he had a really aristocratic view of humanity, but he never identified existing aristocracy with true aristocracy. That is to say, he was always aware of how many false aristocrats there are in the world. We saw that in King Lear. We saw that in As You Like It. You see it all over Shakespeare. And certainly the opening scene of The Tempest is his greatest statement of how phony much aristocratic pretension is. And so in tragic comedy, he tends to emphasize that aspect. In effect, the most withering critique of aristocracy is here in The Tempest. But never forget that he also did write tragedies and leave us with a sense that there are some human beings like King Lear who genuinely deserve their higher social status because they are heroic figures. Now, another way in which we can talk about tragic comedy in the play is the question of what happens after tragedy. In a way, the perspective in The Tempest, and this is true of these other three plays I mentioned to you that Shakespeare wrote at the end of his career, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, and Pericles, they are post-tragic. But I mean something like this, that when you are dealing with tragedy, you are to some extent dealing with an artificial genre, and one which slices up the world artificially. Particularly in this way, it is very convenient and neat that the tragic hero dies at the peak of his tragedy. And that's so typical in Shakespeare, Hamlet, Macbeth, Othello, King Lear, and so on. So much so that we associate the form of tragedy with the death of the hero, even though they're not necessarily linked. In a way, it is a relief
for the tragic hero to die when he does. He has been through such a harrowing process, has seen such frightening things about human experience and experienced such deprivation and loss. Certainly true in the case of Lear. As I mentioned, there are earlier versions of the story in which Lear kind of lives happily ever after. And amazingly, Shakespeare's King Lear was rewritten in the 18th century by a man named Nahum Tate to give it a happy ending, where Lear lived on and Cordelia married Edgar. Shakespeare senses it's a kind of blessing to Lear to die when he does. Indeed, he has Kent say that. You can look it up. It's on page 145, Act 5, Scene 3, about line 317, 315. Kent says, "Vex not his ghost, oh, let him pass. He hates him that would upon the rack of this tough world stretch him out longer." It is, in a way, a relief for Lear to die when he does, having seen that he's lost Cordelia. What would it be to live on? And again, that's tragedy is a kind of defined pattern. It abstracts from the full complexity of the world and offers us a world in which a tragic story ends with the death of the tragic hero and or heroine. But Shakespeare seems to ask, well, what would have happened if Lear and Cordelia had lived on? And in a curious way, The Tempest offers that in the image of Prospero and Miranda, that human life sometimes goes on. And then the question is, how does someone make something out of that? As I pointed out to you, Prospero's first words of the play are "be collected." And it is characteristic of him that he's somehow been able to collect his life. Now, if you go back, again, that backstory, it is a story of someone who went through a horrific experience, like King Lear's. Back in Milan, Prospero was betrayed by his brother and sentenced to death with Miranda. I mean, they should have died. By all reasonable expectations, they should have died, but they didn't. And then the question is, how do you move beyond that? How do you digest that experience? And it is very important that Prospero is given that opportunity. Now, I'm saying this from the advantage of having read these other three last plays, Pericles, Cymbeline, and Winter's Tale. They all take this form of what I'll call a second chance. They all have a very tragic moment where something is lost, often a daughter. A daughter seems to die. And then through the romance elements, the intrigue, the sea gives back what it seemed to take away, and so on, and a father's reunited with his daughter, something like that. And it is something which actually does happen in human life. I mean, it sounds as if tragedy is real. Tragedy must be real because it's such a bleak view of the world. Yet, in fact, many people undergo tragic experiences and don't die at that moment and have to cope with them, live on with them. Othello's another example where what a horrible thing it would be if he had to live on, facing up to the fact of how unjustly he killed Desdemona. So Shakespeare did want to examine something about human life, that we often do have second chances and need to absorb our experience and move on and get the benefit of the wisdom that we learned. And there's a strong sense of that in The Tempest, that Prospero has a wisdom that, for example, Miranda does not. The famous passage on page 81, this is Act 5, Scene 1, so about line 182, where Miranda says, "Oh, wonder,
How many goodly creatures are there here? How beauteous mankind is, O brave new world that has such people in it. And Prospero says, "'Tis new to thee." That's a very powerful line there. It's almost the accumulated wisdom of his life, because he knows that there are some very unbeauteous figures in this conglomeration, foremost amongst which is Antonio. And so we get its juxtaposition at this moment, between a kind of naive belief and an easy belief in the beauty of humanity, and Prospero's wisdom, which to some extent is the product of disillusionment. The poet W.H. Auden wrote a kind of poem based on The Tempest called The Sea in the Mirror, and it contains the very insightful line where he describes Prospero's magic in this way: the power to enchant that comes from disillusion. I think that captures what Shakespeare's showing about Prospero, but also probably shows something about himself, the power to enchant that comes from disillusion. There are great moments of disillusionment in Shakespeare's plays. Prospero underwent this great moment of disillusionment, and it has led him now to regain power. That's a very important aspect of the play. I do want to dwell on it. It fits in with all we've been seeing about Prospero as a philosopher king. As I said, in many ways, what Prospero has to do is learn Lear's noble anger. And that stems back to his original experience of disillusionment when his brother usurped his throne. And that moment is re-dramatized in The Tempest on page 69. This is Act 4, Scene 1, about line 139. Remember, Prospero has been staging this masque for Ferdinand and Miranda, and it is another sign of his being a kind of surrogate for Shakespeare. He is the playwright, and remember, this masque is designed to moderate their passions and to teach them not to jump into love, but await the long-term blessings of it. But suddenly, Prospero breaks into it. Line 139 on page 69. I had forgot that foul conspiracy of the beast Caliban and his confederates against my life. The minute of their plot is almost come. Well done, avoid no more. And he dismisses the mask. And this does seem to be a recapitulation of the original moment in Milan when Prospero was neglecting things. He was not aware of what his evil brother Antonio was doing. He was too wrapped up, as he said, in secret studies, too concerned with his art. We see the same thing happen here again, where he gets wrapped up in his art and forgets the real world. And the real one is of conspiracy and of evil conspirators. And this really surprises Ferdinand Miranda. Line 142, Ferdinand says, "This is strange. Your father's in some passion that works him strongly." And Miranda says, "Never till this day, so I am touched with anger so distempered." Now I find this significant that Prospero now knows he must muster anger. He didn't have enough anger back in the old days, and that's what let his brother displace him. But I'm struck by how much he has to work to generate anger. Here, Miranda's saying, "Oh, I never saw my dad so angry." Well, she should have seen King Lear. That is, if this is the angriest Prospero gets, he's pretty in control of things. If you'll turn to page 70, line 161, "Be not disturbed with my infirmity. If you be pleased, retire to my cell, and there repose. A turn or two I'll walk to still my beating mind." Now, King Lear couldn't do that.
Prospero's taken anger management courses, probably from Plato. He knows what to do here. He just has to take a turn or two, and that will still his mind. Lear just pours out curses, scene after scene, by the operation of all the orbs, here nature, dear God, see. So, I mean, Prospero is really in control of things. And that's, again, goes back to the fact of his philosophical perspective. And that leads me to the most famous lines in the play, just before this. So on page 69, so about line 148, our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, are all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air, and like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit shall dissolve, and leave, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Now, here we see Prospero's philosophical detachment at its highest. And you see how he's able to calm his passion. Talk about taking the long-term view. And again, to be plunged into passion, to be in the command of one's passions, is to take the short-term view, to be absorbed in the moment. Prospero opens up a prospect on eternity here. And sees everything in this world as transitory. The cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, all the things that people strive for dissolve here in Prospero's philosophical vision of what eternity would be. And notice in particular, he says the great globe itself. Now, it's hard not to see this as a pun on Shakespeare's part. Shakespeare, whose most famous theater was the Globe. It's possible the Tempest wasn't designed for the Globe, perhaps for the Blackfriars Theater, perhaps for another, for a private performance, but it also could have been staged at the Globe. In any case, it's very hard for Shakespeare to mention the Great Globe itself without thinking of Shakespeare's own theater. And there is something we call meta-theatrical about this speech. It's very much about the drama itself, because indeed it begins, our revels now are ended. And these are actors, as I foretold you, are all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. Prospero was referring to the mask he created and is now dismissed, but of course it obviously also refers to the play we're watching, The Tempest, which has actors in it and maybe being performed at the Great Globe, and in which we're enjoying our revels. And this is a play that is very meta-theatrical. It's very modern and even postmodern in that sense, that Shakespeare, again, makes us aware that we're watching a play. Remember, we saw that in Twelfth Night. If I saw this acted on a stage, I wouldn't believe it. Well, in this play, Shakespeare keeps reminding us this is being acted on a stage. It is only a play. And in a way, that's the impression he's trying to create here, that life is only a play, that we could get some perspective on life, some purchase on it, if we would just understand that it's no more serious than a play, that we have roles and we can play them and participate in them. But at the same time, we need, if we're aware that we are playing roles, we can have some perspective on them, some distance on them. That's what Shakespeare achieved in his comedies in many ways. We saw how role playing gave people a perspective on what they were doing and freed them from conventional approaches that were locking them into false patterns of love and life in general. Here, we see that view applied to life itself. That whole passage about the cloud-capped towers and all of that, again, it seems to me relates to Plato. That it's very much like Plato's notion of the ideas, that behind the substantial world, the world we think is substantial, is really insubstantial. And that there's something beyond it, some kind of eternity. And in that context of eternity, all these things that we get so upset of, set over in life, they lose their importance. Now, not totally. Again, Prospero cares about Miranda. After all, he is doing all of this to restore her to power in Milan. It shows that he has some attachment to this world through his attachment to his own. I was thinking about the old problem of succession we've been looking at since the beginning of this class, and you would say, okay, how do we get wise men on the throne? Well, if we could just get a wise man on the throne, well, he'd choose the next ruler as the next wise man. But we see, not quite. Even if you got Prospero on the throne, he'd choose Ferdinand and Miranda as his successors because they're his own daughter Miranda and his soon-to-be son-in-law Ferdinand. So even within this play, where we finally see the wise man as hero, Shakespeare suggests there's no easy way to perpetuate it. And moreover, I said this in the beginning, and let me stress it now again, that Shakespeare makes Prospero's achievement of power here seem very, very improbable. It depends on his having this magical command of nature, depends upon his having Ariel as his servant who gives him command of nature. It depends upon the good fortune of this party that he needs to deal with, Antonio, Sebastian, Alonso, coming right along his path and giving a chance to deal with them. So I just, Shakespeare does show us, yeah, you could have the regime of the wise man, but don't bet on it, don't count on it. And indeed, many people have raised legitimate questions about the ending of this play, that how secure would Prospero's regime be? Notice he doesn't execute Antonio. That wouldn't fit in with the spirit of tragic comedy and the spirit of forgiveness. What will happen when they get back to Milan? People have written sequels to the play. There's one sequel in which Caliban leads a revolt on the ship back to Naples and takes over, and I believe ends up exiling Prospero back to the island. Again, not all that implausible when you see how things work out in the play, that Prospero's control is magical. And in that sense gives us an image of what it would be for a wise man to rule, but that we can count on it as likely. I think Shakespeare there stands with Plato in the sense that the play is utopian. It simply offers us a model of what the rule of the wise man would be. And again, that's not insignificant. We've got to see the difference between wise men and fools before we can make some effort to translate that into politics. You can say that so much of political institutions are an attempt to get wise men in positions of power. Again, things like aristocracy and democracy claim rights, the right of the well-born to rule, the right of the common people to rule. In many ways, they are more justified as offering themselves as means of getting the wise in position. The claim of aristocracy that people who are well-born and given leisure will have a better chance of developing wisdom, or the claim of democracy, the sort of wisdom of crowds argument that if you leave it up to the common people, they will in fact choose better rulers. So again, I think what Shakespeare is trying to do here is focus the political question on the question of the right of the wise to rule.
Okay, I've left myself just a few minutes here to try to not sum up the course, but just try to put together what I've been trying to show you about the relation of Shakespeare to Machiavelli and Plato and Aristotle and other thinkers. For one thing, I have been trying to give you a sense that Shakespeare is worthy to stand in the great sequence of political thinkers, from Plato to Aristotle to Machiavelli to Hobbes to Locke to Rousseau, and so on, and that he makes a genuine contribution. He asks many of the same questions, but often gives interesting variants on them. And I hope I've brought some of the fundamental issues of political thought to life for you. I do hope that you won't let this course be a substitute for reading people like Plato and Aristotle and Machiavelli and Hobbes and so on. It's been a really fun way to get around your theory requirement by studying Shakespeare. And I do think Shakespeare brings these lessons alive to us in ways that some more prosaic political thinkers don't. But do understand there. I've been trying to show there's a great magic of poetry and drama in Shakespeare, but the greatest magic is the magic of his thought. And in that, people like Plato and Aristotle and Machiavelli and Hobbes share with Shakespeare. I do hope you read, if you haven't already, some of these works I've been referring to, like The Republic, like Hobbes's Leviathan. Now, we started out with Machiavelli, and I do think Shakespeare had read Machiavelli and in certain fundamental respects grows out of Machiavelli. What Machiavelli offered him that the ancients did not is the question of Christianity, because Plato and Aristotle never confronted that. And it had become the greatest political problem in Shakespeare's day. That in the high Middle Ages, you had a politics that was saturated with Christianity and which did not have what we call the separation of church and state. And this, as we saw in the history plays and elsewhere, creates a lot of problems politically. For one thing, Christianity is a revealed religion. It does not limit itself to the boundaries of any particular community. It therefore leads to the possibility of fanaticism, of people dying for their faith, of dying for the salvation of their immortal souls, and bringing chaos into the political community. Now, Shakespeare lived just before this problem exploded in the 30 Years' War on the continent between Catholics and Protestants, and the English Civil Wars in the 1640s between two brands of Protestants, the Anglicans and the Puritans. The events of the 1620s, 30s, and 40s basically meant Europe had enough of the intertwining of religion and politics, and it took a while, but eventually out of that came the principle of separation of church and state, which is embraced by church today pretty much as much by state. In the Middle Ages, popes would excommunicate kings and therefore liberate their subjects from their obligations to obey them. I don't think any pope in recent memory would attempt anything like that. In that sense, even the Catholic Church recognizes the wisdom of keeping politics and religion largely separate. So in that sense, I think Shakespeare was a modern, and even you can say a figure of the Enlightenment. And in that way actually paired off with Miguel de Cervantes in Don Quixote, and similar effort to get Europe out of what we call the Middle Ages into what we call the Enlightenment. Nevertheless, as I was saying at the beginning of this lecture, I think that there are true distinctions between Shakespeare and Machiavelli, largely on this issue of Shakespeare taking his bearings from peace, and therefore not the storm, as Machiavelli does. And that's why this play has to make us forget the storm. There's a curious line on page 33. This is Act 2, Scene 1, after Gonzalo is speaking of his commonwealth, which turns out to be kind of self-undermining because he wants to be king on it, and then has this kind of Rousseauian vision of everything held in common and no trade, and even Sebastian points out in line 61, yet he would be king on it. And Antonio says the latter end of his commonwealth forgets the beginning. And in the deepest sense, in The Tempest, the latter end of the play forgets the beginning. The beginning is the Hobbesian storm, or maybe the Machiavellian storm, which Shakespeare would have been aware of, the war of all against all, when the fundamental egoism in people comes to the surface and dissolves all sense of hierarchy in the world. Now, a lot of that hierarchy is phony as Shakespeare sees it, and he's willing to question it, but he's very suspicious, as we've been seeing, of the dissolution of all social order, of all hierarchy. Because again, just because some hierarchies are phony doesn't mean all hierarchies are phony. And just because some aristocrats are phony doesn't mean all aristocrats are phony. I think Shakespeare, if you're looking at his own political experience, he surely met all sorts of phony aristocrats at court. He makes fun of them again and again in his plays, in these courtiers like Oswald and King Lear and Osric in Hamlet. And yet, without pinpointing it too specifically, I think people like the Earl of Essex and the Earl of Southampton struck Shakespeare as genuinely aristocratic, genuine aristocrats, because genuinely heroic, and he did look up to them. And so many of his plays give us a vision of political heroism as something that's a very important part of human life and reveals certain aspects of human potentiality that would otherwise be obscured. And again, I started stressing this when we were doing King Lear, that Shakespeare is very suspicious of the questioning of human sociability. Again, the tempest has to be forgotten at the end of this play called The Tempest, just as the storm in Lear has to be forgotten at the end of King Lear. You can say that these storms are an analytic tool, as I call them, a kind of anatomy. Let them anatomize Regan. Let them anatomize Britain. Let's tear it apart. But Shakespeare was aware of how difficult it then might be to put it back together. And then if you ever did tear it apart, you might never get it back together. So that's the moderns, particularly when you get to people like Bacon and Hobbes, think you can take apart society and then rebuild it anew on entirely new principles, and you'll achieve some kind of perfect security. Shakespeare's very suspicious of that. And again, he will mentally take apart society, as I believe Plato and Aristotle did in an analytic way, but he's very dubious about that becoming the foundation of a new political order. So there's always that return of convention, as we saw in King Lear. The return here, Prospero is willing to put up with a lot of the ordinariness of humanity, even in the case of Caliban. An incredibly powerful line at the end of the play when he's talking about Caliban, and let me see if I get that right. Yeah, it's page 85. So Act 5, Scene 1, line 275. Two of these fellows you must know and own. This thing of darkness, I acknowledge mine. And there's that sense that, again, this may bear on the issue of Shakespeare's writing comedy and tragedy, that he had an awareness of the great heights of human potential, these tragic heroes, but he also had this vision of ordinary humanity and was still willing to embrace it. Here's a brace that you two have to acknowledge, but this thing of darkness, I acknowledge mine, so that he combines visions of human perfection with visions of human imperfection. I think that's the way he moves together, back and forth between comedy and tragedy, and the way he finally manages to combine the two forms we've been looking at in this last play, The Tempest, his tragic comedy, where we in effect get both perspectives on the world at once. I really have just scratched the surface of Shakespeare. This course, we've done 10 plays, and even those 10 we've done rather hastily. I hope this will be for you, as it has been for me, the start of a lifetime engagement with Shakespeare, and especially, with the subject of Shakespeare and politics. So, thank you very much. Okay, we're in the home stretch here. 2 more lectures to go, and then a review session a week from today. Happy Shakespeare's birthday. I would have us sing happy birthday, but it's also his death day. So it's a little hard to celebrate April 23rd because he died on the same day. Anyway, but it's a nice time to remember Shakespeare. He really deserves a lot of credit. If this course has been successful, it's been because of Shakespeare. In terms of films to view, The Tempest, it's a little hard for me to recommend this time. The ones on YouTube that are available, I didn't recognize. Going down all the ones available, I'm guessing the best one is the one where Christopher Plummer plays Prospero. He's a wonderful actor. I've never seen that version. It's from a Stratford, Ontario production. I did see a halfway decent production of The Tempest there with a bad Prospero, but Plummer has to be good. So I'm going to recommend that one on a guess. There's an older TV version with Maurice Evans as Prospero. I haven't seen it since I was a kid and saw it. I remember it as being very good, and I always pick the weird casting one. This has Richard Burton as Caliban in one of the strangest bits of casting ever. Roddy McDowall as Ariel, a comic you've never heard of as Tom Poston as Trinculo. But anyway, I remember it as being pretty good, and that's also available. For once, I am not recommending the Helen Mirren version. There's a rumor around I have a thing about Helen Mirren, and maybe I do. But there's a very weird version directed by Julie Taymor where Helen Mirren plays Prospera, and we have a female Prospero, and I don't have too much of an objection to that, though it does throw things off balance a bit, but it's not a very good movie, so we'll forget about that one. Okay, we're winding up with The Tempest. I've arranged this course around the idea of genre. We've looked at some histories which had elements of comedy and tragedy in them. We looked at some tragedies. We looked at some comedies. Now we're going to look at a tragicomedy. I've tried to show you that these genres have a political dimension to them and political implications. Also, I have been trying to show you the scale of Shakespeare's achievement. We've looked at all these brilliant details and wonderful lines of poetry, but I've tried to show you how each play forms into a whole, and quite an extraordinary one. But I've gone beyond that and tried to show how these plays echo each other, how they fit together, how they comment on each other. Shakespeare's plays constitute a universe or a cosmos of their own, and one could spend a lifetime, as I have more or less done, exploring that universe. And I think if we could ever understand all those plays and the way they fit together, maybe we would understand the riddle of humanity. So I want to now turn to the last category of Shakespeare's plays. Again, I'm going to try to show that our political approach helps us to understand the nature of tragic comedy. The Tempest is usually grouped with 3 other plays that Shakespeare wrote at the end of his career, Pericles, A Winter's Tale, and Cymbeline. I should say that these 4 plays are not grouped separately in the first folio. Indeed, Pericles doesn't even appear in the first folio. The first folio seems to recognize only 3 categories: comedies, tragedies, and histories. But for a variety of reasons, and for a long time, critics have grouped these 4 plays together. They are sometimes called Shakespeare's last plays or his final plays, which is a pretty good description of them. They do appear to be the last plays he wrote on his own. And a lot of people, including our editor in the Signet, like to think that The Tempest is Shakespeare's last play. He went on to write a few collaborations with John Fletcher, Henry VIII, Two Noble Kinsmen, a play called Cardenio, which has been lost. But the Tempest appears to be his own farewell to the theater. It's long been thought that when Prospero renounces his magic art, it's Shakespeare renouncing his dramatic art. It's just too wonderful to think of it that way, so we'll continue to do that. And I do think the play is an attempt to create a certain retrospective look at Shakespeare's whole career, and I'll stress that next time. So again, a lot of people just call them the last plays. Some people call them Shakespeare's romances. All four plays seem to be working in the genre of Greek romance. The prototype of that is the Odyssey. These are stories of perilous sea journeys, of people being lost at sea, of people dying and coming back to life, of families being split up and being reunited, stories with strange tokens of recognition. All those elements come out of Greek romance and seem to be present in these four plays. But again, a lot of people call them tragic comedies. That is not a term that critics in today's world have invented. That is, tragic comedy was a term used in Shakespeare's day. It was already used by Italian critics of drama earlier in the Renaissance. I think it is a good term, and that's why I'm using it. A tragic comedy is fundamentally a comedy in that the story ends happily and in that sense comically, and often as here in The Tempest with the promise of a marriage, just as we saw in the comedies. But tragic comedies have more tragic material in them than normal comedies. This is a hazy line, and it's difficult to categorize things exactly, but generally speaking, we call something a tragic comedy when it seems to start off tragically, and really we take the tragic element seriously, and then it veers in the direction of comedy towards the end. That's less evident in The Tempest than in these three other plays, because Shakespeare picks up the story late, and the main tragic elements are in the backstory, in the story of Prospero being deposed from Milan. Nevertheless, The Tempest has many of these elements that there's threat of death, and there's more suffering normally than in a comedy, and therefore this feeling of tragedy being resolved to produce comedy, and hence tragic comedy. And I'll say more about tragic comedy as a genre on Tuesday. But in any case, I want to explore this fourth genre. I've chosen The Tempest. It's the best of these four plays. More importantly, it's the only one of the four I even have a prayer of understanding. These are very strange plays. They're very experimental. I think Shakespeare finally worked the proper formula out in The Tempest, and it relates very well to the political issues we've been discussing, the central issue of Plato's philosopher king. Now, there have been many attempts to explain this grouping. Again, these plays come at roughly the same time, namely at the end of Shakespeare's career. In the 19th century, there was a great effort of biographical readings of Shakespeare. And so people talked about Shakespeare's dark period, that when he wrote the plays from like Hamlet and King Lear, that he was in a dark mood and something had gone wrong, and so he wrote tragedies. And then these late plays are assumed to be a brightening of Shakespeare's spirit when he was on the heights, as Edward Dowden put it, that he had gone beyond whatever was causing him to write tragedy and now was reconciled with the world. Now, there may be some truth to this, but we know nothing about Shakespeare's inner life other than what we read in the plays, so these arguments are completely circular. So we're going to just look at the thematic core of The Tempest to try to relate it to Shakespeare's other plays. I should say there's also a good argument that can be made that these four plays reflect the opening of the Blackfriars Theater, that the Shakespeare's company had got moved to a new theater, or opened up a second theater around 1609, and these plays may have been an effort to cultivate an aristocratic audience, which actually seems to have succeeded. But in any case, let's discuss them purely internally and see what The Tempest has to say itself. Now, to get to The Tempest, let's step back a moment to King Lear. And I wasn't really fair to Goneril. So if you look up on page 100, which is Act 4, Scene 2, it's line 26, Goneril actually states the central theme of King Lear, "Oh, the difference of man and man." Now, she's referring to the fact that she finds Edmund a lot sexier than Albany. But, oh, the difference of man and man. King Lear is all about human difference. We start out with the confusion of difference, a world in which the relevant differences among human beings are not being taken account of. We saw that Lear is ignoring the differences between Cornwall and Albany in creating his plan. As he goes to execute the plan, it requires him publicly to cover over the difference between Cordelia on one hand and Goneril and Regan on the other. We saw that Gloucester effectively equates his two sons, Edmund and Edgar, even though we know how different they are. I think this is Shakespeare is saying something about the political realm. It often demands that we cover over human difference. Again, for political reasons, you often have to treat people equally when they're in fact unequal. Sometimes you have to treat the best and the worst people the same way. We call that the rule of law, for example. And as we saw, there's something middling about the political order. It goes for the middle. It doesn't take account of what's best and worst in humanity. In some ways, it settles for the middle and deals with the middle, and that, quite frankly, means often dealing with mediocrity. And so the plot of King Lear is the exposure of human difference. When the political order dissolves, as we saw, both the best and the worst in human beings come to the surface. And as Lear says, let the great gods find out their enemies now. That also means find out their friends. And the whole center of the play works to differentiate the cast of characters into the very evil, like Cornwall and Regan and so on, and the very good, like Cordelia and Kent and the Fool. And we see that there is a hierarchy. I wrote that word on the board because you often get spelled so strange ways in exams. I want you to see what I'm saying when I say hierarchy. What King Lear points to is the difference between the conventional hierarchy and the natural hierarchy. It's in a way the central theme of everything we've been looking at in Shakespeare. But the idea there, Shakespeare's looking at aristocracies in his tragedies, societies that have these social ranks that are differentiated. And what he shows us is that hierarchy is not natural. It's not rooted in the natural differences among human beings. So in the course of King Lear, the conventional hierarchy is dissolved, and in the chaos that results, the natural hierarchy starts to emerge. So that, for example, at the center of the play, we discover that the Duke of Cornwall, is a wretch, and one of his servants is noble, in the sense that the Duke of Cornwall does terrible things and ignoble things, really. And this peasant, as the Duke of Cornwall calls him, actually stands up to injustice and rights the wrong against Gloucester, at least in the sense of killing Cornwall. And I mentioned how unbelievably daring it was of Shakespeare to show that on the stage. However much we hate the Duke of Cornwall, to show a peasant killing a duke, that was pretty strong stuff at that time. That's almost French Revolution stuff. Now, I don't think Shakespeare was a budding French revolutionary. In fact, what I am saying is that he does believe in a natural hierarchy. He does believe in fundamental differences of quality among human beings. That sounds very nasty to us. It sounds very undemocratic, and it is. I will cushion the blow for you somewhat by insisting again that Shakespeare does not embrace the conventional hierarchy, but only the natural hierarchy. That is, he is not deluded into thinking that just because someone is born a duke or an earl, that that person is better than other people. Indeed, no work of writing could show better than King Lear does how false that position is. On the other hand, Shakespeare would say that just because the conventional hierarchy is false doesn't mean there isn't some kind of natural hierarchy. Even Thomas Jefferson spoke of the natural aristocracy. So this view is not totally compatible with the view of a Democrat. Now, in fact, again, I think we would very much like Shakespeare to be a liberal Democrat. I don't think he is. I do think he has an aristocratic vision of humanity, but again, I'll stress it's based on the notion of natural aristocrats, in the sense you could say the fundamental political problem for Shakespeare is that the conventional hierarchy and the natural hierarchy do not correspond. And that's something we've seen from the beginning in the history plays. The people who rule are not always the best people. You might say the best people should rule, but that's not saying that the people who rule are the best. It's a very fundamental distinction. It's the fundamental political fact for Shakespeare. In many ways, it is the fundamental tragic fact that the conventional political hierarchy and the natural hierarchy of human worth do not correspond. In a way, this is reflected in the division between comedy and tragedy in Shakespeare, and may explain why he was able to do so well in both genres, unlike almost anybody else. Shakespeare has a remarkable sense of both human similarity and human difference. The comedies are, let me say, democratic. That's a little wrong, but I'll say it anyway. And the tragedies are aristocratic. By that I mean the comedies emphasize human similarity, and the tragedies emphasize human difference. That is, as we've seen, the comedies dwell in the world of everyday common experience. It's one reason they so frequently deal with eros, because that's something all human beings experience. The comedies deal with those aspects of human life that give continuity to our lives, that bring us together in families and in communities, give us long life and prosperity, that tie one generation together with another. And the comedies are very suspicious of difference. They tend to expose the falseness of heroism. Malvolio thinks he's better than he really is, and above all, he thinks he's better than anyone else in the play. The comedy shows how ridiculous that is. It exposes how unfounded his sense of being better is. I think it's similar with Jacques. That he prides himself on being so smart and cynical and bitter, and Shakespeare has us laugh at that. Shakespeare's comedy is not bitter. Shakespeare is really largely accepting of human folly, and he gently rebukes it and makes fun of it. We see with the lovers, they would like to be heroic. They would like to be Romeo and Juliet. They keep insisting their experience is unique. That it's at odds with the rest of society. That's the Romeo and Juliet mode that's tragic. In Shakespeare's comedies, the lovers are not up to that. They take it just so far, and then they realize this is not for us. What's for us is marriage and children and long life, family, and living on. It's not dying in a flash of lightning the way Romeo and Juliet do. So the comedies, again, they offer people that claim to be different. but the comedies keep stressing how we really are similar. And as we've seen again and again in Shakespeare, we're similar when we look at our bodies. And so we're similar in sexuality because we're looking at our bodies, something that's physical. And again, the comedies are very wary of any claims to preeminence. In comedy, those claims turn out to be pretension. The heroes are shown to be have feet of clay. And there's a lot of people who write great comedy who have that view of humanity. Ben Jonson would be the best example among Shakespeare's contemporaries. But Shakespeare also was acutely aware of human difference, that some people really are different and, quite frankly, better, and they're more heroic, and they're more daring, and they want to stand alone, and they have the courage to stand alone. That's why thumos is so much at work in the tragedies, the desire to distinguish yourself. And in the tragedies, heroism is real. It's not fake. There really are people who see the world differently, and more power to them. That's their greatness. And that's why in the tragedies, these people who are genuinely different in a higher sense get killed off because society can't assemble around figures such as that. So if we take that view, again, if you see that Shakespeare is so aware of both how we are similar and how some of us are different and higher and, again, quite frankly, better or at least more heroic for that, then I think you can see how comedy and tragedy interact in Shakespeare. Now, all of this is encapsulated in the opening scene of The Tempest. It's just astounding the level Shakespeare has achieved at this point in his career. So let's turn to page 3 in The Tempest. The Tempest makes all sorts of references to Shakespeare's earlier plays. Unfortunately, for example, a lot of the references are to Macbeth, and we haven't read Macbeth in this class, so I won't dwell on that. Fortunately, one of the major reference points in The Tempest, if not the major reference point, is King Lear, so I will be able to use that with you. So look just page 3. This is Act 1, Scene 1, line 7. Blow till thou burst thy wind, if room enough. There it is. It's the King Lear. Blow winds and crack your cheeks. And there are several points in the play where Shakespeare invokes the storm of King Lear. Look at page 14, for example. This is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 261. Jove's lightnings, the precursors of the dreadful thunderclaps, more momentary in sight outrunning were not. The fire and cracks of sulphurous roaring, the most mighty Neptune seemed to besiege. Again, this echoes King Lear in the storm, Jove's lightnings, the dreadful thunderclaps, the sulphurous fires there. Shakespeare, he named the play The Tempest. He's invoking the kind of storm we saw hinted at in Midsummer Night's Dream, and that we saw very strongly realized in King Lear. The storm is tragedy. The storm is the threat to human life. And we see it evoked here in the most fundamental form of a storm at sea. And we get a very ancient metaphor of the ship of state here. That what we see on board this ship is a microcosm of the political community, an image for the political community. This image is in Plato's Republic, for example, the idea of talking about the state as a ship. And it's quite extraordinary how quickly Shakespeare exploits it. If you turn to page 4, so Act 1, Scene 1, about line 13, where is the master? Antonio asks. This is the question that resounds throughout this opening scene. Where's the master? And it is the fundamental political question, who rules? And especially who should rule here. Play opens with the fundamental political question, and what Shakespeare does is to expose the gap between the conventional hierarchy and the natural hierarchy, because we have two sets of people in this opening scene One are the sailors and the captain and the boatswain, and then the court party, the King of Naples, the Duke of Milan, and these are both authorities. The hierarchy of the ship and the hierarchy of the land, you might say. And they're in conflict. When Antonio asks, where's the master, the boatswain is annoyed. You mar our labor, says line 13. Keep your cabins, you do assist the storm. These sailors are desperately trying to save the ship in the storm. And they, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be them. They have the skill. They know how to rig a ship. Incidentally, mariners have looked at this opening scene and said that all the orders given are correct, that this is what you would do. Shakespeare probably sat down with some sea captain and got this right. It's very funny because John Dryden rewrote the play and added so many more directions. People say it would have immediately sunk the ship, but Shakespeare knows what to say here. And when these conventional aristocrats press and insist on getting involved, and Gonzalo says, line 15, be patient, the boat says, when the sea is. Hence, what cares these roarers for the name of king? And there it is. Nature undermines the conventional hierarchy. In the face of a hostile nature, who cares if you're king or duke or earl or whatever? What cares these roarers for the name of king? And Gonzalo says, good, yet remember whom thou hast aboard. And the boatswain gives the very basic answer in politics, none that I more love than myself. That in ordinary circumstances, you can defer to conventional authority. But if you think your life is at stake, you're not listening to anything but your own guidance here. And Boatswain goes, you are a counselor. If you can command these elements to silence and work the peace of the present, we will not hand a rope more. Use your authority if you cannot give thanks you have lived so long. Basically challenging them. You guys are so great. If you are the masters of the universe, stop the storm. Now, this is the whole lesson of King Lear compressed into this one scene here. Remember what Lear said, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, then I smelt him out. That is, Lear learned that nature did not obey his commands, that there was a gap between his conventional authority and any kind of command over nature. So this opening scene, again, just in a few lines, Shakespeare distills out the essence of the whole experience of his tragedies, this gap between the natural hierarchy and the conventional hierarchy. And it shows us that the Tempest will be another anatomy of society. Once again, Shakespeare will dissolve a society into its constituent elements and see if he can put it back together. And so what we see here is that the storm brings out this egoism that's at the heart of humanity, none that I more love than myself. Just to jump ahead and show you how carefully planned this play is, if you turn to page 84, so this is Act 5, Scene 1, line 256. At the end of the play, a semi-drunken Stefano will stagger in and say, every man shift for all the rest, and let no man take care for himself, for all is but fortune. That's the perfect inversion of the boatswain's claim. The boatswain claims, none that I more love than myself. Stefano will eventually say, every man shift for all the rest, and let no man take care for himself. Shakespeare understands that you can't have society if this kind of egoism surfaces and stays there. Society rests on the illusion that there are people you love more than yourself, and it rests on the illusion of some kind of deference for authority. In the absolute crisis here, the life-threatening moment of crisis, authority dissolves because suddenly people run up against the none that I love more than myself. But somehow, in the craziness of the play, Shakespeare, and through Prospero as surrogate, is going to have to whirl these guys around and around till they forget the lesson of the storm and the none that I love more than myself stuff and get back to let everybody take care of everybody else. So he's going to, once again, it's going to be like King Lear. We're going to dissolve the story and reconstitute it. But what's really interesting about this opening scene is it reveals the principle of natural hierarchy, the principle of natural right, if you will, and that is wisdom. Who should run the ship? The guys who know how to run the ship. In other words, in the moment of crisis, you don't want a guy up there because he's a duke or he's a king. You want a guy up there who knows what to do in a storm. What is key here is knowledge. And this whole play is going to be about wisdom and foolishness, about wise men and fools. And it offers the principle, who should rule? The wise should rule. Now, that's so true, and yet we refuse to accept it. Sounds a little elitist to us, doesn't it? If you say, well, it's obvious. Who should rule? The people who know how to rule. Wisdom is what entitles people to rule. And actually, we balk at that. That sounds awful to us. The reason, of course, is it's so hard to find out who is wise. And we would want to get into all sorts of arguments like, well, what really constitutes political wisdom? It's fairly easy in the ship situation that there are some people who know how to navigate and some people who don't. But when you apply that to politics, the question of navigational skills is a little more up for grabs. And we get worried about, you're saying the wise should rule. Well, who are these wise and how are they going to get to rule? Pardon me for repeating this, but William Buckley famously said, I'd rather be ruled by the first 200 people in the Boston telephone directory than the faculty of Harvard University. And that shows our skepticism about whether the wise should rule. Because frankly, we're not sure who's really wise. And we start getting to the questions, what form of wisdom entitles you to rule? And is there some difference between academic smart aleckiness and true political prudence and so on? So we're right to be suspicious of the simple statement, the wise should rule. In a way, it's so simple and so true, but how do you translate it into real politics? And indeed, one way of looking at a lot of political theory is it's been ways to find, if you will, substitutes for the rule of the wise. For example, in Aristotle, he claims effectively that gentlemen should rule. And that, or nobles, and that's because he has a certain presumption, sees a certain presumption of wisdom on their part, that people who are nobly born and given the leisure to develop their talents and their prudence and, quite frankly, to be educated, thinks it's more likely that a regime ruled by gentlemen will embody wisdom. Quite frankly, our democratic theory attempts something similar. To the extent it's not just pure democratic theory, it's trying to argue that the democratic process will produce the wisest leaders. Quite frankly, right now, the political theory of the United States is if someone is smart enough to raise a lot of money and smart enough to run a good campaign, then he or she is smart enough to be president. That's, if you want a justification for our current political system, it's basically that. Whether it produces that result is another question. But in some ways, a lot of our politics and our political arrangements are an attempt to solve the problem of how you would find the wisest people to rule through something other than just having somebody show up and proclaim, I'm the wisest, I should rule. But that's the issue Shakespeare explores in this play. And again, I think he tries to expose the issue in its nakedest form in this opening scene so that we can at least think about it in the most extreme terms. And this is the link to King Lear. And the play is linked to King Lear in many, many ways. One way of thinking about this play, The Tempest, is that we see what would have happened if Lear and Cordelia had gone off to prison, as Lear wanted to do in Act 5, and they'd had years to spend together, as Prospero and Miranda have. There's a real similarity between Lear and Cordelia on the one hand and Prospero and Miranda on the other. Shakespeare, especially in these last plays, puts a special emphasis on the relationship between a father and a daughter, and here it's presented in its many ways purest and most beautiful form. But just to show you the connection, Prospero has learned from Lear's mistake. Lear had a wonderful plan to turn over political power to his daughter, but she balked when he seemed to be forcing her into a marriage. Now, Prospero also has a political plan for coming back to power in Milan, but also for securing what he achieves for his daughter. She's very much at the center of his concern. And everything's going to hinge on the relationship of Ferdinand and Miranda. They've got to get married. The whole plan rests on ultimately uniting Milan and Naples. But Prospero is smart enough not to let Miranda know that. If he tells her she's got to marry Ferdinand, it's all over. It'll be the Lear-Cordelia thing once again. No, he's got to convince her she's in Romeo and Juliet, that her father hates Ferdinand, that her father stands in the way, and then she'll fall in love with Ferdinand and everything will work out. So Prospero's sneakier than King Lear. He's had a long time to think about it. So again, I just suggest these things so you see what the connections are here. This play in so many interesting ways is a transformation of King Lear. And the most fundamental way is that once again, Shakespeare deals with the issue in Plato of the philosopher and the king. By the way, if you have the Signet edition, please turn to page 103. I do want to show you there are connections between Shakespeare and Plato. We do not have hard evidence that he ever read Plato. I showed you one buried quotation from Plato. In Henry IV plays, there's a buried quotation in Julius Caesar as well. But we don't know too much about Shakespeare's reading, but if you have the Signet on page 102 and 103, your editor offers excerpts from an essay by Michel de Montaigne called Of the Cannibals. And it seems pretty likely that this is one of the sources of The Tempest. There's no source for the play as a whole, but as your note in the Signet points out, Shakespeare was working from some sources. The very name Caliban may be a kind of permutation of cannibal, and if you read these excerpts from Montaigne's essay on Of the Cannibals, you'll see how it bears on several issues in The Tempest, and especially Gonzalo's speech about the Commonwealth seems to be derived from this. Now, what's really interesting is Montaigne mentions Plato several times in this passage. It's on page 103, the middle paragraph. I won't read it all, but just look at it. There are three mentions from Plato, three mentions of Plato. And in fact, Montaigne is referring to the Republic in this passage. This indicates if Shakespeare didn't know Plato directly, he surely knew of Plato indirectly. And this could easily have prompted him to ask somebody, well, what is this Plato's Republic about? And so I think The Tempest draws heavily upon Plato's Republic. It may be through Shakespeare's direct reading of it, but it could be indirectly, and this Montaigne connection is a good example of that. So in King Lear, Shakespeare raised the question, could a king become a philosopher? Not to be too schematic, but in The Tempest, Shakespeare raises the issue, can a philosopher become a king? That is, in the King Lear, we saw how difficult it would be for a king to be open to philosophy, how much in his position as king stood in the way of it, how much in his temperament, his kingly thumatic temperament, would stand in the way of becoming a king. And indeed, we saw, to our horror in our way, the deepest tragedy, that once Lear gained wisdom, he lost his kingly nature. Above all, he lost that thumos, that noble anger that had made him such an effective king. Well, it looks to me that Shakespeare, now in The Tempest, wants to approach the problem from the other angle. Now, in fact, Prospero did have a Lear-like experience in the past. He was, in fact, Duke of Milan and has been deposed by his evil brother, sort of thing we saw in As You Like It. The key here, and we'll talk about this more on Tuesday, is that Prospero has had time to absorb the experience. In a way, in tragedies, things happen too fast for people to adjust. If you turn to page 7, so Act 1, Scene 2, line 13, Prospero's first words in the play are, "Be collected." And that's very un-Lear-like. Lear is always flying off the handle and getting angry at things. Prospero is a collected kind of guy. He's had time, as we would say, to process his experience. And so the challenge now will be, has he learned from it, and can this man who is philosophical by nature now rise to the kingship? Now, as we look at the backstory in the play, how Prospero got deposed in Milan, the answer is that he was too philosophical by interest and by natures, and by nature. This is page 9. So Act 1, Scene 2, about line 71. And Prospero, the prime duke, being so reputed in dignity and for the liberal arts without a parallel, those being all my study, the government I cast upon my brother, and to my state grew stranger, being transported and wrapped in secret studies. So we see the problem with the liberal arts here. You lose your job. He's so wrapped up in his secret studies that he becomes alienated from his state. He's like a Platonic philosopher king in that sense. He really didn't want to rule. He didn't want to be bothered with ruling. He was interested in the liberal arts. And that's why his brother was able to depose him. Continuing with this motif, page 10, line 89, I thus neglecting worldly ends, all dedicated to closeness and the bettering of my mind with that which but by being so retired or prized or popular rate in my false brother awaked an evil nature. There he is. He's not ambitious. You can say his whole problem as Duke was he didn't care enough about ruling. He didn't want it that much. His brother wanted it, and Prospero didn't. So he neglected worldly ends, devoted himself to the bettering of my mind. And if you look over at page 11 now, so line 109 in the scene, me, poor man, my library was dukedom large enough. So man content with Widener, not with being governor of state of Massachusetts. Now, this is very philosophical on his part. And again, it's a matter of his mind, of the focus of his interests. He's studying nature as the basis of his magical art. That's what he's interested in. It's also a matter of temperament, that he just doesn't have political ambition. And so we see here the problem with a person who's philosophical by nature. He's not interested in the political things. He's not committed to them strongly enough. And it does seem that Prospero has studied something to the neglect of the political things, because it's his brother who understands politics. Antonio, this is the bottom of page 9. So about line 79 in Act 1, Scene 2, when Prospero is explaining what Antonio did to supplant him, Being once perfected how to grant suits, how to deny them, who to advance, and who to trash for overtopping, new created the creatures that were mine, I say, or changed them, or else new formed them, having both the key of officer and office, set all hearts of the state to what tune pleased his ear. Now, this shows some political knowledge and political skill on Antonio's part. And what it seems to be knowledge of is human nature. He knew who to advance, and he knew who to fire, and thereby created a new state, new formed them. It's not just that Prospero is wise and Antonio is stupid. Antonio has a kind of political wisdom, or at least political cunning. And so he studied rule, or had some sense of how to rule and how to handle human nature. And so the original Prospero is a kind of pre-Socratic philosopher. He's a philosopher who's interested in the world of nature as opposed to the world of politics. And the result is he's thrown out of office. Fortunately ends up on this island. And still with his books. But we do see that there was a defect in his knowledge. As much as he was devoted to knowledge, there was something missing. And that seems to be a knowledge of the political things. And this play will show us how he has gained knowledge of political things, because he has quite a political problem to solve in this play. In a way, it goes so smoothly that we forget what the challenge to him is. But if you think about it, when all these people from Italy show up on Prospero's magic island, if he just said to them, "Remember me, I'm Prospero, I want to be Duke of Milan again. How's that? By the way, I'd like to be reunited with the House of Naples." There's a lot of people in this group who don't like Prospero and who have profited from his being deposed and who would not support it. What's amazing is his support his being brought back to power. It's amazing, by the end of the play, Prospero has made it so that everybody, with the possible exception of Antonio and Sebastian, want to see him back in Italy and back on the throne of Milan, and in fact, and to see the houses of Milan and Naples united. So he's actually got a political problem here, and is going to use his cleverness in order to reinstate himself. For one thing, we see that he is somehow now ambitious in a way that he wasn't initially. He does want political power, and presumably the reason is that he's seen what happens when he abandoned political power to evil people like his brother. Again, it's the lesson Lear learns, that as much contempt as you may have for politics, it's the only thing standing between you and the triumph of evil in the world. And Prospero seems to have learned that lesson. And again, has had the good fortune to be able to do so. Now, I think Shakespeare embodies Prospero's lessons in the figures of Caliban and Ariel, that we see in his dealings with Caliban and Ariel, what Prospero has learned about human nature in order to make him able to deal with people, these people from Italy, in a way that he was not initially back in Milan able to do so. Now, it's only to this class that I could say that Caliban represents Eros and Ariel represents Thumos. I've given you the background for understanding that. It's a bit of a strange claim, but let me try to prove it here. What I think Shakespeare has done in Caliban and Ariel is to abstract into a pure form those aspects of human nature that are both present in all of us as human beings, and it's a way of isolating the two problems of rule. Now, in the case of Caliban, I think it's not much of a stretch to claim he represents the force of Eros. He especially represents the force of sexual desire, but he's interested in eating and drinking. He's particularly impressed with alcohol when Stefano and Tricolo show up. As we know, he wanted to rape Miranda at the first opportunity, and he represents that problem, that political problem that we've seen throughout Shakespeare, that Eros represents a challenge to the political order, that people's desires can be so strong that they don't want to submit to the political order. What makes Caliban so difficult to deal with is that he does seem to be such a pure form of Eros with no sense of what we would call pride or of shame. Look at page 20. This is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 350, where Prospero is saying why he has to punish Caliban, and points out that you tried to rape my daughter, and Caliban's reaction is, oh, would it have been done, thou didst prevent me, I had peopled else this isle with Calibans. No shame, no remorse. Just I had this desire, and would I'd carried it out. Now, in defense of Caliban, he's lacking a human sense of shame because he may not even be human. There's this question of whether he's half animal, half human, or whatever. And in any case, nobody treats him like a human being. What you want to say to him is, have you no dignity as a human being? How dare you rape an innocent woman? It's shameful. Well, that works not even all the time with human beings, but it's harder to say it will work with this perhaps subhuman creature. And again, no one treats him with any dignity, and how can you appeal to his dignity? So you see the problem of dealing with pure Eros. Indeed, as we'll see at the end, Prospero makes Caliban develop a little sense of shame, to realize what a fool I was to serve this god. In the case of Stefano, we'll get to that when we look at the end. But basically, we see here a human problem with dealing with Eros. It's why we have to have strict laws against rape and strict punishments for rape, because sometimes in some people, the power desire gets so great, they lose their sense of being human beings and do inhuman things. And so Prospero does not mess around with with Caliban. So Act 1, Scene 2, line 294. Actually, that is Ariel. Page 21 is his threat to Caliban. This is so still Act 1, Scene 2, about line 368. If thou neglectst or dost unwillingly what I command, I'll rack thee with old cramps, fill all thy bones with aches, make thee roar that beasts shall tremble at thy din. And Caliban says, I must obey. His art is of such power, it would control my damned god Setebos and make a vassal of him. So with this kind of being, you got to get really tough. And you can say that Prospero has learned some toughness from his experience back in Milan. He was too easygoing. He just let his brother walk all over him. Again, no one deposes King Lear-like figures while they're in the peak of their power. They're too frightening. And one thing we'll talk about again and again is Prospero, in fact, was initially lacking Lear's noble anger. He didn't have enough thumos. He just didn't care enough about his dignity. What you see in this play is a man who has become acutely aware of his dignity and who gets angry. I would say has to force himself to get angry at times, but he's learned that anger is part of ruling. That tough love is sometimes necessary, even as we'll see with his daughter. Now, the case of Ariel is complicated. I have to confess, I thought of him as Thumos simply on a kind of structural principle. And here we had Eros. From what I've seen in Shakespeare, we ought to also have Thumos. After all, in Henry IV, we had Prince Hal representing reason, and then we had Hotspur representing Thumos, and Falstaff representing Eros. I think Shakespeare very much had Shakespeare's tripartite division of the soul and mind. Now, again, this is fundamental to Plato's Republic. What's interesting in the Republic is that Shakespeare gives, Plato gives a very positive portrait of Thumos in the Republic. Now, he sees its problems, and the whole issue of educating the guardians has to do with taming their Thumos. But in the Republic, Thumos is the great ally of Logos, of reason, against Eros. It's the power that Logos has to engage in order to keep Eros in line. I like to think of the Tempest as a kind of hyper-republic, super-republic, in which you would see an even more positive image of Thumos here as Ariel as Prospero's ally. Now, I could simply point to the fact that Ariel is repeatedly called a spirit in the play, and that's helpful, the connection between spirit and spiritedness. But what makes me think of Ariel in terms of Thumos is his will to freedom and independence. He's like Thumos in the sense that he has no eros. It's rather interesting about him. There's nothing he desires except pure freedom. For example, he never asks Prospero for little Ariella to accompany him on a weekend in the Bermudas. He seems to have no interest in sexuality. Indeed, he seems to be an asexual being, and it's very interesting. The part has always been played by men or women indifferently, as if we feel that either sex could be passed in the role. And what we see about what makes Ariel problematic to a ruler is simply that he doesn't want to be ruled. And this, of course, is what makes Thumos a problem in politics, that there's this element in us that wants to be first, that doesn't want to have a master, and in Ariel it's very strong. As a result, Prospero has to get tough with Ariel. That's what I started to read on page 18. So Act 1, Scene 2, line 294. If thou more murmurest, I will rend to oak and peg thee in his knotty entrails till thou hast howled away 12 winters. Notice Prospero threatens Caliban with pain, with the opposite of pleasure. He threatens Ariel simply with the loss of freedom. He found Ariel in prison and freed him, and Ariel is like a dog. The thumatic beast. He's loyal to Prospero the way a dog is loyal to his master, and he kind of behaves like a dog. He runs up to Prospero and he wants to be hugged and have Prospero say nice things about him. And indeed, Prospero understands that aspect. He praises Ariel. He never praises Caliban. He has little reason to praise Caliban, and has lots of reasons to praise Ariel. But what we see between Prospero and Ariel is the relationship between master and servant, such as we saw between Lear and Kent. There's this kind of loyalty that Ariel develops to Prospero. It has a basis because eventually he'll be set free. But what do you do? How do you rule someone whose only impulse is not to be ruled? Which again is what Thumos does in people. They don't want to be second. They don't want to have anyone tell them what to do. Well, it's very complicated, and we see here in Prospero's relations with Ariel that you have to keep him in line, but keep up the promise of freedom, and eventually you'll deliver it. In the meantime, you get his loyalty. Now, I'll offer tentatively this reading of the play. I back it up by showing how Prospero works with the human beings in the play. That is, what he's given in uh, Ariel and Caliban is these beings that embody abstract principles and in a one-sided way. How would you deal with pure eros, where there's no shame to restrain it? How would you deal with pure thumos, where there's no way of bargaining with it with some kind of deal, of offering some compromise, of offering something that Ariel wants? Now, in dealing with the human beings in the play, Prospero finds a mixture of eros and thumos, as you would in any human beings, and his plan of dealing with them exploits that fact. Just roughly, in the case of Ferdinand, this young man who has a lot of thumos, Prospero is going to use eros to tame him. In the case of Stefano and Trinculo, where they got a lot of eros, he's going to make them ashamed of themselves and get them in line. We'll talk about the court party a little more next time. So let's look at Ferdinand and see how this works out. In other words, I'm saying that Ariel and Caliban teach Prospero what you need to rule, and you have to balance off the two sides of the soul as Plato understands them. And again, I think we've seen enough in the other plays of how important eros and thumos and Shakespeare are to see how it works out in this play. Okay, let's look at Ferdinand. Ferdinand is a very spirited young man. When we first see him on page 24, Act 1, Scene 2, line 430, when he hears these people speaking Italian, my language, heavens, I am the best of them that speak the speech were I but where 'tis spoken. He's the best. It's Hotspur again. Not second best. I mean, his father's not dead a half hour. Of course, his father's not even dead, but Ferdinand has already jumped ahead. I am the best. Line 435, myself am Naples. He's already the king of Naples. And line 448, to Miranda, oh, for virgin in your affection I confirm, I'll make you the queen of Naples. That's a great line. That'll always work. You know, this young man who has such a high opinion of himself, I'm the king of Naples, I'll make you queen. And indeed, when Prospero seems to intervene against him, line 465, he says, I will resist such entertainment till my enemy has more power. He draws his weapon on some harmless old man. So this is Mercutio, this is Tybalt, this is the typical hot-blooded young Italian man that Shakespeare portrays again and again. And we got all this thumos, and just to imagine if Prospero meets Ferdinand, and Prospero's first words are, your father helped depose me from Milan. I'm going back to Milan. And by the way, you're going to marry my daughter, and we're going to unite Naples and Milan. You know, Ferdinand would draw his sword immediately on that. It's not what he wants to hear. So how do you tame the spirited young Ferdinand with beauteous Miranda? You get him to fall in love with this beautiful woman and want to marry her, and that will tame his thumos. And indeed, that's what we see very shortly thereafter. Indeed, already on page 26. So Act 1, Scene 2, he's willing to accept prison for the sake of Miranda. This is Act 1, Scene 2, line 490. The rack of all my friends, nor this man's threats to whom I am subdued are but light to me. Might I but through my prison once a day behold this maid, all corners else of the earth let liberty make use of, space enough have I in such a prison. We saw that Lear's noble anger was dead when he said, let's away to prison, when he was willing to accept imprisonment. And here, this spirited young man who draws his weapon at the slightest provocation now is willing to go to prison if he can just behold Miranda. And notice he's willing to give up his liberty. Again, Ariel represents Thumos because he represents the spirit of liberty, of not submitting yourself to anybody else's rule. But Ferdinand's willing to do so here. And it's even willing to accept baseness. What looks like baseness. This is page 47. So Act 3, Scene 1, line 1, Ferdinand says, he enters bearing a log. That's Caliban's job, bearing logs. This is the work of Caliban. And yet Ferdinand's doing it. There be some sports are painful, and their labor delight in themselves. So some kinds of baseness are nobly under God. His Eros has forced him to redefine nobility. So the nobility is now slavishness. It's being a servant. And most poor matters point to rich ends. This my mean task would be as heavy to me as odious, but the mistress which I serve quickens what's dead and makes my labors pleasures. And then skipping to line 11, my sweet mistress weeps when she sees me work and says such baseness had never like executor I forget. So he's even willing to do things that a slave would do here. He'll carry wood. Look at page 50, so Act 3, Scene 1, line 63. I do think a king I would not so, and would no more endure this wooden slavery than to suffer the flesh fly blow my mouth. Hear my soul speak. The very instant that I saw you, there it is, Romeo and Juliet. Love at first sight, did my heart fly to your service. There resides to make me slave to it, and for your sake I am this patient log man. He thinks he's king of Naples, but will accept the role of patient log man here for the sake of Miranda. So again, this reflects Prospero's understanding of human nature now, how you play off one side of it against another. This spirited young Ferdinand is perhaps potentially his worst enemy to found this new regime that Prospero has in mind, especially this incredible goal of uniting Naples and Milan. But through his love for his daughter, Ferdinand will become part of Prospero's master plan. Now, this other side, these clowns in the play, Stefano and Trinculo, who link up with Caliban. This is the sort of thing we've seen several times in Shakespeare. Stefano, in particular, is our new version of Nick Bottom. Shakespeare seems to have been fascinated by this idea that a tyrant lurks in the heart of the ordinary Englishman. Maybe that's why they liked Richard III so much. That is, give one of these people an opportunity, and they'll try to become a ruler. They'll try, in fact, to become some kind of Oriental potentate. This is like an echo of the end of Plato's Republic, when Shakespeare shows in a world in which people would get to choose their soul in the next incarnation. A very ordinary moral man chooses to be a tyrant, Plato shows in Book 10 of the Republic. And give Nick Bottom a chance. What do you want to be, a lover or a tyrant? And we saw how he adopted to the having the fairies at his beck and call, and how suddenly he was behaving like some kind of Oriental potentate. Here, we're going to see something similar to that, in that Caliban will puff up the spirits of Stefano because Caliban treats him like a god. This is on page 45. So Act 2, Scene 2, about line 122. That's a brave god and bears celestial liquor. I will kneel to him. This is very entrancing to Stefano. Who can resist this? Caliban tastes this alcohol, and it tastes really good to him. It's celestial liquor. He's never experienced anything like this. And so immediately he says, I'll kneel to him, line 130, I'll swear upon that bottle to be thy true subject, for the liquor is not earthly. And we see how quickly an ordinary man's spirits can be puffed up. How the thumos now can awaken in Stefano when someone starts treating him as a great man, indeed as a god. Now, this is what happens when society dissolves. And in particular, when the conventional rulers from the point of view, these characters have disappeared, but in any case, they have failed. They couldn't stop the storm. They were kings and dukes, and they couldn't order nature. They couldn't order the storm to stop. And in a way, it's a disillusioning experience for an ordinary man like Stefano. He had no pretensions to being a duke or a king at the beginning of the play. He's just a serving man on the boat or in court. But when he sees, quite frankly, a political vacuum, and also in a way has seen the falseness of the claims to rule of the conventional rulers, it's easy for him to get ambitious. And Caliban, this is still on page 45, so still Act 2, Scene 2, about line 142. Caliban says, hast thou not dropped from heaven? Out of the moon, I do assure thee, I was the man in the moon when time was. So here he claims even to be a cosmic god here. And it awakens Stefano's ambitions to see someone worshiping him this way. And again, page 46, line 156 of the scene, I will kiss thy foot. I prithee be my God. I'll kiss thy foot. I swear myself thy subject. And he offers to show him everything on the island. And really is Caliban enslaving himself here. We see two sides, again, of human nature against a little horror. Caliban at least represents an element in human nature, even if he isn't fully human himself. But we see here human beings want to rule, given the opportunity. Even a Stefano will try to do it. And there's something in human beings that leads them to enslave themselves. And indeed, that's the problem with Caliban. For Caliban, freedom is simply slavery. It's getting a new master. This is the end of Act 2, Scene 2, so page 47, about line 192. Caliban has a new master, get a new man. Freedom, high day, freedom, high day, freedom. The way Caliban thinks of freedom is it's the freedom of his desires. The problem with Prospero as a ruler is he stood in the way of Caliban indulging his desires, especially his sexual desires. Prospero was preventing Caliban from raping Miranda. And so his notion of freedom is just get a new master, a master who allows you to indulge your desires, a master who brings celestial liquor with him. Again, it's a very different notion of freedom than Ariel's. Ariel's freedom is freedom. It is independence. It's not having a master. But for Caliban, it's simply having a new master, which means an indulgent master. And it's a very bastardized version of freedom then. Now, we see Stefano developing his ambition, same page, still 47, so Act 2, Scene 2, about line 81. I prithee now, lead the way without any more talking. Trinculo, the king and all our company else being drowned, we will inherit here. Amazing. He's not on the island. You actually see a lot in this play about human ambition. Ferdinand's not on an island a half an hour, and he's always thinking, the king is dead, long live the king, I'm king of Naples now. Stefano's not on the island a half an hour, and he's going to take it over. I will say Shakespeare seems to have a sense of the fragility of political and social order. We tend to have a lot of faith in the stability of political order despite all the troubles we see. You can see from King Lear in this play, one storm and the political order dissolves. There's this sense there's something fragile on it, in part because for Shakespeare it rests on illusions. It rests on people suppressing their normal egoism, not that I love more than myself, and embracing this, let every man take care of everyone else. Shakespeare really worries. And he lived at a time when there had been 4 or 5 regime changes in England in just the 16th century, Catholic to Protestant to Catholic to Protestant back. And then he would have experienced the gunpowder plot in 1605 when Parliament was almost blown up with the king in it. He really has a sense that we're standing on chaos here. One thing goes wrong and the whole political order dissolves. And in 1642, that happened, the beginning of the English Civil Wars. In England, and you see here in a political vacuum, everybody starts moving for power here. Now there's something. There's something a little noble about Stefano and his willingness to live up to this role. If you look at page 53, so Act 3, Scene 2, about line 37, so Stefano is willing to stand up for his new subject. Trinculo, keep a good tongue in your head. If you prove a mutineer, the next tree. The poor monster is my subject, and he shall not suffer indignity. As Caliban says, I thank my noble lord. And just know it's very interesting that he says indignity there. Stefano's own experience of dignity here. I'm now the ruler here. I have to take care of my subjects. So Trinculo, get in line. Now Trinculo looks at this and he thinks pure stupidity. This is back on page 52. So Act 3, Scene 2, line 5. Trinculo says, they say there's but 5 upon this isle. We're 3 of them. If the other 2 be brained like us, the state totters. And that is Shakespeare's image there, the problem in politics. Most of the time we're ruled by fools. And indeed what we see here is an image of the foolishness of rulers. Now, again, this standing behind this play is the conventional hierarchy in which people like Alonso and Antonio and Sebastian are conventionally nobles and supposedly great men. And Stefano and Trinculo are at the bottom of the social order. They're just servants. And yet, in a political vacuum, they're going to try to become the rulers. And Shakespeare doesn't think they'd make good rulers. But he's not sure they're much worse than the actual rulers in the world. Remember what we saw in Midsummer Night's Dream. In a way, it draws a very sharp distinction between Duke Theseus and Bottom. One's at the top and one's at the bottom. And yet, in a weird way, I said, if fairies had exchanged them at birth, we could have been talking about Duke Bottom and Theseus the Weaver. Shakespeare's not so sure that these 2 men, Theseus and Nick Bottom, have such different souls. Given the opportunity, Bottom seems to rise to the occasion. He's the ruler of his little roost, and the same thing here with Stefano. Page 55. He again tries to stand up for Caliban, and line 110 on page 55, Act 3, Scene 2, line 110. He pledges himself to the political plan. Monster, I shall kill this man. His daughter and I will be king and queen, save our graces, and Trinculo and thyself shall be viceroys. Dost thou like the plot, Trinculo? Again, it's amazing. Prospero has been plotting. He has a great plan to come back to power. Well, Stefano has a plan here, and he's going to marry Miranda, not going to let Ferdinand do it. And you see, even the guy at the bottom of the social ladder, given the opportunity, will think big. And is already planning on viceroys for Trinculo here. Incidentally, I keep making parallels between Shakespeare and Cervantes. And again, Shakespeare and Cervantes died on April 23rd, 1616. It was not the same day because Spain and England were on two different calendars, but still, this is actually a day of mourning for literature. Cervantes and Shakespeare died on this day, on this date. But it's very similar to Sancho Panza, if you know Don Quixote. Sancho Panza wants to be governor of an island. And Cervantes uses the figure of Sancho Panza in very similar ways to expose the foolishness of Sancho Panza and how ridiculous it is for an ordinary person to think he can rule. But at the same time, Cervantes uses Sancho Panza to make fun of actual rulers. That really Sancho Panza is a kind of peasant wisdom of Solomon, and is often able to solve cases that the great aristocrats wouldn't be able to. And so Shakespeare suggests a little dimension of heroism here when they're worried, when they encounter problems on page 56. So Act 3, Scene 2, line 136, Stefano is not afraid. He that dies pays all debts. I defy thee. And he stand up. He has some courage. Now, by the way, that's an echo of a very famous line of Julius Caesar. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant taste of death but once. That's the same sentiment as the he that dies pays all debts. It's Shakespeare's way of showing there's a bit of Julius Caesar in this Stefano. So again, the same effect that we saw with the parallel between the tavern world and Henry IV and the world of the nobles, the way they were so different and yet they were all thieves, and the same thing we saw with Bottom and Theseus in Midsummer Night's Dream. Shakespeare's creating a similar effect here. That yes, we're aware of the difference between a Stefano and a Trinculo on the one hand, and the nobles like Antonio and Sebastian on the other hand. On the other hand, Shakespeare is suggesting a kind of parallel here, a real similarity, that the difference isn't so much one of soul, it's one of upbringing and place. And in this case, you can say that these characters, given the chance, they would try to do the same thing that the nobles do. And the main thing that Shakespeare emphasizes here, and this is what we'll stress next time, is not so much the difference in soul as the stupidity. You know, the state totters. If they all be brained like us, the state totters. What Shakespeare shows in this play is the problem with so many rulers is their brainlessness, and it's reflected in just their choice of objects. They go after base things. They're said to be nobles, but they can't be noble when their desires are not noble. And this is what Shakespeare does with the court party Prospero does with the court party. He sets up this banquet for them. He shows them that what they're really doing is grasping after food that's not really there. He's teaching them a lesson in the futility of their desires. So these are all the ways in which Prospero manifests the understanding of human nature that he's gained on this island. Again, I say the magic of the island is it offered him in Prospero, in Ariel and Caliban, kind of distillations of the two elements in human beings that make them recalcitrant to political order, eros and thumos. And we see in Prospero dealing with the other characters in the play, the full human beings, that he's able to create this kind of balance, use one force against the other, and above all, to get these people to experience the futility of their desires. Again, this is that fantasy island principle I talked about in connection with Midsummer Night's Dream. A guy like Stefano was just sitting there waiting to be a tyrant. We saw it with Malvolio. Ordinary people, they can have such exaggerated views of their own importance. So in a way, you got to give them an opportunity in a safe environment to try out this rise to power, and then to learn how incapable they are of ruling.